Chapter 1, Confession Rejected, Blind Date Failed. Rushue, I have liked you for a long time. At night, the moon is bright and the wind is clear by the Lover's Lake of Jiangcheng University. Lin Feng held a carefully prepared bouquet of roses in his hand. It took me 3 years to muster up the courage to finally say the words I had rehearsed countless times in my mind. His voice was not loud, and even trembled a little due to nervousness, but every word fell clearly into Zhou Rushue's ears. Zhou Rushue, the recognized beauty of the management department, was now folding her arms. Beneath her delicate makeup, her beautiful eyes were filled with undisguised scrutiny and impatience. She looked Lin Feng up and down with an impatient look. Lin Feng's heart rose to his throat little by little. He knows that his current image is not good. In order to raise enough tuition and living expenses, he took up almost every part-time job he could find near the school. Due to the wind and sun, her skin became tanned and she had no time to take care of her hair. The washed-out casual clothes really looked out of place next to Zhou Rushue, who was dressed exquisitely. But he thought that sincerity could always earn some respect. However, he was wrong. Lin Feng? Zhou Rushue finally spoke, her tone tinged with exaggerated sarcasm. Where do you get the courage from? Several of her close friends couldn't help but burst into laughter. Could you please look in the mirror and see what you look like? Zhou Rushue's voice suddenly rose, as sharp as a needle, piercing Lin Feng's self-esteem. You are like this, and you are worthy of confessing to me? You don't find it disgusting? Boom! Lin Feng's mind went blank in an instant. He had anticipated countless possibilities of being rejected, but he had never imagined it would be so unbearable. Rushue, I am sincere. We can work hard together to create a better future. Lin Feng said courageously. Work together? Humph, there are several tables full of rich second-generation kids chasing after me. Who wants to work hard with you? Zhou Rushue became angrier and angrier as she spoke. The students passing by cast curious glances at him. Those gazes, a mixture of sympathy, ridicule, and playful mockery, were like countless hands tearing at his last bit of dignity. The rose in his hand became extremely hot at this moment, like a red-hot iron. 3 years of secret love, those times when I silently watched Zhou Rushue in the corner of the classroom, and those moments when I fantasized about a bright future while working part-time. At this moment, it all became a complete joke. Lin Feng's burning heart, which had been hidden for 3 years, was instantly turned cold and sank to the bottom. Let's go. Seeing him will affect your mood. What conditions do you have? You actually dare to pursue me. You really lower my value. Zhou Rushue frowned in disgust, took her best friend's hand, turned and left, leaving behind a proud and resolute back. Ha, the toad wants to eat swan flesh, but he doesn't even take a piss and look at himself. That's right, Rushue is giving him face by saying a word to him. The laughter of my best friends drifted in the wind, every word hurtful. Lin Feng froze in place, his head hanging, his ears buzzing, and the world seemed to have lost its sound. Lost, helpless, heartbroken, complex emotions filled Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng walked on the road as if he had lost his mind. I returned to the dormitory and slumped in a chair. He couldn't figure out where he was lacking. Suddenly, my mother's call came in like a death warrant, and her unquestionable tone was filled with a hint of anxiety and disappointment. I asked your Aunt Zhang to introduce a girl to you. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, at the usual coffee shop, don't you dare not try it. Mom, What do you mean? You're already 22 years old. If you don't hurry up, all the good girls will be picked up by others. I haven't even graduated from college yet, why are you in such a hurry? I'm telling you, if you don't find a girlfriend before you graduate from college, don't come back to see us. The call was ruthlessly hung up. Lin Feng looked at his ordinary face in the mirror, and the light in his eyes dimmed a little. The next day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Feng appeared in the cafe on time. The other party has arrived. A rather plump woman was concentrating on the third piece of tiramisu in front of her. Seeing him sit down, the woman raised her eyelids and glanced at him. The look in her eyes was like she was picking pork on the chopping board in the vegetable market. Lin Feng, right? My name is Su Yan. She spoke directly, with cream on the corners of her mouth. Let's not beat around the bush and get straight to the point. What are your conditions? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, but still answered honestly, I am a senior this year and will graduate in a few months. I am currently looking for a job. I have a 2-bedroom apartment in my hometown, and my parents helped with the down payment. Su Yan picked the gap between her teeth with her little finger and sneered. Two-bedroom apartment? Not a villa? She leaned back on the sofa, her hands clasped across her chest, her posture as if she was judging. Where's the car? Let me tell you, my bestie always gets picked up in a Porsche when she goes out. Lin Feng's throat was a little dry, so he picked up the lemonade on the table and took a sip. Lin Feng was embarrassed to say that he only had a small two-wheeled electric scooter. Su Yan ignored his silence and continued talking to herself. My requirements are not high. The wedding house must be a large flat of more than 300 square meters in the city center, or a villa. As for the car, it has to be worth at least $1 million. The betrothal gift is $880,000, not a cent less. She paused and added, by the way, after we get married I won't work, you will take care of all the housework, and you have to hand over your salary card. Oh, and also, we can't stop giving gifts during festivals like Valentine's Day and anniversaries. Transfers should be at least 5 figures, right? Lin Feng's hand holding the water cup stopped in mid-air. He looked at the woman in front of him who was talking incessantly, and for a moment he didn't know how to react. The whole world seemed to be quiet, with only her mouth opening and closing. Finally, Su Yan finished speaking and wiped her mouth with a tissue. Looking at you like this, you can't even get enough of one? Forget it, let's consider today's meal as poverty alleviation. She picked up the bag and said condescendingly, you bought it alone. A man should always have some grace. After saying that, he left without looking back. Lin Feng sat alone in his seat, the whispers and vague gazes around him piercing him like needles. Humiliation, anger, and a deep sense of powerlessness almost swallowed him whole. He was rejected by Zhou Rushua because of his appearance. The reason why I was looked down upon by this fat girl was because of my wallet. Is this world really so realistic? Lin Feng walked out of the cafe in a daze. The city lights were bright at night, but they could not illuminate his heart at all. He walked aimlessly, his mind a mess. Just when he felt hopeless and his life had hit rock bottom. When I returned to the dormitory, my mother called me immediately. How was the blind date? Lin Feng reported everything about his tragic blind date to his mother. Then, Lin Feng broke down emotionally, fell on the bed, covered his face with the quilt, and tried to forget everything. Suddenly, a cold mechanical sound exploded in his mind without any warning. Host's emotional breakdown detected, meeting the system activation conditions. The super handsome man system is binding. 10%. 50%. 100%. Binding successful. Chapter 2 Awakening the God-level handsome man system, my appearance is 99 points. System? Lin Feng was stunned, thinking that he was hallucinating. He shook his head vigorously, but the sound became clearer. God-level handsome man system, as the name suggests, this system is designed to help the host become a perfect male god and conquer the stars and the sea. At this moment, the system's text panel appeared in Lin Feng's mind. System rules are as follows. 1. In the eyes of women with a beauty score of 85 or above, the host's appearance will automatically increase to 99 points super handsome appearance. In the eyes of women with a beauty score below 85 or the same sex, the host's appearance will remain the same. 2. Interact with women with a beauty score of 85 or above, i.e. goddesses, to gain favorability. 3. For every point of favorability gained from the goddess, the system rewards you with 100,000 yuan in cash. Every 10 points of favorability can be exchanged for a random skill. The higher the favorability of the goddess, the more mysterious prizes you can unlock. A series of information came down and Lin Feng was completely stunned. He threw back the quilt and rushed into the bathroom barefoot without even having time to put on his slippers. In the mirror, there is a face that is all too familiar. She has regular facial features and clean skin, but that's all. You would never be able to find her in a crowd of people. With this look, he would only get 75 points at best, which is far from being a handsome guy, let alone a god-level appearance. What the hell? Lin Feng patted his cheeks, and the person in the mirror also patted his cheeks. Not an illusion. He calmed down and reorganized the information on the system panel in his mind. Only effective for goddesses with a score of 85 or above? In other words, in the eyes of ordinary people, he is still himself, and he will only transform in front of those 85-point goddesses with high looks? This system setting is quite unique. Lin Feng's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up as he thought of the amazing reward. 1 point of favorability will earn you a 100,000 yuan cashback reward. The higher the favorability, the more mysterious prizes will be unlocked? He was just an ordinary college student with only 1,500 yuan a month for living expenses. 100,000 yuan was an astronomical figure for him. If this system is real, isn't his life about to take off completely? The huge temptation suppressed all doubts, and an idea grew wildly in his mind: he must find someone to try it on. But where can I find a goddess with a score of 85 or above? Girls of this level are rare in reality, and it is difficult for ordinary people to even meet them once. Suddenly, a figure broke into his mind. Su Muqing is the recognized #1 campus beauty of Jianghai University. With fair skin, long legs and a slim waist, it is said that her admirers can be seen queuing from the teaching building to the school gate. Her beauty is so good that some people would believe her even if she scored 95 points, not to mention 85 points. There is no more suitable target than her. Done. Lin Feng's eyes were determined. Instead of speculating here, he might as well verify it himself. If it's true, I'll get the beauty. If it was fake, he would just be considered a psychopath by the school bell, and no one knew him anyway. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and quickly changed into what he thought were the cleanest clothes. He adjusted his hair in front of the mirror, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. Lin Feng looked at his watch. It's 5:40 in the evening, which is dinner time. Su Muqing should go to the cafeteria to eat later. I waited for him in the wooded path that led from the dormitory to the cafeteria. Success or failure depends on this one move. On the boulevard, a beautiful figure seemed to have its own spotlight, attracting the attention of all passers-by. Su Muqing. The #1 goddess in the finance department is also the recognized campus belle in the whole school. She was holding a few books, her white dress swaying gently in the breeze, and her height of 1.7 meters made her stand out from the crowd. The delicate facial features seemed like God's most outstanding work, but there was always a layer of frost on that face, which kept people away from it. Many boys watched from afar, daring only to admire but not to get close. The target appears. Lin Feng walked straight in that direction. He lowered his head, pretending to look at his phone, calculating the distance and angle. The moment he passed by Su Muqing, his body suddenly turned sideways. Bang! A muffled sound. Lin Feng bumped into Su Muqing head-on, and a faint and elegant fragrance instantly rushed into his nose. The books in Su Muqing's hands fell to the ground. She staggered 2 steps before she could stand firm. Her eyebrows were instantly furrowed, and a hint of anger ignited in her cold eyes. She hated this kind of clumsy trick of deliberately picking up people the most. Just about to open his mouth to scold, Lin Feng raised his head and said, "Sorry. Classmate, I'm sorry, After seeing Su Muqing's face, Lin Feng's voice stopped abruptly. It's so beautiful. These facial features are so carefully carved. Lin Feng's loser nature emerged again. Seeing such a beautiful school beauty, his face turned red all the way to his neck and he couldn't speak clearly. The moment Su Muqing saw Lin Feng, the words, "Don't you have eyes," that she was about to blurt out were stuck in her throat. There's such a handsome boy in our school. Su Muqing's mind buzzed and went blank. The afterglow of the sunset just happened to shine through the gaps between the leaves and fell on Lin Feng's face. Ding! The handsome man system is bound to Su Muqing. Su Muqing, 21 years old, height 170 centimeters, appearance score 90. Binding successful. A system prompt sounded that only Lin Feng could hear. How can there be such a handsome man in this world? Deep eyes, high nose bridge, perfect lip shape. This is not handsome, this is a work of art. Su Muqing only felt a barely perceptible golden light flash through her mind. My heart skipped a beat, and then it started beating like a drum. My cheeks started to heat up uncontrollably. The anger from being hit just now had long since disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented sense of uneasiness and tension. No, nothing. Su Muqing waved her hands quickly, her voice unconsciously softening, even with a slight tremor that she herself didn't notice. I was thinking about something just now and wasn't paying attention to the road. After saying that, she wanted to slap herself. Su Muqing, where is your aloofness? Where is your reserve? She lowered her head in embarrassment and quickly squatted down to pick up the scattered books. Lin Feng watched her attitude change 180 degrees and felt relieved. This system was indeed overbearing. He also squatted down and helped pick up the items. My name is Lin Feng, I'm a senior in the Department of Management. Lin Feng took the initiative to speak in a gentle voice. My name is Su Muqing. I'm a junior in the finance department. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum, and her movements to pick up the book were a little flustered. Her fingertips accidentally touched the back of Lin Feng's hand, and she suddenly retracted it as if she had been electrocuted. The students around were already furious when they saw this scene. Oh my god! Am I dazzled? Su Muqing is blushing in front of a man? Who is that guy? Damn, he's not even as handsome as me, and he actually made Su Muqing blush and shy. The key point is Su Muqing. She actually took the initiative to talk to others, and she had that expression. Is it going to rain red? Chapter 3, the system is so awesome, the school beauty actually added me on WeChat. The discussion clearly reached Su Muqing's ears, making her face even redder. After picking up the books, Lin Feng stood up and handed them to her. Su Muqing took the book and hugged it tightly to her chest, as if she was afraid that he would hear her heartbeat. She bit her lower lip, mustered up the greatest courage in her life, and looked up at Lin Feng. Senior Lin Feng, I just bumped into you accidentally. To apologize, can I add you on WeChat? I'll treat you to dinner some other day. After saying this, she felt like all the strength in her body was drained away. Lin Feng looked at her watery eyes full of expectation, nodded, and took out his cell phone with a slightly trembling hand. When Su Muqing took out her cell phone and opened the WeChat QR code, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the exquisite face in front of him, which had a beauty score of 90 points, and his mind was buzzing. The system is real. In her eyes, I really am a super handsome guy. I sweep you? Su Muqing's voice was soft and gentle, and a barely perceptible blush appeared on her cheeks. It seemed that it took a lot of courage for her to take the initiative to speak. Ha? Oh, okay. Lin Feng suddenly came back to his senses, and his voice was a little tense because of excitement. He handed the phone to Su Muqing, his fingers were shaking a little and he almost couldn't hold it steadily. With a ding sound, the friend was added successfully. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds, and Lin Feng's cheeks began to feel hot. He scratched his head, wanting to say something to break the shy silence, but he didn't know where to start. My name is Lin Feng, please keep in touch with me in the future. Lin Feng was so nervous that he was incoherent, but he finally managed to squeeze out the simplest words. I know. Su Muqing looked at his somewhat embarrassed expression and couldn't help but curl her lips and whispered, your name is very nice. Why really? Being looked at and praised by her like this, Lin Feng felt his heart beating so fast that it was about to jump out of his throat. He responded somewhat incoherently, your name is more beautiful, Su Muqing. It's like something out of a poem. The people around were completely petrified. The aloof school beauty actually asked for a boy's WeChat. And she used the lame excuse of treating him to a meal to make amends. I didn't expect that school beauty Su had such poor taste. He could accept such an ordinary boy. If I had known, I would have confessed to him. My goddess is being taken advantage of by a pig. Some of the boys watching were beating their chests and stamping their feet. Lin Feng found that there was a book dropped far away and had not been picked up. He walked over and picked up the book. Lin Feng handed over the last book, and his fingertips lightly brushed across the back of her hand again. Su Muqing felt as if she was scalded. She quickly took the book, hugged it tightly to her chest, and buried her head even lower. Then I'll go first, classmate Su Muqing. Lin Feng's voice was filled with a smile, and then he turned and left, leaving behind a handsome back. Su Muqing stood there in a daze, holding the book, until Lin Feng's back was about to disappear at the end of the path. The blush on that cold and beautiful face had not yet faded, and the corners of her mouth were still slightly raised. It was not until Su Muqing saw the surprised expressions of her classmates that she woke up from her dream. She hugged her books and quickly left this place of trouble. Lin Feng walked calmly and leisurely on the surface, but his heart was actually beating wildly. He has not yet adapted to such close contact with a goddess of the school beauty level. He quickly turned into the dormitory and leaned his back against the cold wall in an empty corner, letting out a long breath. At this time, the system emits an electronic prompt sound. Ding. Target goddess Su Muqing appearance 90 favorability plus 10. Ding. Detecting the host's first interaction, triggering the novice aura, rewarding 10 times the critical hit. Ding. Favorability reward calculation, 10 points of favorability x 100,000 point x 10x critical hit equals 10 million yuan. The reward has been sent to the host's bound bank card, please check it carefully. A series of prompt sounds exploded in his head, and Lin Feng was completely stunned. 10 million? It's not that he has never seen money in real life, he has never seen so much money even in his dreams. With trembling hands, he took out the 3-year-old, worn-out cell phone from his pocket. There was a crack on the screen. His fingers trembled as he swiped the phone screen. Buzz. The phone vibrated and a bank text message popped up. Dear customer, a deposit of 10 million yuan was credited to your savings card with the last number 8866 at 1805 on XX. The current account balance is 10,125.50 yuan. Lin Feng stared at the long string of zeros in disbelief. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. He counted 3 times. That's right, 7 zeros. A full 10 million. I fuck. A suppressed curse came out of his throat. Lin Feng was so excited that he was shaking all over and almost threw his phone away. Like an ordinary person who just won a 5 million lottery ticket and is afraid of being targeted by kidnappers, he leaned against the corner and laughed foolishly. 10 million. This system is amazing. He thought about the vegetarian food he had eaten in the cafeteria for 4 years, about the summer vacation when he stood at the door of a milk tea shop handing out flyers for a few dozen yuan, about the white hair on his parents' temples and every penny they saved through frugality. With this money, everything will be different. At night, the sounds of roommates playing games can be heard one after another in the dormitory. Lin Feng lay on his creaking hard bed, with the corners of his mouth raised and smiling foolishly. He closed his eyes, and Su Muqing's cold and blushing face appeared in his mind. There is also the warm and delicate touch when your fingertips touch it inadvertently. There is still a trace of throbbing in the area of my heart. Just as he was daydreaming, the screen of his mobile phone lit up and a text message popped up. Jinsheng Technology Company, hello, Lin Feng, congratulations on passing the initial resume screening. Please bring your resume to our company for an interview at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Interview notice? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. He sent out his resume last week and to his surprise he actually received any response. If there were no system, he would definitely jump up in excitement, check the company's history, and memorize the interview skills. But now, does he still need to go for an interview and work for others? What a joke! He was about to delete the message, but his finger was suspended in mid-air. Wait. Lin Feng's mind started to work rapidly. The money is there, but the system's mission has just begun. Su Muqing's favorability is only 10 points, which is far from being completed. What's more, by increasing the favorability of more girls, you can also exchange them for skills and mysterious rewards. You can't just stay in school every day and take advantage of Su Muqing alone, right? If you want to maximize your profits, you must take the initiative and explore new resources. Going to work in a company, getting in touch with society, meeting new people, isn't this the best opportunity? What if there are a few beautiful colleagues or bosses in the company with a beauty score above 85? Chapter 4 Dress Yourself Up. When he thought of this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This isn't an interview, it's clearly about expanding your career. I used to work to make a living, but now I work to improve the system's favorability and unlock more skills and rewards. Go, you must go. Lin Feng slapped his thigh and sat up from the bed. He opened the text message and replied crisply, okay, I'll be there on time tomorrow, then began to rummage through the closet. Lin Feng changed clothes one after another in front of the mirror. My roommate Li Xiaowei next to me was still concentrating on playing games. The tapping sound of the mechanical keyboard is like a dense rainstorm, intense and rhythmic. First blood. Li Xiaowei slapped his thigh excitedly, hung the headphones around his neck, and turned up the sound effects of the game characters killing. He was in the midst of killing when he caught a glimpse of a figure swaying in front of the mirror out of the corner of his eye. Oh my god! Li Xiaowei suddenly took off his headphones, and the character in the game suddenly stood still and waited for his opponent to do whatever he wanted. However, he didn't care at all and shouted at the top of his voice, Fingzi, what are you doing? You've been posing in front of the mirror for a long time. Tell me, which girl are you going to harm? Lin Feng was trying on an old white shirt and a slightly yellowed blue shirt. Hearing this, he turned around and glanced at him. Get lost. He held up both pieces of clothing, looking serious. Which one looks more energetic? I have a job interview. Interview? Li Xiaowei scoffed, as if he'd heard some far-fetched fairy tale. What's the point of an interview? Your diploma isn't even warm yet. Come on, I'll take you flying. If you win this promotion match, I'll treat you to a feast. As he spoke, he patted the empty chair next to him, and his eyes drifted back to the computer screen where the word defeat had just popped up. Fuck, what a bunch of bastards. Li Xiaowei quit the game cursing. Lin Feng ignored him and chose the white shirt to put on. The overall look is pretty fitting, but the shirt looks like a cheap item from a roadside stall, and makes him look more like a poor loser when he wears it. Li Xiaowei came over, his expression awash in the leisurely air of a wealthy man. No, seriously, why would I want to work? My dad said that after graduation, the rent for those buildings in the urban village will be mine. Then we two brothers can live lavishly and travel the world. Isn't that better than being a social animal? He smiled and didn't respond. You have a father to rely on, but I can only rely on my system. Are you really going? Li Xiaowei saw that he was serious and stopped joking. Which company is so prestigious that they'd let you dress up like this? Lin Feng picked up the resume on the table and his eyes fell on the company name at the top. Jincheng Technology Company. Lin Feng whispered the name of the company. Jincheng Company is indeed doing well, but I heard that the boss is a notorious overtime addict, said Li Xiaowei. Lin Feng had heard of it a long time ago, but his main purpose was to win the favor of the goddess. Whether he works overtime or not is not important to him. After an hour of struggling, Lin Feng was disappointed with the result. What was found were either washed-out t-shirts or cheap shirts with frayed cuffs. Lin Feng threw the clothes back into the closet in disgust. No, clothes make the man. I have to change my outfit. Lin Feng made up his mind to go to the largest shopping mall in the city center, Baihui Center, tomorrow morning to buy himself some decent clothes. Go to the interview tomorrow afternoon in a bright and beautiful manner and strive for success. Early the next morning, Lin Feng rushed to the mall. For high-end shopping malls like Jiangcheng Baihui Center, Lin Feng used to work part-time as a delivery man in a hurry, and he couldn't even think about going to those high-end luxury stores. But it's different now. The 10 million in his card is his greatest confidence. Lin Feng swaggered into a luxuriously decorated men's clothing brand store. The female salesperson, who was wearing a professional suit and had delicate makeup, looked him up and down, then lost interest and turned to serve other customers. Lin Feng didn't care and just strolled around by himself. He took a fancy to a suit hanging in the window. It was neatly tailored and of excellent texture, and it was obvious that it was very expensive. I opened the tag and it said 28,888 yuan. He was about to ask the salesperson to take it down and try it on when a sharp and familiar female voice sounded behind him. Isn't that Lin Feng? Why is he here? Oh, that's really funny. How can he come to a place like this? Looking at his poor appearance, I'm afraid he came in to use the air conditioning. Lin Feng turned around and saw a woman he would never forget in his life, Zhou Ruxue. She still had her makeup on, a designer bag on her shoulder, and was intimately holding the arm of a well-dressed man, who was none other than her rich second-generation boyfriend, Wang Hai. Zhou Ruxue's eyes swept over his washed-out t-shirt and old sneakers like a scanner, and a hint of undisguised contempt appeared at the corner of her mouth. Why are you here? When did the threshold become so low here? Wang Hai, who was standing next to him, chimed in, saying in a condescending tone, Schwer, is this the poor loser who confessed his love to you in public? Don't talk to people like that, it's cheap. Lin Feng looked at them singing the same tune, and instead of being angry, he felt a little amused. There was a time when he couldn't even complete his sentences when he saw Zhou Ruxue, but now he can calmly appreciate her sarcastic expressions and clumsy performances. Lin Feng called out to the system in his heart, wanting the system to see how good-looking Zhou Ruxue was and whether it could trigger the handsome man system. At this time, Lin Feng heard another system electronic sound that only he could hear. Ding, the system is monitoring Zhou Ruxue, her appearance score is 84, which does not meet the system's target goddess requirements, and the system binding has not been triggered. It turns out that Zhou Ruxue's looks are not good enough, no wonder. Lin Feng thought secretly. I'm here to buy clothes. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Buying clothes? Zhou Ruxue laughed exaggeratedly as if she had heard a huge joke. Lin Feng, are you awake? Do you know how much this suit costs? It's almost 30,000. Is it enough for your living expenses for a year? Zhou Ruxue is as sarcastic as ever. After all, her appearance score was only 84, which couldn't trigger the system's beauty effect. So in Zhou Ruxue's eyes, Lin Feng was still that plain-looking, poor, and rustic suitor. Wang Hai put his arm around Zhou Ruxue's waist and added proudly, Boy, listen to my advice. Turn left ahead. There's a Uniqlo there. It's more suitable for you. Lin Feng looked at the two people constantly making fun of him and decided to teach them a lesson. The shopping guides and other customers around all looked at him with anticipation. Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and simply waved to a shopping guide not far away. The salesperson who had ignored him before came over reluctantly with a perfunctory look on her face. Chapter 5: A slap on the face of the sarcastic gold digger. Lin Feng pointed at the suit in front of him and said loudly, "This material is average." The shopping guide was stunned. Zhou Rushue's laughter stopped abruptly. The smug look on Wang Hai's face froze. Lin Feng didn't even look at them. He said to the salesperson, "The suits in the window are too tacky and too cheap. Do you have the latest styles?" "Sir, you have a great eye. We just got a custom-made item from Italy. Please wait a moment, I'll get it to you right away." The shopping guide's eyes lit up instantly, the perfunctory expression on his face immediately turned into a professional and enthusiastic smile, and his voice became several shades sweeter. The attitude changed so quickly that Zhou Rushue and Wang Hai were stunned. Soon, the shopping guide came out with a beautifully packaged dark gray suit and carefully showed it to Lin Feng. "Sir, look at this set. It's priced at 49,999. It definitely suits your temperament." Lin Feng took a quick look and nodded with satisfaction. "This is it, no need to try it on, just pack it up." He took out his cell phone and walked towards the cashier. Zhou Rushue and Wang Hai stood there in surprise, their minds blank. Drop. A crisp payment success notification sound completely shattered their luck. Wang Haikai spat dryly, as if to save face. "TSK, what a show-off. He must have used a credit card. Prepare to eat dirt for the next month." But Zhou Rushue didn't hear a word. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, her heart in turmoil. He bought a 50,000 yuan suit without blinking an eye? Where did he get the money? A terrible thought emerged from her heart uncontrollably. Could it be that I was wrong at the beginning? Her heart felt like a mixture of all 5 flavors: shock, jealousy, and a hint of inexplicable regret, all intertwined together, making her pretty face a little distorted. Her gaze passed Lin Feng and fell on the magnificent LV store opposite. A thought instantly occupied her mind. She wants to get back on track. Zhou Rushue walked quickly to Wang Hai, put her arm around him, and spoke in a voice so sweet it was sickening, but her finger quietly pointed at the latest chain bag in the LV window. "Brother Hai, look at that bag, it's so beautiful, it matches my skirt today perfectly." She deliberately raised her voice to ensure that Lin Feng at the cashier counter could hear her clearly. Wang Hai looked in the direction she pointed, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. He knew with his toes how much the bag costed would definitely cost him half his life. "Baby, that style is out of date and doesn't suit your style. I'll ask someone to bring you a limited edition from Europe. It's guaranteed to be unique." He cleared his throat and spoke in a sophisticated manner. The smile on Zhou Rushue's face gradually disappeared. "I want this." She shook Wang Hai's arm and began to act coquettishly. "I want to carry it right now. Look at Lin Feng, he spent 50,000 without blinking an eye. You wouldn't be so stingy as to buy me a bag, right? Lin Feng?" Wang Hai sneered, his voice full of undisguised sourness. "He's just trying to be rich. He might have spent several years living expenses on it. We shouldn't follow his example. That kind of consumption concept is distorted." As he spoke, he took Zhou Rushue's hand and wanted to leave. "Stop." Zhou Rushue suddenly shook off his hand, completely losing her patience. "Wang Hai, don't talk to me about this. Just tell me, are you buying it or not?" Passers-by were already looking at me with curiosity. Wang Hai's face flushed and paled, and he felt a burning sensation on his face. He was a so-called rich second generation, and being publicly pressured by his girlfriend to buy him a bag, and not being able to afford it, was a profound humiliation. He lowered his voice and gritted his teeth, saying, "Zhou Rushue, that's enough. Is it really necessary for you to do this for a broken bag?" Zhou Rushue's heart sank. She looked at Wang Hai's stingy look, then turned around and saw that Lin Feng had changed back into his own clothes. He was holding the expensive suit bag and looking at this side with a calm face. The faint smile at the corner of his mouth was like a needle, piercing her heart. He is laughing at the joke. He must be laughing at me in his heart for finding a fake rich second generation. A huge sense of humiliation surged into Zhou Rushue's heart, and she completely exploded. "Broken bag?" Zhou Rushue laughed angrily, her voice gradually becoming shrill. Yeah, in your eyes I'm just a piece of shit, but in my eyes you don't care about me at all. You're a liar. Who are you calling a liar? Wang Hai was also enraged and completely tore off his disguise. How much did I spend on you when I treated you to a meal, bought you makeup, clothes, and shoes? You're just a gold digger and an ungrateful person. The quarrel between the two became louder and louder, attracting more people to watch. Zhou Ruxue was so angry that she was shaking all over, her eyes red. She pointed at Wang Hai's nose and cursed, "Is all the money you spent on me as expensive as this bag? Wang Hai, I must have been blind to fall for you." "Humph, I'm the one who's blind, you vain woman." Wang Hai left a word, turned around and left, disappearing into the crowd without looking back. Zhou Ruxue turned her head and saw Lin Feng watching the fun beside her. She felt embarrassed and angry. Lin Feng slowly walked up to Zhou Ruxue and decided to teach this materialistic woman a lesson. He paused, and in Zhou Rushue's stunned eyes, he spoke clearly, word by word. "It's a pity that you're not good looking enough. Otherwise, I would consider buying one for you." The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Zhou Rushue's face froze instantly, and she stood there as if she had been struck by lightning. What did he say? He said I wasn't good looking enough? Lin Feng, who was humiliated by her in public and was called a toad wanting to eat swan flesh, now turns around and dislikes her for being ugly? An indescribable feeling of humiliation and anger erupted from the bottom of my heart like a volcano. Lin Feng. Zhou Rushue's voice changed tone sharply. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? However, Lin Feng didn't even have the interest to look at her any longer. He chuckled and turned around. Lin Feng felt so relieved. Such a sarcastic, vain and gold digger should be severely slapped in the face. That chuckle was like a needle, piercing Zhou Rushue's heart. Just wait, she yelled hysterically from behind, I will never let you go. I will make sure you pay. Lin Feng did not stop, but just raised his hand casually, waved with his back to her, and left in a leisurely manner. Zhou Ruxue stood there alone, trembling with anger, her nails digging deep into her palms. That back view was filled with confidence and disdain that she couldn't understand. Lin Feng didn't have time to pay attention to this sarcastic woman. The most important thing for him now is to succeed in the interview and pave the way for him to find his target goddess. Chapter 6, Interview with a Handsome HR Manager. In the afternoon, Jincheng Technology Company. Lin Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 33rd floor, straightened his suit, took a deep breath, and walked into the interview waiting area. There were already 7 or 8 people sitting inside, most of them young girls with delicate makeup and expressions that showed the nervousness and expectation of newcomers to the workplace. Lin Feng's eyes swept around inconspicuously. Sadly, none of them could make that ding sound in my head ring. He found an empty seat and sat down, not feeling too disappointed. The system required that only girls with a score of 85 or above could be considered target goddesses, which was indeed a high threshold. Next one, Lin Feng. Following the call from the receptionist, Lin Feng stood up and pushed open the door of the interview room. The room was simple, with a long table and 2 chairs. A woman sat behind a desk, looking down at some documents. She was dressed in a smart suit, her long hair tied up, revealing a fair neck. Her short business dress, paired with black silk stockings and high heels, gave her a sexy and mature look. Xinya, Human Resources Director of Jincheng Company. As today's interviewer. She seemed to have heard the door open and raised her head. The moment their eyes met, a ding sound rang in Lin Feng's head. The sound was clear and pleasant, it was the heavenly sound he had been waiting for a long time. The woman before him had perfectly refined features, not the sharp, internet-famous look, but rather a scholarly gentleness and the cool aloofness of a high-ranking official. Her eyes, in particular, were bright and calm. The system panel flashed before Lin Feng's eyes, and a clear line of prompts popped up. Target person detected, Xinya, 27 years old, height 168, appearance score 86, meets the system's target goddess binding in progress. Done. Interviewer Xinya was about to speak, but paused when the words came to her lips. A golden light flashed from the system. Xinya twitched, then opened her eyes wide and looked at Lin Feng's appearance. The young man in front of him was tall and straight, and the moment he walked in, the whole room seemed to brighten up a bit. His features were handsome to an extreme, his eyes were clear and bright, and he had a perfect smile that made people feel good about him for no reason. Xinya has seen countless people and all kinds of people, but at this moment she inexplicably felt her heart skip a beat. She quickly collected her thoughts, suppressed the small disturbance, and resumed the demeanor of a professional interviewer. Lin Feng? Please sit down. Her voice still sounded calm. Thank you, boss. Lin Feng pulled out a chair and sat down calmly. Xinya looked at the resume and asked, "Tell me about your strengths." She looked up at Lin Feng. This was a routine stress question. Lin Feng met her gaze calmly and smiled. "My advantage is that I can observe some details that others may not easily notice." Give me an example. He paused and added, "For example, my goal in coming to the interview today was to get an offer from your company. But during the interview, I also noticed some more detailed things. For example, the color of lipstick you're wearing, Manager Chin, actually complements your skin tone very well." Xinya was completely stunned. This answer was a bit unusual, even with a hint of subtle sarcasm, but coming from the mouth of this handsome young man, it not only did not make people feel disgusted, but instead made people feel that he was humorous and confident. Her cheeks couldn't help but feel slightly hot, and she subconsciously pursed her lips. The atmosphere of the interview suddenly became a little subtle. In the following question and answer session, Xinya tried hard to get the rhythm back on track, but her eyes were always involuntarily drawn to Lin Feng's face. This boy speaks very carefully, but his eyes are so alluring. Throughout the interview, Lin Feng remained calm and composed. He wasn't looking for a salary, but rather to explore the new map, and his mentality overwhelmed all his competitors. He could even feel that Director Chin's questions were more about inquiring into his personal situation than testing his business capabilities. "You don't have a girlfriend?" "No." "What are your hobbies?" "I have many hobbies, such as fitness, running, and singing." Xinya was very satisfied with Lin Feng's interview, but because she was the human resources manager, she still had to pretend to be calm. After the interview, Xinya said formally, "Okay, that's all for today. Go back and wait for further notice." "Okay, thank you, Manager Chin." Lin Feng stood up, nodded politely, and turned to leave. Before leaving, Xinya took the initiative to add him on WeChat, saying it was for the convenience of follow-up contact. After adding WeChat, Lin Feng left confidently. He knew that Xinya had been bound by the system as the target goddess, and there was a high probability that he would be accepted. Walk out of the company gate. Lin Feng opened his phone and clicked on the WeChat avatar of the person named Xinya. Looking at the exquisite selfies in the other person's circle of friends, I thought to myself that this was another potential target goddess. In the girls' dormitory, Su Muqing was staring at her phone intently, her cheeks burning. My roommate, Shen Jing, wearing a face mask, drifted over like a ghost. "My campus beauty, you've been staring at your phone for almost half an hour. Which handsome guy are you chatting with again?" No. Just ordinary friends." Su Muqing's voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum. Who would believe that? "Can an ordinary friend make you think for so long that you can't even send a message?" my roommate joked. This was the first time in her 21 years of life that she experienced this feeling of anxiety and fear. Lin Feng's shadow was all in his mind, but his fingertips lingered on the chat box for a long time, and he deleted the typed words one by one. "Hi, how are you? So ordinary. Do you remember me?" What if he forgot? "I'm Su Muqing." Too formal. Shen Jing saw Su Muqing staring at the WeChat chat window, typing a few words and then deleting them, then typing a few more words. She really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. "Oh, you're so stupid." Shen Jing snatched the phone, quickly typed a line of words and sent it out. "What are you doing?" Su Muqing exclaimed, but it was too late to snatch it back. There were only 2 words displayed on the screen: "Are you there?" "It's over, I'm dead." Su Muqing covered her face in despair. Ding dong. Lin Feng's cell phone rang. After the interview, Lin Feng just returned to the dormitory when a new WeChat message suddenly popped up at the top of his phone screen. It's Su Muqing. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the phrase "Are you there?" which could be considered an awkward conversation starter, and instead of feeling it was tacky, he laughed at it. This is in line with Su Muqing's personality. The aloof school beauty wants to take the initiative for once, but she is also clumsy and adorable. His fingers flew as he quickly replied. Always there. When Su Muqing received the reply, her heart suddenly shrank, as if she had been struck by an electric current. These 4 words moved her heart more than any fancy words. She took a deep breath, mustered up the greatest courage she had in her life, and typed, "Do you have any plans tonight?" Lin Feng looked at the screen and could no longer hide the smile on his lips. The fish has taken the bait. He replied without hesitation. Originally, there was one, but if you ask me out, then it's gone. Chapter 7, Date with the School Beauty Sue Mooching. The temperature of Sue Mooching's cheeks on the other side of the screen could almost melt the phone. These 4 words, like hooks, scratched her heart, making her feel itchy and numb. I used to have it, but if you ask me out, then it's gone. What kind of vicious words are these? Sue Mooching was so embarrassed that she wanted to bury her head in the quilt, but her fingertips were very honest. She remembered that she had promised to treat Lin Feng to a meal, and this was a perfect excuse. She took a deep breath, as if using up all her strength, and carefully typed the next line of words. I promised to treat you to a meal. The moment she sent the message, she placed the phone upside down on the bed, her heart pounding. She was afraid that he wouldn't reply, but also afraid that he would reply randomly. Lin Feng looked at the message and smiled. Following her words, I replied, how could I forget the meal with the campus beauty of Soochow University? He added, but let's be clear, this meal is my treat, there's no reason for a girl to pay for it. After seeing the reply, Sue Mooching's heart, which had just been relieved, became heavy again. She immediately replied, no. I agreed to treat you. It's a deal. It was followed by an emoticon of a kitten waving a fist, which looked both cute and determined. Lin Feng was amused. This girl was quite cute when she got serious. With a click of his fingers, he sent her an offer that she couldn't refuse. Then, you treat me to this meal, and I'll treat you to the next. Otherwise, I won't go. Next meal. When Sue Mooching looked at these 2 words, her brain buzzed and completely shut down. Is he making an appointment for another date? Sue Mooching's face was so red that it seemed to bleed, and her fingertips trembled as she typed 2 words. Okay. Then I'll wait for you downstairs of your dormitory at 6 p.m. later in the evening? Lin Feng replied almost instantly. Yes. Good. After finishing the chat, Lin Feng threw his phone aside and stretched comfortably. Done. He muttered to himself in a very good mood. Suddenly, the system sounded another electronic prompt tone. Ding. Target goddess Sue Mooching's favorability detected +5. Current favorability, 15 points. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 500,000 yuan. It has been automatically deposited into your bank account. The text message notification tone of the mobile banking rang at the perfect moment, and the string of zeros made people happy. 15 points of favorability. It's so easy to win the favor of this school beauty. With my amazing looks, winning the favor of school beauty Sue is as easy as drinking water. Lin Feng's mouth corners raised. It seems that this aloof school beauty is actually much hotter inside than she appears. As for the question of who would pay for dinner, he didn't care at all. Let you treat? Just pay the bill when the time comes. You're a girl, why are you competing with men for paying the bill? It was 6 o'clock in the evening and dusk was falling. Lin Feng arrived at the girls' dormitory building early. Not long after, a beautiful figure walked out of the dormitory building, instantly attracting all the attention around. Sue Mooching changed into a clean white JK uniform. Under the pleated skirt were 2 straight and well-proportioned long legs. White mid-calf socks wrapped around her slender ankles, and paired with a pair of white sneakers, her purity revealed a touch of heart-beating sexiness. She was obviously dressed up carefully and became the focus as soon as she appeared. The boys passing by slowed down their pace and their whispers could be heard clearly. Damn, the beauty from Soochow University is so beautifully dressed today, she's even prettier than a celebrity. These legs are amazing. Who is that man standing next to her? Why is he walking with Sue Mooching? Sue Mooching listened to the noisy discussions around her, her fair cheeks flushed slightly, she lowered her head uncomfortably, and walked quickly towards Lin Feng. Sorry, am I not late? She walked up to him and said in a soft voice. No, the timing is just right. Lin Feng smiled, his eyes frankly admiring her. You look very beautiful today. I almost thought you were a member of a girl group visiting our school. This straightforward yet not frivolous compliment made Sue Mooching's heart skip a beat and her cheeks became even hotter. You're the only one who talks too much. She muttered softly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. The 2 walked side by side out of the school, and Sue Mooching's rate of turning heads along the way was almost 100%. They chose a Western restaurant with a strong atmosphere. As soon as I walked in, the soothing music and whispers in the restaurant seemed to stop for a second. Almost everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn to Sue Mooching at the door. The waiter was stunned for a moment before he reacted and led them to their seats. There was a couple at the next table. From the moment Su Muching sat down, the boy's eyes seemed to be glued to her. He didn't even react when his girlfriend handed the steak she had cut to his mouth. His girlfriend's face visibly darkened. "Does it look good?" the girl asked coldly. "Ah? What?" The boy suddenly came back to his senses, looking confused. "I ask you, is she pretty?" The boy's desire to survive instantly came online, and he quickly shook his head. "No, I just think the lighting design of this restaurant is quite unique." Bang! The crisp sound of slapping was particularly loud in the quiet restaurant. The girl suppressed her anger and whispered, "If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyes out." The boy covered his face, feeling embarrassed and angry, and didn't dare to fart. This sudden scene made the guests at several tables around look over to watch the excitement. Su Muching felt a little embarrassed and subconsciously wanted to move her chair. Lin Feng came closer to her, lowered his voice, and said in her ear with a hint of smile, "It seems that being too beautiful is also a kind of trouble." A warm breath brushed past her ears, and Su Muching felt half of her body numb. She glared at Lin Feng, but she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes, so she had to pick up the menu to cover her grinning mouth. The meal took place in this subtle and somewhat humorous atmosphere. The lights in the Western restaurant are warm orange, and violin music flows in the air. Su Muching held the knife and fork in both hands, her fingertips exerting some force, and her heartbeat was even faster than the beat of the background music. She secretly raised her eyes and saw Lin Feng opposite her looking at the menu intently. The lines of his profile were perfect under the light and shadow, and every inch seemed to have been carefully carved. Noticing her gaze, Lin Feng raised his head and smiled at her. "Have you thought about what to eat?" "Ah. I can do anything." Su Muching instantly withdrew her gaze, and her cheeks began to heat up again. "Then try the beef Wellington here. I heard someone recommend it." Lin Feng didn't let her continue to worry about it. He made the decision naturally and ordered a few exquisite side dishes. After the waiter left, there was a brief silence at the table. Su Muching felt that she had to say something. After all, it was she who made the appointment. Congratulations, did the interview go well?" She remembered the news her best friend had found out. "You're well informed." Lin Feng cut the bread before the meal with an elegant movement. "Not bad, it shouldn't be a big problem." He placed a piece of buttered bread on Su Muching's plate, his movements so natural as if he had done it 1,000 times. Su Muching's heart skipped a beat again, and she lowered her head and whispered, "That's good." She felt like a child who had just learned to walk in front of him, staggering with every step. Chapter 8: Earning School Beauty's Favorability. "What about you? Aren't you tired of spending the whole day in the library?" Lin Feng took the initiative to turn the topic to her. "It's okay, I'm used to it." Su Muching ate the bread in small bites, feeling her tense nerves relax a little. "What about you? Besides running and working out, what else do you like to do?" She tried to make her tone sound like a casual question. Lin Feng thought for a moment and replied, "I used to enjoy playing games, but now I want to spend more time on more meaningful things." His gaze fell on Su Muching's face, his eyes clear and serious. "For example?" Su Muching asked subconsciously. "Like, having dinner with you." With a bang. Su Muching felt like her brain had completely crashed and she almost dropped the fork in her hand. This is too direct." Lin Feng's sudden flirtatious words caught Su Muching off guard. Looking at her ears that turned red instantly, Lin Feng's smile deepened. "This girl is really too funny." Coincidentally, the main course steak was served. The golden crispy crust wrapped around the tender beef, exuding fragrance, successfully diverted Su Muching's attention. She picked up her knife and fork, took a deep breath, and began to struggle with the steak in front of her. But the more nervous I got, the more uncontrollable the knife became. After cutting for a long time, the puff pastry was almost falling apart, but the beef remained motionless. "It's a bit embarrassing." Su Muching's face became even hotter. "It doesn't seem to be very obedient," Lin Feng from the opposite side suddenly said with a smile in his tone. "Do you need my help to teach it a lesson?" Su Muching raised her head and saw Lin Feng pushing his plate towards her. His steak had been neatly cut into evenly sized pieces, the pink cuts of the meat clearly visible. Let's switch. I've already cut my portion." Lin Feng said as a matter of course and directly exchanged her shattered steak. Su Muching looked at the sliced beef on the plate, and her heart seemed to be filled with something, and she felt warm. This kind of meticulous consideration is more lethal than any sweet words. She picked up a small piece with a fork and put it in her mouth. The meat was tender and had an excellent taste. Thank you. Why are you being so polite to me? Lin Feng smiled and began to slowly deal with the steak that she had cut into a mess, and his movements still did not look awkward at all. Ding! Su Muqing's favorability +5. Current favorability, 20 points. 5 points of favorability, system reward cashback of 500,000 yuan. The system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng felt very happy. While flirting with the campus beauty of Suzhou University, he also increased his favorability and received rewards and cash back. It was a double harvest of beauty and money. Su Muqing was very satisfied with the meal and gradually relaxed. The two chatted about interesting things at school and their future plans. She found that Lin Feng was not only good looking, but also had more conversation and knowledge than his peers. Just then, the waiter came over with a tray with 2 glasses of freshly squeezed mango juice. Hello, these are 2 cups of after-meal juice as a gift for our guests. Please enjoy. Perhaps because she was too nervous, Su Muqing subconsciously tried to move her body, but her arm hit the edge of the waiter's tray. Ah! A cry of surprise. The yellow mango juice poured out instantly, most of it splashed on her skirt, and even her white shoes were not spared. The sticky liquid soaked the hem of her skirt, leaving a large, glaring yellow stain under the light. Su Muqing's face turned pale in an instant, and then turned red. It's over. How can you be so clumsy in front of the person you like? She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I'm sorry. Miss, I. The waiter was also panicked and apologized quickly. Fine. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but extremely steady. He immediately took out several tissues, and then without any hesitation, squatted down on one knee before Su Muqing could react. Su Muqing froze. She stared blankly at Lin Feng, who was squatting in front of her, her mind blank. What is he going to do? Lin Feng didn't look up, but just focused on carefully absorbing the water stains on her skirt with a tissue, his movements as gentle as if he was treating a treasure. The air conditioning in the restaurant was very strong, but Su Muqing felt a surge of heat rushing from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, and her cheeks were burning. She could clearly see Lin Feng's thick eyelashes, high nose bridge, and his slightly pursed lips when he was concentrating. A faint, lemongrass-like fragrance emanated from him, lingering around her nose and domineeringly occupying all her senses. The distance is too close. It was so close that she could even feel the warm airflow from Lin Feng's breath gently brushing against her knees. Her heart was beating wildly in her chest, boom, 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 every beat made her eardrums numb. No need, I can do it myself. Su Muqing's voice was trembling. She wanted to shrink back, but her body was out of control. Don't move. Lin Feng didn't even raise his head, his tone was not one to be argued with, but it was also soothing. You'll ruin your skirt. These 2 simple words were like an electric current that instantly struck Su Muqing. She completely gave up struggling and let Lin Feng wipe her. At this moment, a crisp prompt sound rang in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Detected that the target goddess Su Muqing's heartbeat has exceeded 120, and her emotions are fluctuating violently. Favorability +5. Current favorability, 25 points. System reward cashback 500,000 yuan. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth lifted up imperceptibly. He raised his head and met Su Muqing's bewildered eyes. Okay, I'll take care of it for now. Lin Feng stood up and threw the soaked tissue into the trash can. Then he smiled gently at the bewildered waiter next to him. It's okay, it's not your fault. Then, he turned to look at Su Muqing, his eyes filled with a hint of dominance and pampering that could not be refused. Your skirt is wet and uncomfortable to wear. Come on, I'll go with you to buy a new one. Lin Feng pulled Su Muqing out of the restaurant without saying anything. The evening breeze was cool, blowing on Su Muqing's wet skirt, bringing an uncomfortable sticky feeling. She lowered her head, her heart in a mess. The scene of Lin Feng squatting down to wipe her skirt was replaying in her mind over and over again. I can change into something else myself when I get home. No need to bother. Su Muqing said in a low voice, but her feet involuntarily followed Lin Feng's steps. Lin Feng stopped and turned to look at her, his eyes looking particularly deep in the night. How can this be a problem? It would be my fault for letting you go back in a wet skirt. His tone was matter of fact, with a force that brooked no refusal. Su Muqing's heart skipped a beat again and she stopped talking. Soon, Lin Feng brought Su Muqing to a luxuriously decorated women's clothing brand store. The bright windows and exquisite models all demonstrate that the prices here are high. Su Muqing subconsciously grabbed Lin Feng's arm and said, "This place is too expensive. Let's come in and take a look." Lin Feng didn't give her a chance to retreat and pulled her in through the door. "Welcome." A female salesperson in a professional suit came up to us with a standard smile on her face. Lin Feng looked around and said directly, "Take out the best dress in your store that suits her best." The salesperson was stunned for a moment, then his eyes fell on Su Muqing. Although there were stains on her skirt, her face and outstanding temperament could not be hidden. She immediately understood that this was a rich second-generation man who wanted to spend a lot of money in front of the beauty. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." A moment later, the salesperson came over carefully holding a dress. "Sir, this is our brand's limited edition for this season, Violet Dream, designed by a famous Italian designer." Chapter 9, The local tyrant takes action and wins the heart of the school beauty. "How much?" Lin Feng interrupted her introduction. 58,000 yuan. The salesperson quoted the price while quietly observing the two people's reactions. 50,000. Su Muqing gasped, her eyes widening. How much was her monthly living expenses? This was enough for her to finish college. She tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes, lowered her voice, and said urgently, "Lin Feng, you are crazy. Go away, I don't want it." Lin Feng seemed not to hear and said to the salesperson, "Let her try it." "Okay." The salesperson immediately and attentively led Su Muqing to the fitting room. Su Muqing still wanted to struggle, but met Lin Feng's gaze that did not allow any objection, so she had no choice but to be pushed into the fitting room while looking back every few steps. The wait wasn't long. When the curtain of the fitting room was drawn open, the whole store fell silent for a moment. The purple dress perfectly outlined Su Muqing's slim figure. The diamonds on the hem of her skirt sparkled under the light, making her already fair skin even more radiant. The cool temperament blends with the noble elegance of the skirt, so beautiful that it makes people unable to take their eyes off it. Several boys passing by the store stopped in front of the window and looked inside curiously. The saleswoman was also stunned and murmured, "It's so beautiful. This dress is tailor-made for you." A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He walked up to Su Muqing and nodded with satisfaction. Su Muqing's cheeks felt hot when she was looked at. Although she thought she was beautiful in the mirror, she felt uncomfortable when she thought of the staggering price. "It's too expensive, Lin Feng, let me change it." "Pack it up, this is what I want." Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and said domineeringly. "Ah." Su Muqing was anxious, "I said I don't want it. I can't let you spend this money." Lin Feng turned his head and looked at her anxiously red eyes. His tone suddenly became very soft, "But I just want to give it to you." This simple sentence was like a warm current that instantly broke down all of Su Muqing's defenses. She looked at Lin Feng's serious eyes and could no longer say no. She felt both sour and sweet in her heart. Seeing this, the saleswoman quickly smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Miss, your boyfriend is so nice to you. By the way, we also have this model in black, which is also a classic color. Would you like to take a look at it?" As she spoke, she took out a black dress of the same style. Black is more mysterious and cool, but also breathtakingly beautiful. Now Su Muqing was in a dilemma. Purple was gentle, black was classic, and both looked good, making it difficult for her to choose. She was struggling when Lin Feng beside her suddenly spoke. "No need to choose," he said calmly to the still-dazed salesperson, "2 pieces. Pack them both." As soon as the words fell, Su Muqing and the female salesperson were petrified on the spot. Lin Feng didn't say anything extra and directly handed the bank card to the shopping guide who had been waiting on the side. The salesperson took the bank card with both hands, her voice trembling with excitement. "Okay, sir, I'll swipe your card right away." Just at the moment when the card was swiped successfully, the prompt tone rang again in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Detected that the target goddess Su Muqing's mood value has increased significantly, favorability +5. Current favorability, 30 points. System rewards cashback 500,000 yuan. Lin Feng calmly took back the card, took the 2 large bags packed by the shopping guide, and handed them to Su Muqing, who was still standing there in a daze. When she walked out of the store and felt the evening breeze blowing on her face, Su Muqing felt like she was alive again. She was holding the 2 heavy bags in her hands, feeling both happy and nervous. "Lin Feng. Thank you so much today, this skirt." She pursed her lips and whispered, "I don't know how to repay you." Lin Feng looked at her troubled little face, and suddenly an inappropriate thought popped up in his mind. If you say you want to pledge yourself to me, I won't be polite. He quickly shook this ridiculous idea out of his mind and coughed lightly. I am your senior. It is normal for a senior to buy a gift for a junior. Lin Feng didn't want to scare Su Muqing by being too direct. The words senior and junior made Su Muqing's heart sink suddenly, and she felt a little lost. Yes, it's just the relationship between senior and junior students. Su Muqing secretly looked at Lin Feng beside her. The lines of his profile were impeccable, his temperament was noble, and his every move revealed a confidence that ordinary people did not have. He must be a rich second generation from a prominent family. Moreover, he is the kind of tall, rich and handsome man who has a look comparable to that of a top star and is gentle and considerate. I must catch a man like this. But on second thought, Su Muqing became deflated again. Even though she was called the campus beauty, she was, after all, just a college student from an ordinary family. Besides being pretty and having good grades, what else did she have? Why would he look at her in such a special light? There must be no shortage of girls around him who are prettier and more outstanding than himself. The great joy and the sudden feeling of inferiority intertwined together, making her heart a mess. The lights in the mall are bright, but they are far less bright than the light in the eyes of the girl next to him. The two walked side by side on the way back to school. No one took the initiative to speak, but the atmosphere was not awkward at all. The evening breeze, with its residual warmth, gently blew up the ends of Su Muqing's hair. A few strands of hair brushed against Lin Feng's arm unruly, making him feel itchy. Soon, the girls' dormitory building appeared in front of us. Under the dim streetlights, Su Muqing stopped, lowered her head, and her fingers unconsciously fiddled with the hem of her new skirt. I am downstairs. Her voice was soft, with obvious reluctance. Yeah. Lin Feng responded and looked at her. Today, thank you. She finally mustered up the courage and looked up at Lin Feng quickly. The skirt. I like it very much. As long as you like it. Lin Feng smiled, his eyes calm. But it was agreed that you would treat me, but I ended up scaring you and causing me to spend money. I can't just let this go like this. Su Muqing was stunned and said hurriedly, I'll treat you next time. Definitely. Today's one doesn't count. She was afraid that Lin Feng would misunderstand that she wanted to default on the debt. Okay, Lin Feng said with a hint of teasing in his tone, I'll remember that. But I'll have to go to a different place next time. Why? Su Muqing asked subconsciously. Lin Feng moved closer, lowered his voice, and his warm breath sprayed on her ear. I'm afraid you'll spill the juice on yourself again. If it happens again, my heart won't be able to bear it. You. Su Muqing's face flushed red, feeling embarrassed and ashamed. She raised her hand and gently punched his arm. You're disgusting. The punch was soft and lacked strength, more like a coquettish act. Lin Feng was in a good mood, and the smile on his face deepened. Okay, hurry up, or the dormitory manager will lock the door. Yeah. Su Muqing nodded and walked into the dormitory building, looking back every few steps. It wasn't until her back disappeared at the door that Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and took out his cell phone. Ding, Su Muqing's favorability +5, current favorability 35. A system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Feng's ears. On the mobile phone screen, a bank text message notification was particularly eye-catching. XX Bank, your savings card account ending in XXXX has received 500,000 renminbi, and the current account balance is $500,000 was easily deposited into my account. Just then, a new WeChat message popped up at the top of the phone screen. It was sent by Su Muqing. Su Muqing, I'm at the dormitory. Rabbit. Chapter 10, The Jealousy and Curiosity of the Campus Beauty Roommate. The dormitory door was gently pushed open, and Su Muqing walked in with a blush on her face that had not yet faded. The two shopping bags she was holding were particularly eye-catching. With the classic color combination of pure white and dark black, the gold-plated brand logo on them reflected an expensive glow under the lights of the dormitory. Chen Jing, who was lying on the bed watching short videos, immediately caught sight of the two bags out of the corner of her eye. As soon as she put down her phone, she sat up from the bed, her tone filled with her usual familiarity and a hint of exaggeration. Hey, which Prince Charming took our school beauty out for a shopping spree? Show me what treasures she bought. Su Muqing placed the bag on her desk and said softly, nothing, just 2 pieces of clothing. The more she downplayed it, the more curious Chen Jing became. She walked over a few steps and without waiting for Su Muqing's consent, she reached into the bag and took out a dress. The silky fabric has a high-end touch, and the design and tailoring are visibly exquisite. Chen Jing's eyes quickly swept across the skirt, finally landing accurately on the small tag. Her breathing hitched for a moment. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 58,000? Chen Jing's voice changed a little. She quickly took out another one, but when she saw the same 5-digit price, she froze. Oh my god, Mu Qing, who the hell are you hooking up with? These two dresses together are almost as much as my annual living expenses. She was joking, but she couldn't hide the burning and probing look in her eyes. Su Muqing took the dress back from her hand somewhat awkwardly, and hung it carefully in the closet, her cheeks feeling a little hot. It was given to me by a friend. Friend? Chen Jing's voice rose a few notches. She leaned against the closet door, arms folded across her chest, and examined Su Muqing. What kind of ordinary friend would give you a dress worth hundreds of thousands of yuan? Tell me the truth, did that rich second-generation kid who was chasing you finally get you? She paused, her tone tinged with sourness. What kind of car is he driving? A Porsche or a Ferrari? It can't be the same guy driving the BMW M4 from last time. I heard he's been pursuing you for half a year, and you haven't responded at all. The other two roommates in the dormitory, Jian Tingting and Tianyi, immediately cast gossipy glances at him. Su Muqing was a little embarrassed by her question. She just lowered her head to adjust her clothes and said vaguely, "It's not them, don't guess blindly." Then who is he? Chen Jing persisted and moved closer to her. Why are you hiding it so well? Do you have any photos? Let me see them so I can help you check. There are so many rich scumbags nowadays. Don't be fooled. He said it as if for her own good, but the jealousy in his eyes was almost overflowing. Chen Jing and Su Muqing are roommates and so-called best friends, but the jealousy she feels towards Su Muqing grows like wildweeds. Why was Su Muqing always able to surpass her and become the recognized campus beauty? She was obviously not bad either. Su Muqing shook her head and said in a more serious tone, he is not that kind of person. We have just started, and I want to keep a low profile. Seeing Su Muqing's protective look, Chen Jing felt even more uncomfortable. She curled her lips and was about to say something. At this moment, Su Muqing's mobile phone on the table vibrated and the screen lit up. A WeChat message popped up. Chen Jing's eyes swept over subconsciously and happened to catch a glimpse of the sender's note. Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Chen Jing's brows furrowed instantly. She racked her brains but couldn't remember any famous rich second generation in the school with this name. Who is Lin Feng? Chen Jing pretended to come over casually and asked curiously, did you go out on a date with this Lin Feng today? Tell the truth. Is he handsome? What does he do at home? When Su Muqing mentioned Lin Feng's appearance, that impeccable face instantly appeared in her mind, and her heart skipped a beat. That face is simply a masterpiece of the creator, so handsome that it leaves people speechless. She didn't want to act too infatuated in front of Chen Jing, but faced with her roommate's questioning, she had to admit that she went out to eat with Lin Feng. Don't be so gossipy. I just went out for dinner with Senior Lin Feng today. That's all. His appearance is okay. Senior? Jian Tingting and Tianyi, the two roommates next to him, immediately became interested. Which senior? Anyone who can make our Suzhou University beauty fall in love with him must be extraordinary, right? That's right, tell me quickly, is he handsome? Is his family rich? Looking at the curious eyes of her roommates, Su Muqing felt a little headache. She wanted to keep the little sweetness that had just sprouted in her heart to herself and didn't want to bring it out and be judged by others. Chen Jing knew Su Muqing too well. The arrogant and picky campus beauty of Suzhou University has rejected so many handsome and rich second-generation men that a line stretches from the dormitory building to the school gate. How handsome must he be in real life for her to admit that he is okay? And looking at Su Muqing's infatuated look, and the fact that this senior named Lin Feng actually bought a skirt worth more than 100,000 yuan for Su Muqing, this is definitely not a simple matter. Chen Jing's curiosity and jealousy intertwined in her heart, making her eager to meet Lin Feng. Her eyes rolled, and she immediately took Su Muqing's arm affectionately, saying with a smile, how about we get together for dinner next time? Our dormitory sisters can help you to screen and see if this Lin Feng is worthy of our Suzhou University campus belle. These words sound like they are for Su Muqing's own good, but only she knows the real purpose. Su Muqing was extremely unwilling in her heart. Muqing, people have spent so much money, you can't just show some appreciation. Otherwise, people will think you are a girl who takes advantage of others easily. Chen Jing continued. Yeah, roommate Jiantingting chimed in, why don't you just treat him to a meal as a return gift? And by the way, take us along too, so we can help you check things out. Chen Jing wanted to see with her own eyes who this Lin Feng was and who could even make the arrogant Su Muqing fall in love with him. If Lin Feng is really that good, then, do I have a chance too? After all, apart from being not as tall as Su Muqing and not having as delicate facial features as Su Muqing, her figure is much better than hers. Su Muqing was somewhat moved by what they said. She wanted to see Lin Feng again, and she also felt that what Chen Jing said made some sense. She bit her lower lip, mustered up her courage, and began tapping her fingers rapidly on the screen. Su Muqing, Senior, to thank you for the skirt you gave me, I would like to treat you to a meal. Do you have time? After thinking about it, she added another sentence. Su Muqing, my roommates also want to meet you, they want to thank you on my behalf. After the message was sent, Su Muqing's heart beat faster and she stared at the screen nervously. In less than half a minute, Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng, okay, your roommate is my roommate. No, your friend is my friend. You decide the time and place. Just as Su Muqing breathed a sigh of relief, the second message popped up. Lin Feng, but, you brought 3 roommates here at once. Are you afraid that I will take advantage of you? Puff. When Su Muqing saw this message, her face suddenly turned redder than before, all the way to her neck. How could this guy be so good at flirting? She buried her face in the pillow in shame, but her heart was sweet. Chen Jing, who was standing next to her, looked at her with amorous looks, tightened her knuckles around the phone, and pulled up an ambiguous smile at the corner of her mouth. Okay, Lin Feng, right? I want to see what kind of person you are. Chapter 11. My female leader is the most beautiful person in the company. Boys' dormitory. Lin Feng looked at the invitation sent by Su Muqing and couldn't hide the smile on his face. Especially the sentence, my roommate wants to meet you too, is simply a stroke of genius. This is not an attempt to thank her on her behalf, it is clearly a hongmen banquet. He had just replied to the slightly teasing message when he imagined Su Muqing's embarrassed and annoyed look at the moment, and his mood suddenly improved. However, compared to his romantic relationship with Su Muqing, Lin Feng was obviously more interested in the cashback of favorability rewards. Just thinking about having a meal with the school beauty today, I will make a lot of money. The next meal will be another huge cash reward. The speed of making money is faster than a money printing machine. He was happily thinking about how to spend so much money when his cell phone vibrated again and a new text message popped up. Jincheng Group Human Resources Department, hello, Mr. Lin Feng. Congratulations on passing our interview and being officially hired. Please report to the company promptly at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So fast? Lin Feng was a bit surprised. Jincheng Group was a leading company in the industry, and its recruitment process was notoriously strict. From interview to offer, it took at least a week. I just had the interview yesterday, and I was notified to start work today? The image of the cool and capable beauty supervisor Chinya, whom he had interviewed yesterday, immediately came to his mind. Could it be? Just as this thought came to mind, the familiar system prompt sound rang again, even more urgent than before. Ding! Goddess Chinya's favorability detected +5. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 500,000 yuan cash rebate. It has been deposited into your bank card. Please check it carefully. Lin Feng looked at the phone screen and was completely stunned. Another bank deposit text message, 500,000. Good job. He finally understood that interview performance and professional ability were all nothing in front of this godlike beauty. It turns out that I went for an interview yesterday, and today the beautiful supervisor has already noticed me, and even increased her favorability by 5 points in one go. In one day, he had dinner with a campus beauty, got a job at a famous company, and made a net profit of over $1 million. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and couldn't help laughing. This life is like a cheat. He put away his phone and began to pack his luggage with great interest. Tomorrow is a brand new day. I wonder how many goddesses like Manager Chinya are waiting for me in Jincheng Company. Lin Feng's eyes were full of anticipation. The next day, Lin Feng officially reported to Jincheng Company. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the conference room was filled with new employees, all dressed in suits and ties, with the nervousness and anticipation of entering the workplace for the first time on their faces. Lin Feng seemed a little out of place, dressed in casual clothes and leaning back in his chair with a calm demeanor. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and the crisp sound of high heels came from far away, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Human Resources Director Chinya walked in. She was wearing a well-tailored black professional suit that outlined her graceful waistline. Under her hip-hugging miniskirt, she had a pair of straight long legs wrapped in black stockings and 7-centimeter stilettos. Every step carries an unquestionable aura. She looked around and her eyes finally fell on Lin Feng, who stood out in the crowd. Xinya's originally sharp eyes became dazed for a moment after she saw Lin Feng's face clearly. The deep eyes, high nose bridge and perfect jawline, when combined together, have a charm that can make your heart beat faster. Xinya quickly calmed herself down, cleared her throat, and began her onboarding presentation. Her voice was cool and competent, but Lin Feng noticed that the beautiful director's eyes always glanced towards him unconsciously. Lin Feng did not dodge, but met her gaze with interest, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. After a few times, even Xinya, who was used to big scenes, felt a little uncomfortable under Lin Feng's gaze, and her fair cheeks were quietly stained with a thin layer of red. The meeting ended and everyone prepared to leave. Lin Feng, please stay for a moment. Xinya's cold voice sounded. The other new employees cast glances at him with envy and a hint of jealousy. Soon, there were only 2 people left in the conference room. Xinya led Lin Feng to her director's office, and a faint scent of perfume hit them. I've read your resume. You graduated with a degree in management. Xinya sat in her boss chair, folded her hands on the table, trying to regain her dignity as a boss. Yes, Director Qin. It just so happens that our HR department is still short of staff. From now on, you will be in my department and report directly to me. Xinya said it seriously, as if this was a well-thought-out arrangement. Lin Feng's mind was as clear as a mirror. Abuse of power for personal gain? Thanks to the system, my godlike looks have conquered the female leader. He was overjoyed in his heart, but his face remained expressionless, even showing a hint of gratitude. Thank you, Director Qin, for your cultivation. It is my honor to learn from you. His eyes were frank and sincere, which made Xinya's heart skip a beat. She looked away in a panic, picked up a document and pretended to look through it. Well, go out and work. Okay, Director. Lin Feng turned and left, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised at an angle where she couldn't see him. As soon as I walked out of the office, the system voice rang again. Ding! Xinya develops a favorable impression of the host for the first time, favorability +5. Congratulations to the host, you have received 500,000 yuan in cash back. It has been automatically deposited into your bank account. He immediately opened the system panel and looked at the long string of zeros behind the account balance, and his heart was filled with joy. It seems that the trip to send Xinya this morning had a significant effect. Xinya looked so cold and serious that her favorability increased by 5 points so quickly. Quite interesting. Conquering such a thorny woman seems to be more challenging than dealing with those innocent girls. However, we can put romance aside for now. The most important thing right now is to make money. Xinya alone contributed 500,000 yuan. If there were a few more. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. He wanted to catch all the goddesses in the company in one fell swoop. Opening up the market is the key. He stood up, stretched, pretending to stretch his muscles, and began to stroll around the office area. Passing by the administrative department, a girl in a floral dress was walking by holding documents. She had a graceful figure and flowing long hair, and her back was worth a 90-point score. Lin Feng's heart moved, and he took 2 quick steps and passed by her calmly, while silently saying in his heart, "System, check it. Damn, the target appearance score is 82 points, which does not meet the binding standard." Lin Feng felt a pity. It was almost there, just a little bit. He didn't give up and strolled to the finance department downstairs. The finance department has always been a gathering place for beauties. Lin Feng immediately locked onto a short-haired girl who was carefully reconciling accounts. She had a capable temperament and beautiful profile lines. System, what about this? Damn, the target appearance score is 84 points, which does not meet the binding standard. Oh my god. Lin Feng almost couldn't help cursing out loud. Just 1 point. Is the system deliberately blocking him? He was a little skeptical, so he walked around several floors and looked at 7 or 8 good-looking female colleagues. As a result, the system prompt tone was, without exception, all cold and not up to standard. Lin Feng completely lost his temper. It seemed that the 85-point appearance threshold was much higher than he had imagined. There are hundreds of people in the entire Jinxing company, but there are so few goddesses who meet the requirements. It seems that his immediate boss Xinya is the ceiling of appearance in Jinxing company. He returned to his workstation dejectedly, slumped in his chair, and felt drained. This money is not easy to earn. Chapter 12, One Money Tree After Another. Lin Feng had just returned to his workstation and hadn't even sat down when a pleasant fragrance wafted over. When he looked up, he met Xinya's expressionless face. "Where did you go just now?" Xinya's voice was clear and cold, and no emotion could be heard from it. But Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This feeling is just like when I was in school and was caught by the homeroom teacher for having a premature love affair. Director Qin. Lin Feng stood up immediately, his mind racing. I just arrived at the company and am not very familiar with the environment. I thought I would walk around and familiarize myself with each department. This reason is impeccable and is a normal operation for new employees. Xinya looked at him quietly for 2 seconds. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, which made Lin Feng feel uneasy. Just when he thought he was about to be exposed, Xinya nodded and her tone softened a little. "Well, you should be familiar with the environment. But the company is so big, you won't be able to figure it out by yourself." As she spoke, she turned around. "Come with me, I'll show you around and explain your specific job description." Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then followed. The HR director personally serves as a guide for new employees? Isn't this a bit too much? Xinya walked in front, her high heels making crisp and rhythmic tapping sounds on the smooth floor. The faint scent of her perfume, mixed with the unique capable aura of a professional woman, kept entering Lin Feng's nose. She gave a detailed introduction, from the administrative department to the marketing department, from the tea room to the printing area, with clear logic and a pleasant voice. However, when passing some corners or narrow aisles, the occasional physical contact between the two always makes the atmosphere a little subtle. "Your position is in human resources, so your work reports directly to me." Xinya stopped in front of a floor-to-ceiling window and turned to look at Lin Feng. The afternoon sun shone through the glass onto her, giving her smart OL suit a soft glow. Document organization, meeting minutes, itinerary arrangements, these are all basics. Xinya looked into his eyes and continued, "I value your adaptability and learning ability more. Lin Feng, don't let me down." These words sounded like a boss's admonition and expectation to his subordinates, but Lin Feng read a different emotion from the depths of her bright eyes. His heart moved, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a row of white teeth. "Don't worry, Director Qin. I can't say much about my other strengths, but my learning ability is absolutely top-notch. I guarantee that I'll complete the task and won't cause you any trouble." He deliberately added a hint of sarcasm to test the reaction of his beautiful boss. Xinya was indeed stunned for a moment, then gave him a reproachful look, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up, although she quickly suppressed them. "You're not allowed to be so smooth-talking at work." Although he said so, the reproach in his tone was as light as a feather. At this moment, a long-awaited voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Xinya's favorability detected +1. Current favorability, 11 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a system cashback of 100,000 yuan. Done. Lin Feng felt ecstatic. This icy beauty director really couldn't resist the charm of her own 99-point appearance. Okay, you probably understand the company environment. Xinya returned to her businesslike demeanor, as if the tenderness she had just shown was just an illusion. Go back to your workstation first. If you have any questions, feel free to come to my office and find me. After saying that, she walked towards the director's office in her high heels without looking back. Lin Feng stood there, looking at her slim and graceful back, and then looked at the 100,000 yuan that had just arrived in the system account, and he was in a good mood. On one side is the campus beauty of Suzhou University and her group of gatekeeper roommates who are about to treat us to dinner again, and on the other side is the beautiful boss whose defenses have just been conquered a little bit by me. A lot of favorability means a lot of money. When Lin Feng saw the admiring eyes of the goddesses, it was as if he saw a cash cow. Just as I was happily fantasizing about the future, the phone screen lit up. Speak of Chow Chow and he will appear. Su Muqing sent a message, "Senior, are you free tonight? I'll treat you, let's have dinner together. My roommates would also like to get to know you." It was followed by a playful tongue-out expression. Lin Feng could almost imagine the cute look on the face of the Suzhou University campus beauty when she sent this message and was teased by her roommates. His fingers flew as he replied, "The school beauty personally invited me, so I have to make time even if I don't have time." Soon, the time and place were decided, 7 p.m., Box 9 at Li Ji restaurant at the school gate. After putting down his phone, Lin Feng was in a good mood and even read the boring employment documents with great interest. Just then, a crisp and rhythmic sound of high heels came from far away and finally stopped beside his workstation. When Lin Feng looked up, he met Qinya's beautiful eyes. "How are you feeling? Are you adapting to work?" Qinya's tone was very flat, and no emotion could be heard. "Very good, Director Qin, I'm familiarizing myself with the information." Lin Feng immediately stood up, looking like he was working diligently. Xinya nodded, her eyes sweeping across his computer screen before returning to his face. "You're new here, so you're not familiar with many of the business operations and interpersonal relationships. How about this? Stay for dinner tonight. I'll tell you in detail about the department's situation, which will also help you get started in your future work." Her reasons were impeccable, and were purely a reflection of a boss's care and support for his subordinates. But Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. "It's broken, there was a car crash. On one side is the school beauty you just made a date with, and on the other side is the beautiful boss who is also a cash cow and whom you cannot afford to offend. This is simply a life-threatening question." Seeing a hint of embarrassment flash across Lin Feng's face, Xinya's eyes changed slightly, and her voice became a little colder. "Why, is it inconvenient?" No, of course not." Lin Feng waved his hands quickly, his brain working rapidly, and his face instantly changed to an expression that was both helpless and apologetic. "Director Qin, this is such an unfortunate coincidence. My mother, she just came to visit me from her hometown this afternoon. Dinner was already arranged, so I have to have dinner with her. Look at this." As he spoke, he carefully observed Qinya's expression. Although this reason is ridiculous, filial piety is above everything else and no one can find fault with it. Sure enough, Xinya fell silent. She just looked at Lin Feng quietly, with inquiry and a flash of disappointment in her eyes, but she eventually regained her composure. The office was so quiet for a moment that the only sound was the air conditioning. After a few seconds, she spoke again, her tone businesslike. "So that's how it is. Your mother rarely comes here, so you really should have dinner with her." "Thank you, Director Qin, for your understanding." Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling his back almost wet. Tomorrow I'll treat you. You can eat anything you want. Let's talk about it later." Xinya said these 3 words lightly, turned around, stepped on her high heels, and walked towards her office without looking back, leaving behind only a capable and slightly lonely back. Lin Feng slumped in the chair and let out a long sigh. "It was a close call, I managed to get away with it." Just looking at Xinya's back, he felt inexplicably guilty. However, this emotion was quickly replaced by anticipation for the evening's date. The campus beauty and her roommates, how much favorability and how many hundreds of thousands of dollars would that be? Chapter 13, The Hongmen Feast of the Girlfriends Group, Discovering a New Goddess. 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Ji Restaurant. Lin Feng deliberately changed into his newly bought casual suit, without a tie, with the collar slightly open, which made him look solemn but not too serious. Even he felt that the person in the mirror looked a bit unfamiliar. When the door of box number 9 was pushed open, the chattering and laughing inside stopped abruptly. 4 pairs of beautiful eyes looked over at the same time. Su Muqing, who was sitting in the innermost seat, had her cheeks flushed red. Those clear eyes seemed to be filled with starlight, sparkling with moving brilliance, and all the words I had prepared were stuck in my throat. "Sorry, I think I'm late?" Lin Feng greeted with a smile, his eyes swept across the faces of 4 girls with different styles, and he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. He had a lot of experience in one-on-one tutoring, but this was the first time he had seen a jury consisting of 4 girls. No, please take a seat, senior." Su Muqing quickly stood up and pointed to the empty seat next to her. There was a girl sitting next to her. When she saw Lin Feng approaching, she took the initiative to move her chair to make more space between Su Muqing and her. Lin Feng sat down. On one side was the faint fragrance of Su Muqing, and on the other side was the slightly aggressive scent of another girl's perfume. "Senior, let me introduce you." Su Muqing finally recovered and pointed at the 2 girls opposite. "This is Jian Tingting, and this is Tianyi." "Hello, senior." Jian Tingting and Tianyi shouted in unison, their eyes full of curiosity and amazement. "Hello." Lin Feng nodded and smiled, feeling like a giant panda being watched. "This is Chen Jing, my roommate and best friend." Su Muqing paused when she introduced the last person next to her. Lin Feng's gaze then officially fell on Chen Jing beside him. Just one glance and his heart skipped a beat. This girl has big wavy hair and delicate makeup. Although her facial features are slightly inferior to Su Muqing's, when combined, she is definitely a goddess with a score of 85 or above. Especially her impressive figure, which made the tight top show off her curves. Almost at the same time, a harsh system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Target person detected. Name, Chen Jing. Age, 21. Height, 165 centimeters. Appearance score, 85 points. System binding successful. A bright golden light flashed by, and Chen Jing opposite him stiffened almost imperceptibly. Just now, she was looking at Lin Feng with some scrutiny and criticism. But the moment Lin Feng looked over, the scene in front of him seemed to have been edited by a photo editing master. His facial features, which were originally only delicate, instantly became as if they were chiseled by a knife and an axe. His deep eyes seemed to hide the vast galaxy. His straight nose and perfect lip shape formed a face that was enough to make any woman breathless. How is this possible? Chen Jing's mind buzzed and went blank. She had imagined 100 different looks of Lin Feng, ordinary, slightly handsome, even greasy and wretched, but she had never imagined that he would be this kind of top-notch male god who would subvert her aesthetic. This little girl Su Muqing is hiding too well. A mixture of shock, disbelief and intense jealousy instantly rushed into her heart. The moment Chen Jing's eyes met Lin Feng's, she felt her cheeks getting hot and her heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her throat. Lin Feng keenly captured the change in her eyes, from the initial indifference to the dullness and shock at this moment. Another one. He was immediately overjoyed. Another walking cash cow. But the next second, he was in trouble. Su Muqing's best friend? What the hell is this? If both of them were to flirt with each other, and their true intentions were to be exposed one day, the scene would be an epic disaster. If you don't handle one of them well, you will offend both sides. Forget about improving your favorability. You will be lucky if you are not involved in a mixed doubles match. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about something, the other two girls, Jian Tingting and Tianyi, were also looking at him calmly. The two looked at each other and saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. After all, in the eyes of Jian Tingting and Tianyi, Lin Feng's appearance is still at the level of an ordinary boy. That's all? Jian Tingting lowered her voice so only the two of them could hear. She's okay looking, but not as exaggerated as Mu Qing said, right? Yeah, he's just a pretty boy at best, far from being a top-tier handsome guy. Tianyi agreed softly. Why would our Mu Qing fall for him? Could it be that this senior has a mine in his family? Hello, I'm a little late today, so I'll drink a glass of wine as a punishment. Lin Feng regained his composure and gave them a perfect smile. In the eyes of Jian Tingting and Tianyi, this smile was polite. But in the eyes of Chen Jing and Su Muqing, it was like a spring breeze, causing ripples in their hearts. Chen Jing looked at Lin Feng like a crazy fan, with a little shyness on her face. This reaction made Su Muqing look at her in surprise. What's wrong with Jingjing today? Aren't you usually very generous? As soon as Lin Feng sat down, Su Muqing enthusiastically pushed the menu over to him. Senior, take a look at what you want to eat. You're welcome. Just order whatever you want. I'm not picky about food. Lin Feng said with a smile. The menu was passed back and forth between Lin Feng and Su Muqing. One was humble and the other was shy, so neither of them was willing to order first. Oh my, you two are really good. Chen Jing couldn't bear it any longer, so she grabbed the menu and complained angrily, if you keep pushing it, we're going to starve to death here. She quickly opened the menu and ordered several signature dishes in succession, then pushed the menu to Jian Tingting and Tianyi next to her, asking them to choose two as well. Finally, the menu returned to Lin Feng and Su Muqing. Well, you guys can handle the rest. Chen Jing's tone was unyielding. Lin Feng smiled in disgust with Su Muqing in a low voice, and added another squirrel mandarin fish and a soup. The restaurant is very efficient and the dishes were served in a short while. The atmosphere at the table heated up. Chen Jing picked up her drink, her eyes flicking between Lin Feng and Su Muqing. She said with a smile, speaking of which, I'm really curious, Muqing, how did you meet Senior Lin Feng? Su Muqing paused as she picked up the food, her cheeks flushed, and she said vaguely, I just happened to meet him on the road. By chance? Chen Jing immediately grasped the key point and pressed on, how long have you known each other? You don't look like you've just met. Just 2 or 3 days. Su Muqing's voice became smaller and smaller, almost inaudible. 2 or 3 days? Chen Jing immediately understood. With such a short time, it was likely that they had a mutual affection at best, not even a period of ambiguity. Then I have a great chance. Chapter 14, New Goddess in Full Power. She immediately put on the attitude of a good friend and said to Lin Feng, "Senior Lin Feng, please don't mind. Our Mu Qing is simple and innocent, so I have to help her check things out." After saying that, she began to interrogate him half jokingly and half seriously. "Where are you from? What do your parents do? You're almost graduating as a senior, how's your job search going?" Lin Feng knew everything clearly in his mind. The girl started to check the household registration. A series of questions came at him, and Lin Feng answered them one by one honestly. "I'm from the county town, and my parents run a small business. I just started working at Jinsheng Technology Company not long ago. I haven't received my diploma yet, so I'm still in the internship period." The three-word small business came out of his handsome face, and Chen Jing immediately thought of it as low-key family business. In her mind, she had already enacted a scenario where a rich and noble young man did not want to inherit the family fortune and came out to experience life at the bottom of society. Ding! Chen Jing's favorability +3, system reward, 300,000 yuan. Lin Feng was happy in his heart. This best friend is really good. She gave money just by asking a few questions. She is simply a living bodhisattva. Seeing his frank answer, Chen Jing's eyes showed even more appreciation, and she continued to ask, "Do you have any brothers or sisters at home?" "I have a younger sister who just turned 19. Ding! Favorability from Chen Jing +1, system reward of 100,000 yuan. Ding! Chen Jing's current favorability is 4 points. Seeing that Chen Jing was about to ask more questions, Su Muqing finally couldn't help it. She reached out and pulled Chen Jing's sleeve, scolding her, "Jingjing, why are you asking so many questions? It's like you're interrogating a criminal. It's making Senior Lin Feng embarrassed." Su Muqing felt a little uncomfortable. It was clearly her senior who she had made an appointment with, but why did she feel that Chen Jing cared about her more than she did? After being interrupted by Su Muqing, Chen Jing realized that she had gone too far. Her eyes rolled, and she immediately put on a righteous look, saying to Su Muqing confidently, "Isn't this for you? I'm helping you screen. There are so many bad men out there, and you're so naive. What if you get cheated?" These words sounded so reasonable that Su Muqing was unable to refute them for a moment and could only say "oh" in a depressed tone. In the corner, Jian Tingting and Tianyi's complaining session continued. "Why do I feel like Jingjing is more excited than Mu Qing? That's right, she's even checking. As for her family's small business, my third uncle also has a small business of a car repair shop in the village in the city. Why didn't I see her checking it out? Shu, keep your voice down." But seriously, the way they both looked at Lin Feng today was like a hungry wolf seeing meat. It was so scary. Although the two people's whispers were small, they did not escape Lin Feng's ears. He almost laughed out loud, "These two girls are simply funny." Chen Jing felt a pang in her heart when she saw the displeasure written all over Su Muqing's pretty face. Only then did she realize that she had been too eager and had aroused the vigilance of this silly best friend. If he continued asking, not only would he not get any more information, but he would push Su Muqing away. It would be difficult to ask Lin Feng out in the future using Su Muqing's name. As her thoughts raced, the questioning look on Chen Jing's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a sincere look of someone who was deeply concerned about her best friend. She held Su Muqing's arm affectionately, and with a bit of exaggerated emotion in her tone, she turned to Lin Feng and said, "Senior Lin Feng, please don't misunderstand me. I am just worried about you. You don't know how popular our Mu Qing is." As if afraid that Lin Feng wouldn't believe her, Chen Jing described it vividly. "The boys chasing her were lined up from our dormitory building to the school gate. There were rich second generations driving sports cars and sending flowers, and wealthy families with several companies, not to mention all the handsome guys on and off campus." Mu Qing didn't even blink an eye. These words not only raised Su Muqing's value, but also secretly warned Lin Feng. Su Muqing blushed and felt embarrassed and ashamed, so she reached out and pinched her. Quietly, "Stop talking nonsense." Chen Jing ignored her and looked at Lin Feng seriously, saying earnestly, "Senior, out of so many people, Mu Qing only dated you alone. What does this mean? So, you can't let our Mu Qing suffer any injustice." Her words of retreating to advance, under the pretext of "for the good of her best friend," were flawless. The slight resentment in Su Muqing's heart disappeared in an instant, leaving only the warmth of being protected by her friends and the shyness of having her secrets revealed in public. Lin Feng almost laughed out loud when he saw Chen Jing's acting skills, which were comparable to Sichuan opera's face-changing skills. My goodness, it's such a waste of talent for this woman not to apply to film school. His expression remained calm. Following Chen Jing's words, he looked at Su Muqing gently, with just the right amount of sincerity and doting in his eyes. Su Muqing met his gaze and felt her heart skip a beat. Her cheeks became incredibly hot and even her ears turned red. Ding! Su Muqing's favorability +5, system reward 500,000 yuan. Ding! Current favorability, 40 points. The system's prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind, making him feel good. Our school beauty is really awesome. One look from her is worth half a minute of questioning from this best girlfriend. Chen Jing watched the interaction between the two and sneered in her heart. A naive person is a naive person, and can be coaxed into submission with a few nice words. Just wait, I'll let you guys be proud for a while. When Su Muqing completely relaxes her guard, you'll see how I can get this extremely handsome guy. Her abacus was clacking, but her face still had that smile of a good Chinese girlfriend. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. The atmosphere at the table, under the catalysis of alcohol, went from tense to warm. Jian Tingting took a chopstick of boiled fish, her face flushed from the spiciness, and she didn't forget to wink at Su Muqing. Muqing, thank you for treating us today. This is the first time you've brought boys to eat with our entire dormitory. That's right. Tianyi also joined in the fun. Before, those rich second generations sent flowers downstairs, and you were too lazy to even open the window. The temperature of Su Muqing's cheeks, which had just cooled down, suddenly became hot again. She was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Lin Feng did not join in their teasing. He noticed that Su Muqing's gaze always inadvertently glanced at the plate of sweet and sour pork farthest from her. He picked up the serving chopsticks, picked up a piece naturally, crossed half the table, and gently placed it in the bowl in front of Su Muqing. Try this, it shouldn't be spicy. His voice was not loud, but it fell clearly into everyone's ears. Su Muqing's heart felt like it was gently brushed by a feather, itchy and numb. A warm current surged from the bottom of her heart, instantly dispelling the embarrassment. She lowered her head and pecked at the pork tenderloin in small bites with the tip of her chopsticks. The sweetness spread from the tip of her tongue to her heart. Yo Jian Tingting and Tianyi exchanged a knowing look and screamed in a strange tone. The smile on Chen Jing's face froze for a moment, but she immediately regained her warm demeanor. She picked up her wineglass and stood up with a smile. Come on, just eating food is so boring. Let's raise a glass together to celebrate that our Muqing, this 1,000-year-old iron tree, is finally blooming. Yes. We must celebrate. Su Muqing stamped her feet in shame and reached out to cover Chen Jing's mouth. Stop talking nonsense. She complained, but the blush on her face had already spread to her fair neck, and her hand holding the cup was a little unsteady. Lin Feng also stood up, his eyes sweeping across the faces of the people who were making a fuss, and finally landing steadily on Su Muqing's beautiful face. Chapter 15, Truth or Dare. Chen Jing put down her wineglass, her eyes flickering as she suggested with a smile, just drinking is boring. How about we play Truth or Dare? Okay. This is exciting. The other 2 roommates, Jian Tingting and Tianyi, immediately applauded, fearing that the world would not be in chaos. Su Muqing's heart skipped a beat and she subconsciously glanced at Lin Feng. But seeing how excited her 3 roommates were, she didn't want to spoil their fun, so she could only nod lightly as a sign of agreement. Then let's use this empty bottle. Whoever faces the bottle mouth gets it. No cheating. Chen Jing picked up an empty beer bottle and placed it in the middle of the table, with a barely perceptible excitement flashing in his eyes. The game begins. The wine bottle turned slowly, and everyone's eyes followed it. In the first 2 rounds, the bottle mouth was pointed at Jian Tingting and Tianyi respectively, and some harmless relationship questions were asked, and the atmosphere was very joyful. In the 3rd round, Chen Jing pushed hard and the bottle began to spin rapidly. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Finally, under everyone's gaze, the bottle mouth stopped steadily in front of Lin Feng. Wow! Junior Lin Feng. Choose quickly. Truth or dare? Jian Tingting and Tianyi started to make a fuss. Lin Feng touched his nose and felt several eyes focused on him, especially Su Muqing's, who looked a little nervous. He smiled and said, "It's my first time playing, so I'd better play it safe and choose truth." Chen Jing seemed to have anticipated his choice and immediately asked the prepared question, "Lin Feng, among the girls here, who do you think best fits your ideal type?" As soon as this question was asked, the air in the box suddenly became quiet. Too direct. Jen Tingting and Tianyi both held their breath, their eyes moving back and forth between Su Muqing and Chen Jing. Su Muqing's fingers holding the juice cup tightened slightly, and her heart beat faster. She pretended to be calm and looked at the table, but her ears were perked up. Everyone thought that Lin Feng would be embarrassed, but he just paused and smiled calmly. It's all good, but... He deliberately dragged out his words, his eyes casually sweeping over Su Muqing. Seeing her nervous expression, he felt a little amused. I personally appreciate those girls who are cold on the outside but warm on the inside, who have their own ideas, and who are also very outstanding. Although no one was mentioned in this remark, the girl who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, everyone present could tell that it was referring to Su Muqing. Lin Feng. Is Lin Feng confessing his feelings? Chen Jing felt jealous. In front of Chen Jing, Su Muqing's cheeks turned red in an instant. She quickly raised her eyes and glared at Lin Feng, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The worry and jealousy in her heart disappeared in an instant, replaced by a hint of sweetness. Ding! Su Muqing's favorability plus 10, system reward of 1 million yuan. Ding! Su Muqing's current favorability is 50 points. Ding! The host has accumulated 50 points of favorability, triggering a random mysterious reward. The prize is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, God-level fighting technique. God-level fighting skills, as the name suggests, means the host has acquired God-level martial arts fighting skills, capable of defeating 10 adult men in a single fight. A series of system prompts exploded in Lin Feng's mind, making the smile on his face deepen. Wow, this wave is really profitable. Chen Jing's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal as she led the applause. That's a good answer, very clever. Come on, next round. She felt a little unhappy, but more of it was unwillingness. She just didn't believe that she would lose to Su Muqing. The atmosphere in the box gradually heated up with alcohol and laughter. The empty wine bottle started spinning again, twirling in the middle of the table like a compass of fate, and every pause touched everyone's heartstrings. Stop, stop! Tianyi exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the bottle mouth, which was facing Su Muqing. For a moment, Su Muqing felt her heart skip a beat. She subconsciously glanced at Lin Feng and found that he was looking at her with interest, with a hint of smile in his eyes. Wow! Our school beauty has fallen for it. Chen Jing's voice was the loudest. She held her wineglass, her face showing the excitement of watching the fun. Muqing, choose, truth or dare? Jen Tingting and Tianyi also joined in the fun, honestly. Honestly. We want to know the school beauty's secret. Su Muqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She was usually aloof and quiet, so being the center of attention in such an occasion made her somewhat uncomfortable. She took a sip of the juice in front of her, trying to mask her nervousness. I choose truth, she said softly. This choice surprised Lin Feng a little. He thought that with Su Muqing's personality, she would choose a more convenient adventure. Chen Jing's smile deepened. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. She cleared her throat, deliberately lengthening her voice, and asked word by word, okay, my question is very simple. Muqing, do you have someone you like right now? As soon as this question was asked, the box fell silent instantly. Everyone's gaze became ambiguous, looking back and forth between Su Muqing and Lin Feng. Su Muqing tightened her grip on the cup, a faint white tinge emanating from her fingertips. She felt her cheeks grow even hotter, almost burning. This question was too direct, practically putting her on the spot. She could feel Lin Feng's gaze. That look was not aggressive at all, but it left her with nowhere to escape. Admit it? Or deny it? If I deny it, my heart will ache. If I admit it, it will be too embarrassing. Chen Jing looked at Su Muqing's embarrassed expression and felt a sense of pleasure in her heart. She just wanted to see Su Muqing's flustered look. It turned out that the usually high and mighty school beauty could also be at a loss like this. What's wrong, Muqing? Is this question difficult to answer? Chen Jing asked with feigned concern. If you don't have it, then don't. We won't laugh at you. Chen Jing thought that if Su Muqing was shy and said that she didn't have anyone she liked because of her face, wouldn't it mean that she didn't like Lin Feng and she could snatch Lin Feng away openly? Su Muqing took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She raised her eyes, meeting Chen Jing's gaze, which seemed concerned but was actually watching the show, and then she said slowly and clearly, yes. A single word, light and airy, was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Wow! Who is who? The gossip fire of Jian Tingting and Tianyi was completely ignited. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable heat welled up from the depths of his heart. Was it him? Could it be him? He saw that after Su Muqing said that word, her ears turned red, but she still kept her back straight, maintaining the last bit of pride. Then, that person, is he here tonight? Chen Jing kept asking. She wanted a definite answer. Su Muqing didn't answer again. She just picked up the cup and drank the juice in it. Then she gently put the cup down and said, I have answered one question. It's time for the next round. Her voice was not loud, but it carried a firmness that brooked no room for argument. Seeing her like this, everyone felt it was inappropriate to ask further questions and just gave up. But everyone's guess was in the same direction. The game continues. In the box, everyone drank a lot of wine, and they were in high spirits, having more and more fun. Chapter 16 Chen Jing's Little Tricks. She turned the bottle again. This time, the bottle mouth seemed to be cast with magic. After turning a few circles, it was aimed at Lin Feng again. It's you again. Lin Feng, you are so lucky today. Tianyi laughed. You can't choose truth this time, you have to take a chance. Chen Jing immediately blocked Lin Feng's retreat. Lin Feng spread his hands helplessly. Okay, let's take a big risk. Chen Jing's eyes flashed, and she said, my big dare is very simple. Here's a dice. We are 4 girls. Muqing is 1, I'm 2, Tingting is 3, and Yi is 4. You roll the dice, and whoever you roll gets your eye contact on for 10 seconds. No smiling allowed. This punishment doesn't sound severe, but it is full of ambiguity. Su Muqing's heart was in suspense again. She put her hands together quietly under the table and muttered to herself, 1, it must be 1. Lin Feng picked up the dice on the table, tossed it in his hand, and threw it casually. Gurgle. The dice rolled across the table for several times and finally came to a stop. A bright red dot clearly caught everyone's eye. It's 2. Chen Jing. The light in Su Muqing's eyes dimmed instantly. She picked up the cup and took a big gulp of juice. The cold liquid couldn't suppress the inexplicable irritability in her heart. Chen Jing was delighted, but pretended to be a little shy and embarrassed on her face. Oh, why is it me? I'm so embarrassed. While she said this, she had already sat up straight and looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Jingjing, I'm sure you'll accept the loss. Hurry up, start. Under the urging of everyone, Lin Feng had no choice but to sit opposite Chen Jing. Their eyes met. Chen Jing's eyes were big and bright. She met Lin Feng's gaze without any hesitation, and even blinked mischievously. Her plump chest rose and fell slightly with her breathing. In her perspective, Lin Feng's already handsome face was now even more impeccably handsome. Every detail seemed like the most outstanding work of God, making her heart beat faster and her cheeks hot. Lin Feng didn't feel anything, he just thought it was a little funny. 10 seconds passed quickly. Okay. Time's up. Jian Tingting shouted while holding the stopwatch. Lin Feng looked away with a sense of relief, but Chen Jing felt a little unsatisfied. At this moment, the system prompt sounded quietly in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Goddess Chen Jing's favorability detected +2. Ding! Current favorability, 6 points. Ding! Triggering the 10,000 yuan cashback reward. Congratulations to the host for winning 200,000 yuan in cash. Lin Feng's heart moved. This money came too easily. Wow! Jingjing, you're blushing. 10 seconds. That feels so long. Did an electric current just pass through you too? Jian Tingting and Yi were cheering on the side, and the atmosphere was very lively. Only on Su Muqing's side, the air pressure was terribly low. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes drooping, hiding all the emotions in her eyes. The noise in the entire box seemed to be isolated from her. Lin Feng immediately noticed the source of the low pressure. Something in his heart moved, and he quietly moved his chair and moved closer to Su Muqing. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he asked softly, "What's wrong? The juice doesn't taste good? Your face is almost wrinkled like a bun." His voice was gentle, with a barely perceptible smile, and his warm breath brushed past Su Muqing's ears, causing her to shrink her neck sensitively. Su Muqing suddenly looked up, her eyes were a little red, like a little rabbit that had been wronged. She met Lin Feng's concerned eyes, and the irritability and grievance in her heart were instantly magnified several times, but she said stubbornly, "No, the juice is delicious." There was a hint of sob in her voice that she herself didn't even notice. The aloof school beauty's appearance at this moment is extremely lethal. Lin Feng felt amused. This little jealous guy was so obviously upset. He lowered his voice, his tone adding a touch of coaxing. "Okay, it's just a game, don't think too much about it." This simple sentence seemed to have magical power, instantly smoothing out the wrinkles in Su Muqing's heart. She looked at Lin Feng's handsome face so close to her, and the grievance she felt vanished, replaced by a hint of sweetness. She hummed softly, a blush spreading across her cheeks, and the light in her eyes brightened again. This scene was seen clearly by Qin Jing, who was standing opposite. Alarm bells rang in her heart. Su Muqing's concern for Lin Feng far exceeded her imagination. Lin Feng's ability to cheer her up with just a few words was not a good sign. If this continues, not only will he not be able to get close to Lin Feng, he will probably even have the chance to speak because of Su Muqing's vigilance. No, her doubts must be dispelled. Chen Jing's eyes rolled, and she immediately put on an extremely sincere smile. She raised her glass and said to Su Muqing half jokingly and half seriously, "Oh, my Muqing, the campus bell, please don't be jealous. Aren't we all just checking for you?" She paused, then deliberately raised her voice so everyone could hear. "Think about it, if Lin Feng's mind wanders after even looking at me for 10 seconds, then we can't trust a guy with such poor concentration to you, right?" This statement was flawless. She explained the interaction between herself and Lin Feng as a test for her best friend, and also praised Su Muqing in the process. Jian Tingting and Yi immediately agreed. Yes, Jingjing is right. We are all Muqing's family, so we must strictly control the situation. Su Muqing is a naive and love-brained girl. After hearing what they said, she immediately felt much more relieved. So, it turns out that they were helping me test Lin Feng? She looked at Chen Jing's sincere face, and the last bit of resentment in her heart disappeared. She said gratefully, "Jingjing, thank you." Chen Jing smiled even brighter. She leaned over and affectionately took Su Muqing's arm. "We are best friends. Don't worry, we are all looking forward to you finding your partner soon. When you and Lin Feng are together, you have to treat us to a big meal." "That's right. We must rip off the rich." Everyone laughed again. Su Muqing blushed at what they said, lowered her head shyly, and whispered in defense, "Don't talk nonsense. Lin Feng and I have only known each other for a few days, and we are still in the stage of getting to know each other. It's not yet that I'm single." Hearing this, Chen Jing took Su Muqing's arm, her smile still sweet, but a hint of cold sneer flashed in the depths of her eyes. "Naive, I actually believed it. Still getting to know each other? Doesn't that mean they haven't confirmed their relationship yet? Very good. I'm not trying to steal your girl, you said it yourself. You are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. In that case, I want to be polite. Why should a guy like Lin Feng, who has both top-notch looks and temperament, belong to you, Su Muqing? How am I, Qin Jing, any worse than you? In terms of figure, I'm much more attractive than a shriveled vase like you. Just wait, Su Muqing. Soon, you'll know what a best friend is and what a competitor is." Chapter 17, The System is Awesome, God-level skills are coming. In the following time, the atmosphere in the box returned to a superficial harmony. Everyone played a few more rounds of the game, but intentionally or unintentionally avoided the ambiguous punishment just now. While Lin Feng was dealing with the situation, he observed the two girls beside him out of the corner of his eye. One was Su Muqing, who had completely let down her guard and was eating fruit in small bites, secretly glancing at him from time to time, her heart filled with joy. The other is Qin Jing, who seems to be enthusiastic, but in fact her eyes are wandering, and she always inadvertently meets his gaze and sends him a wink. Interesting. Lin Feng smiled secretly in his heart. This meal was much more exciting than he had imagined. During this happy time, Lin Feng silently paid for the menu. The party ended and the four of them walked out of the restaurant. "Lin Feng, you take Mu Qing back to the dormitory. The three of us can go back by ourselves." Chen Jing was very tactful and pulled Yi and Tingting, taking the initiative to create an opportunity for Lin Feng and Su Muqing to be alone. "Okay, be careful on the road." Lin Feng nodded. Su Muqing's face was filled with a happy smile as she waved goodbye to Chen Jing, Tingting and Yi. The moment Chen Jing turned around, she quickly took out her cell phone, tapped her finger on the screen, and then walked away with Yi as if nothing had happened. Lin Feng's cell phone vibrated slightly in his pocket. He didn't take it out to look at it immediately. After sending Sumuching back to the girls' dormitory, the two chatted for a few more words reluctantly until the dormitory manager started urging them to leave. Sumuching then ran in, looking back every 3 steps. As he watched her figure disappear at the door, the gentle smile on Lin Feng's face slowly faded. He pulled his phone from his pocket and unlocked the screen. A new WeChat message. It was a friend verification message sent by Chen Jing. How did Chen Jing get my phone number to add me on WeChat? Maybe Chen Jing called me when we were looking for a hotel room for the party just now. Lin Feng was thinking as he walked. Even though Chen Jing might have other intentions, he couldn't reject her friend request, otherwise it would be too ungraceful. Lin Feng didn't think anymore and just clicked on the verification button. Suddenly, another new WeChat message. Lin Feng, I had a lot of fun today. By the way, when I looked into your eyes, my heart beat really fast, shy. Ding. Goddess Chen Jing's favorability detected +4. Ding. Current favorability, 10 points. Ding. Triggering the 10,000 yuan cashback reward. Congratulations to the host for winning 400,000 yuan in cash. Lin Feng looked at the message, a playful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Instead of replying, he opened the bank app. A new deposit notification is clearly displayed on the screen. 400,000 renminbi was credited to your account at XXXX on XXXX. Lin Feng turned off the screen of his mobile phone and looked up at the direction of the girls' dormitory. The night was dark and undercurrents were surging. It seems that this game has just begun. The dormitory door closed with a click and Lin Feng staggered and fell onto the chair. The alcohol was taking effect, my cheeks felt hot, and the whole world felt a little dizzy. System. Lin Feng muttered to himself in his mind. A light blue screen that only he could see appeared before his eyes, clearly showing his battle results. Currently accumulated total goddess favorability points, 71 points. Through the favorability gained from the goddess in the past few days, Lin Feng has received more than 10 million in reward cashback. But Lin Feng is not a person who is content with the status quo. Money is good, but the various strange skills in the system mall make him even more itchy. What if you draw something like X-ray vision or invisibility? Wouldn't your life just take off? Thinking of this, the heat in his heart could no longer be suppressed. System, exchange for random skills. As he thought about it, his favorability instantly changed from 71 points to 61 points. Then, a huge stream of information flooded into his mind, nearly overwhelming him. By the time he came to his senses, his mind was already filled with a wealth of knowledge about market analysis, project evaluation, and risk control. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level planning mastery skill. God-level planning mastery skill. This skill allows the host to gain insight into the core requirements and potential risks of any project, and to create a plan that is logically perfect, creative, and irrefutable. Lin Feng was stunned for a long time. Planning proposal? What can this thing do? Let him go to a big company and work like a slave for the capitalists, working 996 every day? Damn! Is the first 10 consecutive draws so bad? Lin Feng couldn't help but curse, feeling a chill in his heart. He didn't believe it and gritted his teeth. Again! The favorability was deducted by another 10 points, becoming 51 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super Repairman skill. Super Repairman skill, as the name suggests, the host can repair any item that can be repaired. Lin Feng's eyes went dark. Repairman? Or super? He looked down at his hands. Did they look like they could screw screws or solder circuit boards? Was the system playing a joke on him? Later, when the goddess' cell phone broke, he went up and fixed it in a few seconds, and then the goddess said with emotion, Lin Feng, you were such a good person? The scene was so beautiful that he couldn't bear to think about it. Thank you so much, system. Lin Feng said this almost while gritting his teeth. Twice in a row, what weird things did I get? Damn it, I don't believe it. Lin Feng was so excited, like a gambler who had lost all his money one last time. Come again. Favorability 10, 41 points remaining. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Super Wind Ear. Super hearing, the host shakes his ears 3 times and can hear sounds from any coordinate location within a 1-kilometer radius. Clairaudience? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This name sounds interesting. He couldn't wait to follow the extra instructions in his mind, concentrated his mind, and twitched his ears lightly 3 times. Buzz. The whole world changed in an instant. The sound of his buddy in the next dormitory grinding his teeth and snoring, the sweet whispers of a couple by the flower bed downstairs, and even the slight sound of a car running over a manhole cover on the road a kilometer away, all poured into his ears clearly. Oh shit. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, so bright that it was frightening. This skill is awesome. Isn't this a legitimate eavesdropping tool? Doesn't it hold all the secrets of a business, or even the inner thoughts of a goddess? The previous depression was swept away, replaced by an indescribable excitement. These 10 points of favorability were worth it. It was worth it. The huge surprise and the alcohol in his body made Lin Feng roll around on the bed excitedly for a few rounds, and finally he fell into a deep sleep with contentment. Chapter 18 Qinya's Pursuer. The early morning sunlight shines through the glass curtain walls of the office buildings, giving the city a golden edge. Lin Feng was riding his buzzing little electric scooter, struggling to make his way through the traffic when a delivery motorcycle passed him at lightning speed. He couldn't help but curl his lips. He had an 8-digit deposit in his bank card, but he was still competing with the delivery guy for the road. What was going on? I have to pick up a car someday, otherwise my multi-millionaire status will be too cheap. I arrived at Jinshen Company, punched in, and walked into the office. Colleagues were chatting in groups of 3 or 4, but Lin Feng did not join in and went straight to the tea room. He remembered that he had rejected Qinya's invitation yesterday, and was thinking about how to regain her favorability. Mr. Qin is the only cash cow of the company, and he cannot let it wither because of a small matter. He specially picked out a clean white porcelain cup and brewed a cup of fragrant Blue Mountain coffee, preparing to send it to Qinya. Just as I reached the door of the Human Resources Director's office and before I even raised my hand to knock, I could faintly hear a man's persistent voice from inside. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and his ears twitched 3 times subconsciously. With the super hearing skill activated, the conversation in the office became clear instantly. Qinya, just give me a chance. Let's have dinner together tonight, just one meal. The man's voice was filled with a greasy pleading. It was Zhang Shuai, the marketing director. Director Zhang, please be careful with your address. In the company, please call me President Qin. Qinya's voice was as cold as ice. Also, I've made it very clear. I have an appointment tonight. Have a date? Which pretty boy is it? Zhang Shuai's tone suddenly became sarcastic. I don't need to report to you who I have an appointment with, Director Zhang. Qinya retorted bluntly. Lin Feng, who was outside the door, paused slightly with his hand holding the coffee cup. Damn it, poaching my employees right in front of me? Using my ATM, how can I tolerate this? Lin Feng no longer hesitated and raised his hand to knock on the office door. Boom! 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 There were 3 knocks on the door, neither light nor heavy, but they just happened to interrupt the next slander that Zhang Shuai was about to say. Please come in. There was a barely perceptible sense of relief in Qinya's voice. Lin Feng pushed the door open and walked in with his usual cheerful smile on his face. He saw at a glance that Zhang Shuai was leaning over Qinya's desk, his body leaning forward, forming an extremely oppressive posture. Qinya leaned back in her chair, her brows furrowed and her expression cold. Seeing Lin Feng coming in, Zhang Shuai's face instantly darkened. He stood up reluctantly, straightened his expensive suit, and his eyes were full of displeasure at being disturbed. Who are you? Can't you see that President Qin and I are discussing serious matters? Zhang Shuai looked Lin Feng up and down, his tone filled with the arrogance of a person in a high position. Lin Feng ignored him and walked straight to the desk. He gently placed the coffee in front of Qinya and said with a gentle smile, Boss Qin, seeing that you have been busy all morning, I made you a cup of coffee to refresh you. His voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into the tense atmosphere in the office, causing ripples. When Qinya saw Lin Feng, especially when she saw the clean and sunny smile on his face, the corners of her tense mouth softened unconsciously, and the frost in her eyes melted a little. She picked up the coffee, sniffed it gently, then looked up at Zhang Shuai, her tone returning to its usual aloof and assertive tone. Director Zhang, we finished discussing work matters. You can leave now. This rude order to leave made Zhang Shuai's face turn pale and blue. He glared at Lin Feng fiercely, his eyes seemed to say, boy, just wait for me, then he turned around angrily, opened the door heavily and walked out. The office door slammed shut, isolating himself from the outside world. Only Lin Feng and Qinya were left in the room, as well as the curling steam rising from the cup of coffee. There was a subtle quietness in the air. Lin Feng, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He raised the corner of his mouth, stretched out his long legs, and walked straight towards Chinya's desk. As Lin Feng approached, a refreshing masculine scent came to her face. Chinya felt her heart skip a beat. The fingertips holding the pen exerted a little force, and a thin layer of white appeared on her knuckles. "Boss Chin." Lin Feng's voice sounded above his head, with a hint of smile, clear and magnetic. Chinya's heart tightened, and she slowly raised her head, trying to make her expression look the same as usual, with the dignity and aloofness that a boss should have. But the moment she saw Lin Feng's face, a crack inevitably appeared in her defense. Under the effect of the handsome man system, the face in front of him was absolutely perfect from every angle. No woman can remain calm in the face of such a face. "What's the matter?" Chinya asked, but her voice was a little drier than expected. "I feel really bad for standing President Chin up yesterday." Lin Feng placed his hands on her desk, leaning forward slightly to close the distance between them. "I figured I had to make up for it tonight. I wonder if President Chin would be willing to give me another chance." As he spoke, he looked at Chinya without blinking, his eyes sincere and warm. Chinya felt her cheeks getting a little hot. She subconsciously avoided Lin Feng's gaze, picked up the pen on the table, and absent-mindedly drew circles on the document. "Today?" She pretended to be silent and flipped through the notebook on the table, which had nothing scheduled. "I might have something else tonight. I need to see if I can postpone it." She said this without any confidence, and even she felt it was fake. Lin Feng was a man of great character. He could see through the duplicity of his female boss at a glance. He chuckled, but didn't point it out. Instead, he said, "Boss Chin, please don't. Just take pity on me, a newcomer, and give me a chance. Let me treat you to a meal as tuition. Just a few pointers from you would be enough to benefit me immensely. This meal is worth the experience I've paid for." These words not only praised Chinya, but also gave her an opportunity that she could not refuse. Sure enough, the corners of Chinya's tense mouth relaxed slightly. Ding! Deep interaction detected with target goddess Chinya. Chinya's favorability increased by +5. Currently, Chinya's favorability is 16 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a system cashback reward of 500,000 yuan. It has been automatically transferred to your bank account. Lin Feng's cell phone vibrated slightly in his pocket, and the smile on his lips deepened. "All right." Chinya finally relented, but still maintained her composure. "Since you're so sincere, I'll postpone my plans for tonight. You decide the time and place." "Okay. I guarantee that President Chin will be satisfied." Lin Feng snapped his fingers. His goal was achieved and he was in a good mood. Seeing Lin Feng's sunny look, Chinya's mood also brightened, but she soon remembered another thing and her expression became serious again. She cleared her throat, leaned back in her chair, and regained her director's aura. "There's one more thing." Chinya looked at Lin Feng, her tone brooking no room for argument. "From today on, you'll move to the office next to mine." "Ah?" The smile on Lin Feng's face froze. Chapter 19. I have my own office. Next to Chinya's office is an independent office with an excellent view. It used to be the position of the deputy director, but after the deputy director resigned, it has been vacant ever since. "Let him, an intern, sit in that position?" Chinya seemed to see through his confusion and explained, "You are now my assistant, responsible for following up on the training plan for new employees. Sitting closer will make it easier for us to communicate about work at any time and improve efficiency." This reason sounds plausible and impeccable. But Chinya's little calculations were going on in her mind. On the one hand, it is indeed for the convenience of work. On the other hand, she also had her own selfish motives. With Lin Feng under her watch, wouldn't those flies like Zhang Shui be more restrained? Having a male assistant who is over 180 centimeters tall hanging around the door of one's office every day is in itself a silent declaration and deterrent to other suitors. However, Lin Feng was devastated by this arrangement. Separate office? Next to the director? This sounds like a great benefit, but for him, it was a bolt from the blue. How can I slack off? How can I be lazy? Chinya was right next door and could see him as soon as she looked up. Even if he wanted to open a game, he would have to risk being caught in the act. Wouldn't his great ideal of slacking off at work and living life after get off work be stillborn? Lin Feng's face was immediately filled with the 4 big words, "I don't agree." He opened his mouth, trying to struggle. "Boss Chin, this isn't a good idea, is it? I'm just an intern, and if I sit in such a nice office, my colleagues will gossip. I think it's better for me to work outside and with everyone else. I can also communicate and learn more with my colleagues. Gossip? Shinya raised her eyebrows. In my department, workability is the only criterion. Anyone who has the time to gossip should focus on their work. This matter is settled, this is an order. The strong woman's aura was fully unleashed, leaving Lin Feng no room for rebuttal. In the end, under the attack of Chinya, the cash cow, Lin Feng shamefully surrendered. Okay, Mr. Qin. He squeezed these words out from between his teeth, a smile uglier than crying on his face. I will resolutely obey the company's arrangements. Yeah. Shinya nodded with satisfaction, and the slight guilt in her heart for taking advantage of him also disappeared. Ding. Detected that the target goddess Chinya is satisfied, Chinya's favorability +4. Currently Chinya's favorability is 20 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system cashback reward of 400,000 yuan. It has been automatically transferred to your bank account. She waved her hand and said, go ahead and ask the people from the administration department to help you move your things over. Lin Feng walked out of the director's office somewhat helplessly. The news that he was about to move into the independent office next to the director spread throughout the entire human resources department like wings. For a moment, the whole department was in an uproar. In the tea room, several female colleagues gathered together, lowering their voices, but the excitement and gossip on their faces could not be hidden at all. Have you heard? The new intern, Lin Feng, is moving into the office next to President Qin's. Really? Isn't that the position of deputy director? Why would an intern like him get it? Why? A young girl looked puzzled. Lin Feng is just average looking, not particularly handsome. He's not even as handsome as Director Zhang from the marketing department. Why is President Qin so nice to him? Come on, I don't think it's that simple, another older female colleague said. Do you think he's a relative of the chairman? Someone with connections? That's possible. Otherwise, I can't explain it. I've only been here for a few days, and I've already been given my own office. This treatment is better than any of us old employees. In the smoking area on the other side, the comments of several male colleagues were not so polite. Damn, who is this guy? He hooks up with Boss Qin right after he arrives. Boss Qin is the most beautiful girl in our company. A pretty boy, what else could it be? Look at President Qin, usually like an iceberg, but I think I saw her smile towards that boy just now. This guy doesn't look that good, but he's actually with Mr. Qin. He's really like a flower stuck in cow dung. A male colleague said unwillingly. Naturally, these discussions also reached the ears of some people without missing a word. Lin Feng had just walked to his workstation and was about to pack up when his ears suddenly moved 3 times. Super Clairaudience skill activated. All the noise within a 1-kilometer radius instantly flooded into his mind like a tide. He pinpointed several sources of gossip and heard the sour discussions clearly. A relative? A gigolo? Instead of being angry, Lin Feng found it a little funny. He picked up the only thing that belonged to him on the table, a mug, then turned around and walked towards the new office that he hated. When he passed by the workstations of his colleagues who were talking, he even smiled at them in a friendly manner. That smile is sunny and harmless. But in the eyes of those colleagues who had just been speaking ill of him, it inexplicably made them feel guilty and cold. Lin Feng didn't bother to care about what these people thought. He pushed open the glass door of the new office and walked in. The office is spacious and has excellent lighting. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is a bustling city scene. The desks and chairs are all brand new, and there is a small reception area next to them. The most important thing is that his office and Chinya's office are separated by only a huge transparent glass wall. The afternoon sun shines through the blinds, creating mottled light and shadows in Chinya's office. She pinched her brows with her fingertips and stared at a plan on the screen titled Jinshen Group's Navigator Plan, Construction of New Employee Integration and Development System, with a frown. This proposal was submitted by the business managers below. It had a framework, but the content was empty, cliched, and unoriginal, and it completely failed to achieve the effect she wanted. The company is in a period of rapid expansion. How to quickly integrate new employees and stimulate their potential is the next top priority of the Human Resources Department. But this plan, let alone stimulating potential, is likely to make new employees want to resign overnight after reading it. Redoing it? Time-consuming and labor-intensive. defeat it and ask the people below to submit a new one? The things that are resubmitted are most likely the same thing in a different form. Shinya picked up the coffee cup impatiently, only to find it was empty. She subconsciously glanced next door. On the other side of the frosted glass wall, Lin Feng's figure was looming. He was leaning back in his chairboard, tapping his fingers on the table, a typical slacking off at work attitude. Shinya felt both angry and amused. This guy was given an independent office for interns, the only one in the company, and he just felt at ease becoming a slacker. But, isn't he a management major? A thought suddenly flashed through Chinya's mind. Maybe, let him take a look? A young man who wasn't bound by the company's rules and regulations might have some different ideas. Even if it doesn't work, it's a good opportunity to teach him a lesson and let him know that it's not easy to stay with Chinya. Thinking of this, Shinya pressed the intercom button. Chapter 20 I am a genius planning master. Lin Feng, come in for a moment. The voice was cold and clear, without a trace of unnecessary emotion. Soon, the office door was pushed open, and Lin Feng walked in with a look of just the right amount of confusion on his face. Boss Chin, looking for me? Shinya raised her chin and gestured at her computer screen. Come and take a look at this. Lin Feng moved closer and his eyes fell on the screen. The sunlight streamed in from behind Shinya, and he could smell the faint fragrance from the tips of her hair, mixed with the scent of high-end perfume, which made his heart flutter slightly. Voyage starter plan? Lin Feng read aloud and quickly scanned the content. Shinya leaned back in the chair, her arms around her chest, her long legs crossed, her black stockings shining alluringly in the light. Shinya looked at Lin Feng and asked calmly, you graduated with a management degree. What do you think of this kind of talent training case? She didn't say that the case gave her a headache, she just said that she wanted him to give his opinion, thus retaining her authority as director. Lin Feng's brows also frowned. With all his knowledge from past and present lives combined, this plan is simply hard to describe in words. The whole article is full of nonsense like strengthening ideological education, organizing team-building activities, and one-on-one guidance by mentors, which is equivalent to saying nothing and does not touch the core at all. Just as he was about to say a few polite words like pretty good or very forward-looking to get by, a mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. It is detected that the host has come into contact with a professional field plan. Do you want to activate the God-level plan mastery skill? Lin Feng's heart moved. Here we come. Without hesitation, he said to himself, activate. In an instant, a huge stream of information flooded into his mind. The ordinary plan in front of him was instantly deconstructed and analyzed in his eyes, and all the shortcomings, loopholes, and optimization points were clearly marked in red highlights. At the same time, a brand new solution with perfect logic, excellent creativity, and directly addressing the essence of the problem automatically generated in his mind. Lin Feng's entire temperament changed quietly. If he was a handsome and somewhat lazy intern just now his eyes became focused and sharp, like a top trader who was planning everything. Boss Chin, Lin Feng said. His voice was quiet, but it was filled with undeniable confidence. Excuse me, but this proposal isn't even up to par. Chinya raised her eyebrows slightly. She had expected Lin Feng to say some polite words or offer some insignificant suggestions, but she had not expected him to be so direct as soon as he opened his mouth, even with a hint of arrogance. Quite interesting. She didn't get angry. Instead, she asked with interest, oh? Then tell me, why did it fail? Because from the beginning, it only takes the perspective of managers, condescendingly arranging new employees, rather than taking the perspective of new employees to engage them in their own growth. Lin Feng hit the nail on the head. For example, here, the mentor-to-one mentoring model is a good idea, but how do you motivate mentors when you implement it? Do new employees dare to actually ask questions when they encounter them? It easily becomes a formality. And what practical problems can team building solve besides eating and shouting slogans? Young people today are most disgusted by this kind of ineffective social interaction. Every time he said something, Shinya's eyes brightened. What Lin Feng pointed out was exactly the problem that she vaguely felt was wrong but could not clearly summarize. This kid is not talking nonsense. Then in your opinion, how should it be changed? Shinya leaned forward slightly, her curiosity completely aroused. Lin Feng smiled and didn't answer directly. Instead, he made a request, Boss Chin, can you lend me your computer? No matter how much I talk, it's better to show you directly. His tone was relaxed, as if it was just a matter of correcting a typo. Shinya looked at him steadily for 2 seconds, and from those clear and confident eyes, she saw a light that made her heart beat faster. She nodded as if possessed, stood up from her seat and gave up her place. Lin Feng sat down without hesitation and lightly placed his fingers on the keyboard. The next second, the sound of intensive keyboard tapping was heard in the office. Crackle. The sound was crisp, rapid, and full of a strange rhythm, as if it was not typing but playing a passionate symphony. Xinya stood behind Lin Feng, leaning over to look at the screen. She watched Lin Feng delete most of the original nonsense, leaving only a basic framework. Then, his fingers moved so fast that after images almost appeared. One after another, new titles that were unheard of but eye-catching were typed out. Xinya's breathing stopped. Gamification? Leaderboards? This is simply designing human resource management like an online game. What a bold idea. But, it seems damn attractive. Before she could digest it, Lin Feng's movements became even faster. He was not only writing text, but also quickly calling the built-in tools of WPS. He inserted exquisite and intuitive charts, logical structure diagrams, and data models into the document with ease. He refined and reconstructed the original dozens of pages of empty text into a new plan of less than 20 pages, which is rich in pictures and texts, has clear logic, and is full of ingenuity in every link. From the psychological expectation management of new employees, to the personalized customization of growth paths, to the quantitative assessment of project results, and even the input-output ratio of the budget, all are marked out with a clear function model. The entire plan is closely linked, boldly innovative and feasible. Xinya was completely stunned. She felt not like she was watching an intern revising a project, but rather admiring a master artist creating a masterpiece with his brush. This man, who is he? She looked at Lin Feng's profile, which was angular and his eyes were focused. The sunlight outlined his serious features. At that moment, Xinya's heart skipped a beat. Ding! Xinya's favorability plus 10. Xinya's current total favorability is 30 points. Ding! The host received a reward of 1 million yuan. Lin Feng's hands kept moving, and a series of system prompts in his mind made him feel very happy. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. The keyboard sound stopped abruptly. Lin Feng stretched himself, stood up from his chair, and said to Xinya, who was still in a state of shock, with a relaxed look on his face, "Boss Qin, it's done, take a look. I think this should make those new kids fall in love with our company." Xinya mechanically moved back to her seat, her hand holding the mouse trembling slightly. She read the newly prepared plan again carefully, word by word, from beginning to end. The more I looked, the more horrified I became. If this proposal were put out for bidding, it would be worth at least 1 million. It could even be said to be a benchmark for talent development in the industry for the next few years. And now, it comes from the hands of this intern who has only been in the company for 2 days. And, it only took 10 minutes. Chapter 21. I had dinner with my female boss. Xinya raised her head and looked at Lin Feng with complicated eyes, which were a mixture of shock, appreciation, curiosity, and a hint of admiration that she herself had not even noticed. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her inner turmoil. Using her most professional tone, she posed the most challenging question she could think of. The scoring algorithm for this honor ranking seems complicated. How do you ensure it's fair and truly motivates employees, rather than forcing them to just hustle for points? She wanted to see whether this was just a flash of inspiration from Lin Feng or whether he really had such profound skills. Lin Feng answered without hesitation, "It's very simple. Points are divided into 2 dimensions. The first is fixed task points, such as completing on-the-job training and passing the probationary period assessment, which are the basic guarantee. The second is dynamic contribution points, such as making reasonable suggestions that are adopted, helping colleagues solve problems, and having outstanding performance in projects. This score is calculated by the system based on the contribution level and the anonymous ratings of relevant colleagues, with a weighting of 70%. This ensures fairness and encourages real value creation, rather than simply crunching tasks." The answer was flawless and even more profound than she had imagined. Xinya was completely speechless. She looked at Lin Feng, that handsome face that made her heart beat, and now in her eyes, there was an extra layer of dazzling halo. This guy is not a vase at all. He is a rare gem buried in the sand. Xinya suddenly felt that keeping him by her side as an assistant was the wisest decision she had made this year. She looked at Lin Feng, and finally couldn't help revealing a touching smile from the bottom of her heart, which she herself didn't even notice. "Lin Feng," her voice softened unconsciously, "how many surprises do you have hidden?" As the night deepened, the lights in Jinxing Company's office floors went out one by one, leaving only the office of the director of the Human Resources Department still on. When the clock pointed to 7:30, Qinya closed her notebook, rubbed her temples, and said to Lin Feng, who was pretending to work overtime at his workstation outside, "Let's go." Qinya was also afraid of gossip from her colleagues in the company, so she waited until the last minute to get off work and leave. Lin Feng stood up immediately, and the two of them walked one in front and one behind. Their footsteps were particularly clear in the empty corridor. Xinya's high heels tapped against the smooth ground, making crisp clicking sounds. Lin Feng followed behind her, his eyes involuntarily falling on her slender legs wrapped in black stockings, and his heart skipped a beat. This woman is so lethal even from behind. In the underground garage, Xinya pressed the car key and the lights of a white Mercedes-Benz C lit up. The space inside the car was not big. As the door closed, a faint scent of perfume lingered at the tip of Lin Feng's nose. It was the scent of Qinya, cool and with a hint of sweetness. Qinya was driving attentively, and the lines of her profile looked particularly soft under the colorful neon lights. Her right foot, which was pressing on the accelerator, was wrapped in black stockings as thin as a cicada's wing. Her slender ankles and the pair of exquisite black high heels on her feet formed a breathtaking sight. Lin Feng's gaze slid down unconsciously. As if she had noticed the burning gaze, Qinya looked straight ahead, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly. "Does it look good?" Her voice was flat, without any emotion, as if she was asking what the weather was like today. Lin Feng was startled for a moment, then answered honestly, "It looks good." Qinya snorted softly, her tone carrying a bit of the authority of a superior. "Even if it's pretty, don't look at it carelessly. Collect your thoughts. Don't have any improper thoughts about your boss." Although she said that, Lin Feng clearly saw a barely perceptible blush on Qinya's ears from the rearview mirror. A woman who says one thing and means another. Lin Feng found it funny in his heart, but he immediately agreed, "Boss Qin is right, I was abrupt." He paused, then changed the subject, continuing in a serious tone, "But you can't blame me entirely. Boss Qin, someone like you is a walking sight in the company. I bet 9 out of 10 male colleagues in the company have secretly seen you. You're so smooth talking." Qinya scolded him, but she gripped the steering wheel tighter, and it was obvious that she was not calm inside. Lin Feng seemed to have ignored her warning and began to analyze the situation on his own. "This isn't just glib talk, it's the truth. Boss Qin, you're beautiful, have a great figure, and your professional skills are top-notch. You're the face of our Jinshin company, the recognized #1 beauty. Those people are just treacherous, lacking the guts to talk behind your back. Who would dare to speak to your face?" This round of flattery was subtle and just right. Qinya couldn't suppress her smile anymore, but she quickly straightened her face and cleared her throat. "All right, stop joking. Put your smart energy into work and stop researching these nonsense." At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Detected target character Qinya's mood fluctuating with joy, favorability +5. Current favorability, 35 points. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 500,000 yuan in cash. Lin Feng was happy in his heart, but he remained expressionless. Looking at Qinya's profile as she pretended to be calm, he felt that this beautiful boss was becoming more and more adorable. Qinya's white Mercedes-Benz drew a beautiful arc in the night and stopped steadily in front of an elegant Western restaurant. The restaurant's lighting is soft and soothing music flows in the air, creating a quiet and romantic atmosphere. Lin Feng pulled out a chair for Qinya very gentlemanly. This small gesture made Qinya's heart move slightly, and her eyes softened when she looked at him. The two of them sat down, facing each other across a square table covered with a white tablecloth. For a moment, the atmosphere was subtly quiet. Lin Feng flipped through the menu, his eyes constantly scanning Qinya across from him. Under the candlelight, she had shed her usual corporate sharpness and authority, her features appearing more gentle and charming, though a subtle hint of reserve still lingered between her brows. "This scene, this atmosphere, it looks like a blind date no matter how you look at it." Lin Feng murmured in his heart, but Qinya was only 5 years older than him. 27 years old was the most attractive stage for a woman. They were of the same age, so if they really wanted to develop something, there didn't seem to be much of a generation gap. "What would you like to eat? The fillet steak here is good." Xinya's voice broke the silence. She pushed the menu in front of Lin Feng with a natural posture, as if the restraint just now was just an illusion. "Okay, then I'll listen to Director Qin." Lin Feng closed the menu and agreed with a smile. Soon, the two ordered their meals. While waiting for the food to be served, Qinya picked up the water glass and took a sip, as if she was organizing her words. "Lin Feng, you may not know much about our company's situation since you just arrived." She started with business and briefly introduced the department structure and interpersonal relationships of Jinsheng Company. Her tone was so official that it seemed like she was doing an on-the-job training. Lin Feng listened carefully, nodded from time to time, but was thinking in his heart, this meal couldn't be just to tell me about the background of the science company, right? Sure enough, as the subject changed, Xinya's cheeks seemed to flush with an imperceptible blush under the light. Chapter 22 Shocking News. Also, you saw Zhang Shuai at the door of my office that day, right? Yes, I see. Manager Zhang is here to report to you, right? Lin Feng pretended to be confused and asked with an innocent look on his face. Of course he knew it wasn't true. He was hiding in the corner at the time and heard it clearly with his super hearing. Zhang Shuai's greasy confession still gives him goosebumps when he thinks about it. We're not talking about work. Xinya shook her head, her eyes evasive, as if she was a little embarrassed. He's pursuing me. Wow. Lin Feng showed his surprise at the right moment, his eyes widening a little. Really? Manager Zhang has a good eye. Even he himself felt that his exaggerated acting was a bit awkward, but the effect seemed to be quite good. Xinya was amused by his exaggerated reaction and wanted to laugh, but she kept a straight face and gave him a reproachful look. What's with that reaction? Lin Feng chuckled, leaned forward slightly, and lowered his voice. Director Qin, you are the face of our company, the most beautiful woman in the company. You are beautiful, have a great figure, and are very capable. Not to mention Director Zhang, I estimate that the number of male colleagues in the company who secretly have a crush on you can be lined up from the HR department to the company gate. It's normal for someone to pursue you, isn't it? You should be happy. This was half compliment and half sincerity. Xinya really had the capital. Hearing Lin Feng's unabashed praise, especially the line "and such a great figure," Xinya's heart skipped a beat and her cheeks grew hotter. She snorted, trying to maintain her dignity as a boss, but the smile in her eyes betrayed her. Smooth talk. She spat in a low voice, then sighed, her tone more real distressed. Why are you happy? They are all people I don't like. They are a nuisance to me. She paused, as if she had made up her mind to tell Lin Feng the truth, and continued, besides, there's more than just Zhang Shuai. Oh? Lin Feng's gossipy spirit instantly burned. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to the truth, and hurriedly asked, who else? Director Qin, please satisfy my curiosity. I also want to know who to be wary of in the company in the future, so as not to accidentally offend your suitor. The excuse he made was absolutely perfect. Xinya was so angry that she laughed at his eagerness to eat the melon. How could this guy not have any awareness of a subordinate? Just as she was about to speak, the waiter came over with a tray of food. Sir, madam, your meals are ready. This is filet mignon, medium rare. And this is beef Wellington. The exquisite meal was placed on the table, and the aroma of steak filled the air instantly. Director Qin, please go first. Lin Feng picked up the knife and fork and made a gesture of invitation. You eat first. Xinya said politely. The two exchanged a brief pleasantry, and the nature of the meal seemed to have unconsciously changed from boss treating subordinates to date between a man and a woman. After the waiter left, Lin Feng immediately brought up the old matter again, looking at Xinya with sparkling eyes. Director Qin, can you tell me now? Besides Zhang Shuai, who else is fighting bravely? Xinya looked at him helplessly, picked up the knife and fork, cut off a small piece of steak, put it into her mouth gracefully, chewed it carefully, and then slowly spoke. There was a hint of helpless self-mockery in Xinya's eyes. Those rich second generations in the company are actually okay. Xinya's voice was flat, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. They just send me text messages and flowers, and I just ignore them. After all, I'm the HR director, so they have to consider the impact and don't dare to go too far. Lin Feng nodded and listened quietly. He knew that Xinya had laid so much groundwork, and the real highlight was still to come. Sure enough, Xinya changed the subject, her tone becoming heavier. The one who gives me the most headache is Director Wang. Mr. Wang? Lin Feng was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Wang Jinsheng, the chairman of Jinsheng Company. Puff. Lin Feng had just taken a sip of lemonade when it suddenly spit out without warning. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and turned his head away in time to prevent Xinya from getting hurt. He hurriedly pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth, his face flushed from coughing and shocked that he couldn't hide in time. Ahem. Mr. Qin, are you talking about our company's founder, Chairman Wang Jinsheng? This news is so explosive. The chairman of Jinsheng Company was the ultimate boss in the entire company, a figure so elusive he could barely make his mark. A single stomp of his foot could send the entire company trembling. Xinya looked at Lin Feng's exaggerated reaction, and a rare helpless smile appeared on her tense face. What else? Is there a second chairman in the company? She put down her wineglass and folded her hands on the table, as if she had made some kind of decision. Our company's name, Jinsheng, is taken from him. He is 58 years old this year. Lin Feng's eyes twitched. 58? At this age, he could be Qinya's father. I heard. Mr. Wang has a family? Lin Feng asked tentatively. More than just a family. Qinya's lips curled up in a mocking tone. He has 2 ex-wives, and this one is his 3rd. He told me that as long as I agree, he will go back and divorce his current wife and then marry me. Lin Feng's jaw almost dropped on the table. This old guy is really good at playing. Xinya seemed not to notice Lin Feng's expression and continued in an almost numb tone. Of course I refused. Then he said that we didn't need to get married, but he could support me, buy me a car and a house, and give me a sum of money every month. Having said that, she picked up the water cup and took a sip, as if to dilute the nausea. I refused, too. Lin Feng looked at Xinya in front of him, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart. He always thought that Xinya was the kind of strong woman who was high above everyone else and could do anything, and was the human resources director that all employees looked up to. But now, he realized that without her professional OL attire, she was just a 27-year-old woman, an ordinary person who would be harassed by her powerful boss but was powerless to resist. A nameless anger rose from the bottom of Lin Feng's heart. Did he do anything to you? Lin Feng's voice unconsciously sank and his eyes became sharp. Xinya's body trembled slightly. She looked up at Lin Feng and saw a trace of undisguised concern and anger on his infuriatingly handsome face. This look made her feel the long-lost warmth and sense of security. She was silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice, a hint of suppressed humiliation in her voice. Last month, at the company's quarterly dinner, he drank too much. After it was over, he went straight to my office and, under the influence of alcohol. She didn't say anything else, but her hand, tightly gripping the tablecloth with her knuckles slightly white, said it all. He even tried to touch me. I was so scared that I could only avoid him by making an excuse to go to the bathroom. That old bastard. Lin Feng cursed in a low voice, and clenched his fists quietly under the table. Chapter 23 Flower Guardian. He now finally understood why Xinya, an HR director, would personally interview him, a small management trainee, why she would transfer him to the headquarters against all odds, and even gave him an independent office next to the director's office. It turned out that all this was not because of his outstanding ability, but because Xinya needed a shield. Xinya was stunned by his swear words, and then the coldest corner of her heart seemed to be gently tapped by something, cracking open a crack, and a warm current flowed in. She took a deep breath, raised her head again, and looked at Lin Feng with burning eyes. I dare not offend him. You know, the salary at Jinsheng Company is very high, and I don't want to lose this job. But there is no way I can become his mistress. That would be worse than killing me. So I need you, Lin Feng. I'll recruit you into the Human Resources Department and put your office next to mine, separated only by a glass wall. From now on, you'll be my assistant. I need a man to stay next to my office. That way, when Wang Jinsheng comes to see me again and sees a young and strong man sitting next to him, he will always restrain himself and not dare to touch me again. Of course, in Xinya's eyes, Lin Feng's godlike appearance is also a crucial factor. Otherwise, Xinya could just find a burly male colleague to be her assistant. So Xinya chose Lin Feng to be her assistant. This way, she found a male colleague who met her aesthetic standards and could serve as her protector, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Feng looked into Xinya's eyes. In those eyes that usually held scrutiny and majesty, there now appeared a hint of pleading and fragility. His heart ached, and his anger burned even more fiercely. Protect her. This thought emerged from the bottom of my heart uncontrollably. He sat up straight, his expression more serious than ever. Boss Qin, I understand. Don't worry, from today on, I will be your most loyal knight. As long as I am in the company, I will protect you and will not allow anyone to harm you. His voice was not loud, but every word he said was powerful and full of convincing force. Xinya's heart skipped a beat, and looking at Lin Feng's serious face, she was distracted for a moment. Ding! Detected that the host has gained Xinya's favorability plus 10. Reward cash of 1 million yuan. Deposited into the system account. Ding! Xinya's current favorability is 45 points. A series of system prompts sounded in Lin Feng's mind, making the curve of his mouth more obvious. Another 1 million in hand. However, compared to money, being able to protect this woman in front of him who looks strong but is fragile inside seems to give him a greater sense of accomplishment. Looking at Xinya's still tense face, Lin Feng suddenly grinned, breaking the heavy atmosphere. But Mr. Qin, the nature of my job has changed. I've been promoted directly from administrative assistant to personal bodyguard. He winked mischievously. Should we calculate the cost of the bodyguard separately? I don't ask for much, just a chicken drumstick. Puff. Xinya finally couldn't help laughing at his sudden joke. This smile was like the thawing of an iceberg and the blooming of spring flowers, making her whole body come alive, and even Lin Feng was a little stunned. You little rascal. Xinya rolled her eyes at him in disapproval, but the smile in her eyes could not be hidden. Okay, stop talking nonsense and do your job well first. Having said that, the big stone in her heart fell to the ground quietly. After dinner, Lin Feng's words protect you were still lingering in Xinya's mind, like a stone thrown into a lake, with ripples spreading out in circles and taking a long time to subside. Walking out of the restaurant, the evening breeze brought a hint of coolness. Boss Qin, according to the procedure, shouldn't I, your new bodyguard, walk half a step behind you? Lin Feng suddenly moved closer, lowered his voice, and asked seriously. Xinya paused, and her high heels made a crisp sound on the smooth ground. She glanced at Lin Feng. This guy was always unruly, but his face, which was so handsome that it infuriated both humans and gods, was even more clearly defined under the night light, which made her heart beat faster. You're the only one who's poor. She uttered a word of complaint, but the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously, and her steps became lighter as she walked quickly towards the parking lot. Lin Feng followed with a smile, feeling very happy as he looked at her slim back and her waist swaying gently with her steps. Ding ding. Xinya pressed the car key, and the lights of a Mercedes-Benz not far away turned on. Wow, Mr. Qin, your car is so cool. Lin Feng whistled. Get in the car and stop talking nonsense. Xinya opened the car door, stepped in with her long legs, and sat in with quick and efficient movements. Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. The car merged smoothly into the traffic flow. The car was quiet for a while, with only soft music flowing. Xinya looked very focused while driving, and the lines of her profile looked particularly charming under the colorful neon lights outside the window. Lin Feng was lost in thought and suddenly said, Boss Qin, you are particularly charming when you are serious. Xinya's fingers tightened around the steering wheel, but her face remained expressionless. Focus on the road, or I'll leave you on the overpass. That's what she said, but even she herself felt that the threat in her tone lacked strength. Lin Feng smiled and said nothing more. He just leaned back in his chair, enjoying the rare tranquility. The atmosphere in the car was no longer one of stiffness between superiors and subordinates, but instead had an indescribable ambiguity and warmth. Lin Feng looked at the neon lights outside the window rapidly receding, feeling a little confused. Subordinates, friends, bodyguards, even a bit like lovers. He is a college student who has not yet graduated, and his relationship with the company's human resources director is indeed complicated. Where do you live? Xinya's cold voice broke the silence. She looked straight ahead, concentrating on driving, as if she was just asking casually. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Where do you live? This question directly pulled him back to reality from the feeling of being in a trance. He was a poor student with pockets cleaner than his face. How could he have a place to live? The dormitory was all he had. If I say this in front of Xinya, the beautiful, rich and smart director, it would be too cheap. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything for a long time, Xinya's foot on the brake paused. She glanced at Lin Feng in the rearview mirror and saw a trace of embarrassment flash across his face. Xinya's heart suddenly softened. Yes, no matter how great he is still just a college student who has not graduated. Lin Feng scratched his head and laughed dryly. For the time being I will live in the school. After saying this, he felt his face getting a little hot. School? Xinya repeated, with no emotion in her tone, but she turned the steering wheel and the car drove steadily towards the university town. She didn't ask any more questions, which made Lin Feng feel relieved, but Lin Feng still felt a little lost in his heart. Chapter 24 Mysterious Prize. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Xinya's favorability detected +2. A cash reward of 200,000 yuan has been automatically transferred to the host's bank account. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. 200,000. Just because I was embarrassed for a moment, I got 200,000? This money is so exciting. He resisted the urge to grin and secretly glanced at Chinya, who was driving next to him. In the night, the light and shadow of the street lamp outlined her perfect profile, focused and charming. This is my ATM. No, it's my goddess boss. The car soon stopped at the university gate. We're here. Go to bed early. Shinya unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to look at Lin Feng. Don't be late tomorrow. Okay, Director Chin, thank you for tonight. Lin Feng quickly adjusted his mentality and returned to his usual sunny and cheerful appearance. Ding! Shinya is in a good mood. Favorability +3. A cash reward of 300,000 yuan has been automatically transferred to the host's bank account. Ding! Shinya's favorability increased to 50 points. He pushed the door and got out of the car. He stood on the side of the road and waved to Chinya in the car. Chinya nodded and said nothing more. She started the car and the white Mercedes quickly merged into the traffic and disappeared into the night. Lin Feng didn't look away until the taillights of the car were out of sight. He took out his mobile phone, opened the bank app, and looked at the long string of zeros in the text message notification. The smile on his lips could no longer be hidden. Live in the dormitory? Does not exist. I must rent a decent house, otherwise next time Chinya asks me, I can't say I live in the dormitory. It may not be enough to buy a house, but it's more than enough to rent a nice apartment. The residential complex next to Jinxing Company seems pretty good. We'd like to rent a better apartment that's closer to the company. Maybe after get off work, I can have more contact with Director Chinya. When Lin Feng thought of this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Ding! System Goddess Chinya's favorability has been calculated. Ding! The host has accumulated 50 points of favorability from Goddess Chinya. Congratulations to the host. Triggering the 50-point favorability milestone and receiving a chance to win a random prize. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. The system is drawing the grand prize for you. A huge golden roulette will seem to appear before his eyes, covered with tempting prizes such as god-level skills, tens of millions in cash, and supercars. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, and the pointer left a series of afterimages. Finally, the pointer stopped in the most dazzling golden area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the grand prize, a 250 square meter luxurious apartment in Jiangcheng Haoyuan community. Lin Feng was stunned on the spot. He froze in place, and the dim voice-activated lights in the hallway went out because he didn't move. What the hell? He couldn't help but curse under his breath, his heart pounding. Jiangcheng Mansion. That was one of the top luxury residential areas in the center of Jiangcheng City. He had seen it on his phone before. It was said that the property fees were shockingly high and the owners there were either rich or noble. 60,000 yuan per square meter. 250 square meters, that would be over 10 million yuan? Lin Feng felt his breathing quicken, and quickly muttered to himself, System, are you kidding me? How am I supposed to get this house? This system is authentic and valid. The property ownership has been automatically registered in the host's name, all relevant taxes and fees have been paid, and the handover procedures have been completed. The host can go to the Jiangcheng Haoyuan Property Management Center at any time to collect the key and access card with their identity information. The system's reply was cold and domineering, but it made Lin Feng so excited that he almost jumped up. All in one go, you don't even have to go through the formalities yourself. He was originally planning to use the several million cash rewarded by the system to rent a larger house near the company, so that it would be more convenient for him to go to work and find opportunities to contact Chinya. Now, the system directly gave you a luxury house at a sky-high price. However, new problems also arise. He quickly took out his cell phone, opened the map software, and entered the navigation from Jiangcheng Haoyuan to Jinxing Company. The map showed a long route, with a commute time of a full hour and a half. It's too far. Lin Feng's excitement cooled down a little, and reason prevailed again. This mansion is his foundation and his confidence, but it will never affect his grand plan to conquer Chinya. Protecting Chinya from Wang Jinxing's harassment was the core task of improving his favorability. If he was too far away, if something happened, he wouldn't be able to get there in time. Forget it, let's leave the house for now. He won't run away anyway. Lin Feng made a decision quickly. I must rent a house near the company, the closer the better. Anyway, he still has tens of millions in cash in his bank card, so he doesn't need that little bit of rent. As long as I can spend more time with Chinya, my favorability towards her will increase rapidly. In the future, not to mention a house, even living in a residential complex will probably not be a dream. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart was burning with heat. Tomorrow, I will first buy that mansion worth tens of millions, and then rent the best frontline base near the company. Lin Feng slowly returned to the dormitory. Suddenly, a WeChat message popped up on the phone screen. It was sent by Qin Jing. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Qin Jing, Lin Feng, did you have a date with our Suzhou University campus beauty today? Smirk. This opening remark, coupled with that meaningful expression, made Lin Feng instantly smell a hint of spying. This woman is still the same. Lin Feng's mind was as clear as a mirror. He had long seen Qin Jing's unconcealable jealousy towards Su Muqing. Without giving it much thought, he tapped his fingertips on the screen and replied flawlessly. Lin Feng, no, I just started working at a new company and have been busy all day. Less than 3 seconds after the message was sent, Qin Jing's reply popped up again, so fast that it seemed as if she was guarding her phone. Qin Jing, so you went to work? I thought so. You didn't know, Mu Qing was sullen all day in the dorm today. When I asked her what was wrong, she didn't say anything. I thought you two were having a fight. Between the lines, there is a sense of I'm worried about you two between best friends. Lin Feng looked at the message and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Interesting. Su Muqing was unhappy? Why did he feel that Qin Jing was more excited than Su Muqing herself? With such acting skills, it would be a waste of talent if he didn't apply to film school. He could even imagine Qin Jing typing with a pout on her face, secretly hoping that something would go wrong between him and Su Muqing. As expected of a scheming girl with an appearance score of 85, this system's evaluation is really accurate. Lin Feng thought to himself. He didn't reply immediately, but stood up slowly, walked to the coffee machine and poured himself a glass of water. Sure enough, a minute later, Qin Jing sent another message with a slightly angry tone. Qin Jing, you're such a fool. You just disappeared right after you got her. Mu Qing will definitely start to have all sorts of thoughts. You should at least tell her. He wanted to just type a few words to get by, but his fingertips were about to touch the screen when he suddenly stopped. Etc. Qin Jing, with a beauty score of 85 and a hot body, is also one of the target goddesses certified by the system. Don't miss this goodwill that comes right to your door. 1 point means 100,000 yuan. Thinking of this, the smile on Lin Feng's lips became a little playful, and his fingers tapped quickly on the screen. Please help me explain to Su Muqing. I've been busy as hell these past few days since I started working. But why do I feel like you're not caring about her, but me? After the message was sent, the other party was silent for a full half-minute. Lin Feng could almost imagine Qin Jing holding her cell phone at this moment, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling embarrassed and angry, but also with a hint of secret joy. This kind of ambiguous tug-of-war is the most itchy. Ding. Target goddess Qin Jing's favorability detected +2. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a reward of 200,000 yuan. Ding. Target goddess Qin Jing's favorability is 13 points. The system prompt sound in his mind was crisp and pleasant. Lin Feng opened the mobile banking app and looked at the extra 2 behind the account balance, feeling very happy. This money is too easy to make. Sure enough, Qin Jing's message came back quickly, with a hint of trying to cover up something. No. Stop being so sentimental. Of course I care about Mu Qing. We are best friends. He also specifically emphasized the word best. Lin Feng didn't reply to the message and went straight to take a shower. After all, he had to go to work early tomorrow morning. Chapter 25. The old pervert is back. Lin Feng arrived at work early in the morning. Just as he sat down at his workstation, before his but could even get comfortable, he heard a light click from the director's office door. Chinya's figure appeared at the door. She was wearing a white slim-fitting shirt today, and a black hip skirt that perfectly outlined her amazing curves. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings as thin as cicada wings, and she was wearing pointed high heels. Every step she took seemed to be stepping on people's hearts. Lin Feng, come in for a moment. Her voice sounded as cold as usual, but Lin Feng keenly sensed a subtle tension. Okay, Director Qin. Lin Feng stood up and followed her into the office. Shinya closed the door behind her and even turned the knob under the door handle to lock the door. This subtle movement made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. This was the first time Shinya locked the office door since he started working there. The office was filled with a faint scent of perfume, exactly the same as Shinya's. Instead of returning to her desk, she walked to the window and pulled down the blinds, dimming the light in the entire office. After doing all this, she turned around and looked at Lin Feng. In the dim light, her facial features appeared particularly soft, less sharp than usual and with an inexplicable fragility. Mr. Wang will be back today. Shinya went straight to the point, her voice low. Chairman Wang Jinsheng? Lin Feng confirmed. Yeah. Shinya nodded. He went on a business trip abroad for a week some time ago. Calculating the time, he will arrive today. Lin Feng suddenly realized, no wonder, I haven't seen him in the past few days since I came to the company. Shinya was silent for a moment, as if trying to decide her words. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed her wrist, a sign of slight unease. After he comes back, he might come to our HR department more often. She paused and added, in my office. Lin Feng didn't say anything, just listened quietly. He knew that Shinya had called him in and locked the door specifically to say something more than just the chairman's return. Sure enough, Shinya took a deep breath and her eyes drifted towards an inconspicuous small door in the corner of the office. In addition to the main entrance, our office also has a back door that leads directly to the fire escape. Her voice lowered. My other colleagues all work in the lobby, farther away. Director Wang sometimes comes straight down that staircase and into my office. Having said this, a trace of disgust and humiliation that was difficult to conceal flashed across her delicate face. No one in the company knew he would go down that path. Lin Feng understood everything instantly. A passage that can avoid the sight of all employees, a powerful chairman, and an incredibly beautiful female subordinate. When these three elements are combined, you can easily imagine what kind of dirty things can happen. No wonder Shinya, a highly capable human resources director, would condescend to personally recruit him as an intern and even place him in the position closest to her. It turned out that she wanted to find a flower protector. Looking at the woman in front of him who appeared strong but actually looked helpless, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable desire to protect her. What has he done? Lin Feng's voice was steady, with a reassuring power. Shinya's shoulders trembled slightly. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to ask so directly. She bit her lower lip, seeming to find it difficult to speak. Telling some unpleasant jokes, using physical force. These few words seemed to have drained all her strength. A strong woman who was always decisive and resolute in front of others, now she was like a frightened rabbit. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Damn, an old thing with a beastly heart. Director Qin, Lin Feng took a step forward, closing the distance between them. I understand. He didn't say too many words of comfort, just a simple I understand, but it made Shinya's tense nerves relax instantly. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. In the dim light, Lin Feng's face was so handsome that it seemed unreal, and his eyes were deep and bright, as if he could see through all her disguises and anxieties. Ding! Shinya's favorability increased by 2, currently at 52 points. The system cashback of 200,000 yuan has been received. The system prompt sounded in his mind, but Lin Feng had no time to pay attention. You mean, if he comes over again, I need to find a reason to get him away? Lin Feng made it clear, giving her a way out. Shinya nodded repeatedly, as if grasping at a lifeline. Right. You must react quickly. Just say there's an urgent recruitment plan you need to review, or an important document you need my immediate signature on. In short, don't leave him alone with me for too long. This is a simple matter. Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. Director Qin, you can just focus on your work. Leave this kind of trivial matter to me. In Shinya's eyes, his smile was so handsome that it made her heart beat faster. Especially the sentence, leave it to me, which was full of man's responsibility and instantly made her panicked heart find the backbone. Shinya's cheeks turned red all the way to her ears. Shinya came back to her senses and spoke calmly, her voice a little weak. Lin Feng, don't let your mind wander. You're my assistant, and helping your boss solve problems is part of your job. Do you understand? Lin Feng found this duplicity a little cute. He chuckled, yes, Director Qin is right, it's my job. Looking at his smug expression of I understand everything, Shinya felt embarrassed and annoyed. She raised her foot and wanted to step on him with her high heels, but she put her foot down halfway. Just when the atmosphere in the office was becoming a little subtle, there was a knock on the door. It was the voice of a colleague from the administration department. Director Qin, Lin Feng, urgent notice. Director Wang's plane arrived early and has returned to the company. A general staff meeting will be held in the third-floor conference room in 10 minutes. Please prepare your materials and attend on time. Here we come. Xinya's face instantly returned to its usual coldness and seriousness. She quickly adjusted her mood, as if the blushing and helpless woman just now did not exist at all. She walked to the door and unlocked it neatly. Did you hear that? She turned to look at Lin Feng, her eyes now sharp as a director's. What are you standing there for? Bring last quarter's personnel performance report and the new season's recruitment plan, and follow me. Okay. Lin Feng responded, turned around and returned to his workstation, quickly finding the necessary materials from the filing cabinet. Xinya stood at the door of the office, looking at Lin Feng's busy back. He was tall and straight, which made people feel inexplicably at ease. The two walked out of the office one after the other. Chapter 26 Protect Xinya. The atmosphere in the large conference room was depressing. On both sides of the long conference table, the heads of various departments sat upright, even breathing carefully. In the main seat, Wang Jinxing's fat body was sunken in the leather executive chair, like a Maitreya Buddha barely squeezed into a cover. His shiny bald head reflected a greasy luster under the lights of the conference room, which contrasted beautifully with his Armani suit that was stretched tight by his beer belly. Lin Feng sat half a body length behind Xinya, which was the standard position for an assistant. He looked at the legendary chairman calmly, with only one thought in his mind: this appearance is an insult to the word rich. No wonder Xinya would rather blush and feel her heart beating fast in front of herself in the office than look at this old guy. If this was replaced by a more handsome uncle, even if he was a scumbag, Xinya's defense would have been broken long ago with his status as chairman and his wealth. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Wang Jinsheng cleared his throat. His voice was loud and full of energy, but unfortunately, the familiar smell of empty promises came out as soon as he opened his mouth. This past quarter, our company's performance has been stable and rising. This is the result of everyone's joint efforts. However, we can't be complacent. He paused, his eyes began to scan the conference room, and finally, unsurprisingly, they landed on Xinya. That look was naked and unconcealed, like picking pork on the chopping board in the vegetable market, full of weighing and possession. Several middle-level leaders in the conference room noticed the chairman's gaze, but they all lowered their heads tacitly and pretended to read the notebooks in front of them seriously, as if flowers could bloom on them. Xinya's back straightened even more, the lines of her profile were tense, she stared at the table without blinking, her knuckles slightly white as she held the water-based pen. She could feel that gaze crawling across her cheeks and neck like a sticky worm, making her stomach churn. Wang Jinxing seemed to enjoy this silent pressure. He continued slowly, next, market competition will be even more intense. We must have a sense of crisis. We must carry forward our Jinxing's wolf spirit. What is wolf spirit? It means pursuing the goal, regardless of the cost. If you need to work overtime, you must work overtime. Young people, don't always think about lying down. Treat the company as your own home, and the company will not treat you unfairly. After an impassioned mobilization, it can be summed up in 3 words: more pay. Oh no, you have to work overtime. Lin Feng rolled his eyes in his heart. The faces of capitalists are really the same. Just as Wang Jinsheng was about to continue his theory of the blessings of overtime work, his eyes once again cast towards Xinya unscrupulously, even with a hint of a playful smile, as if to say, Xiaoya, look, the entire company is under my control, where can you run to? Xinya's face turned even paler. More than an hour passed. In the conference room, Wang Jinsheng was still talking loudly and spitting everywhere, his fat belly shaking with his excited movements. What is struggle? Striving is the foundation of our Jinsheng. If young people don't strive now, what's the point of youth? I propose that starting from next quarter, we fully launch the 997 Strivers Incentive Program. The applause from the audience was sparse, and many old employees had numbness written all over their faces. Lin Feng sat in the corner, clapping expressionlessly, but sneering in his heart. It sounds good to say it, and it's called an incentive plan, but isn't it just a different way of squeezing out the surplus value of employees? If it wasn't for his attempt to win over Xinya, he would have run away the next day just because of the crappy company culture. As soon as the mobilization meeting ended, employees from all departments seemed to have lost their energy and spirit, and returned to their workstations with droopy heads. Xinya and Lin Feng also walked one after another to the corridor leading to the office. Suddenly, Xinya and Lin Feng, who were walking and discussing in low voices, ran into Wang Jincheng at the other end of the corridor. His fat body almost blocked half of the corridor. Wang Jincheng's small eyes immediately flashed with greed, and he looked back and forth at Xinya's curvy figure unscrupulously, as if he wanted to use his eyes to peel off the well-tailored professional suit on her body. "Hey, Director Qin, where are you going?" Wang Jincheng smiled with wrinkles on his face and took the initiative to come forward. The mixed smell of cheap cigars and cologne on his body made Xinya frown subconsciously. He completely ignored Lin Feng beside him and said directly to Xinya, "Xiaoya, I have something to tell you. I have to go to Kyoto tomorrow to discuss a big project. You come with me." He paused, with a look that showed he was thinking of you. "Our Jincheng group also needs to have a good reputation. You are recognized as the most beautiful woman in our company. Come with me to help make things look good. Once the other boss sees you, his mood will improve. Maybe he will sign the project on the spot." The implication in these words is so blatant that it makes people sick. What's the point of saving face? He just wanted to take her to the hotel. Xinya felt a chill in her heart, but she maintained a professional composure, her voice steady. "Mr. Wang, thank you for your consideration. However, I have several urgent personnel matters to deal with, so I can't leave. Furthermore, project negotiations are the responsibility of the business department, and as someone in HR, I wouldn't be able to help." This airtight rejection made the fat on Wang Jincheng's face twitch. He obviously didn't expect that Xinya would dare to refute him in person. "Hey, it's work, so why not do it any time?" Wang Jincheng's patience was almost gone. He took a step closer to Xinya and lowered his voice, his tone greasy. "Xiaoya, don't be so disrespectful. Come with me, and when you come back I'll give you a raise, double it, how about that?" As he spoke, his fat hand reached out towards Xinya's shoulder. Xinya's face turned pale, and she almost instinctively stepped back, narrowly avoiding the dirty hand. At this critical moment, a tall figure suddenly came in without warning and stood firmly between Xinya and Wang Jincheng. It's Lin Feng. He didn't say anything, nor did he even look at Wang Jincheng. He just protected Xinya behind him like a wall. With a height of 1.82 meters, he was able to look down on the bald fat man who was less than 1.7 meters tall. Wang Jincheng's good fortune was interrupted, and he immediately flew into a rage. He looked up at the young man in front of him who was a head taller than him and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Do you know the rules?" Protected by Lin Feng behind her and smelling the faint soapberry fragrance coming from him, Xinya's anxious heart inexplicably calmed down. She gathered herself, stepped out from behind Lin Feng, and explained in a cold voice, "Director Wang, this is my new assistant, Lin Feng." "Assistant?" Wang Jincheng's eyes flickered between Lin Feng and Xinya, his dissatisfaction growing stronger. "A new assistant dares to stand in the chairman's way? Director Qin, this person you hired is not very sensible. Can't you see I'm talking to you about business?" "Director Wang," Xinya interrupted him, her tone firm, "we are just about to go to the conference room. There is an urgent document that needs to be processed immediately, otherwise it will delay important matters." Chapter 27: Zhang Shuai's Persistence. Wang Jincheng was blocked by Lin Feng, the young man who looked like a door god. Looking at Xinya's cold face, his interest in teasing disappeared instantly. As a chairman, he can't just flirt with a small assistant in the corridor. It would be embarrassing if it got out. Oof. Wang Jincheng rubbed his nose in frustration and found a way out. Before leaving, he turned back to Xinya and said, "Okay, Xiaoya, forget it this time. Next time there's a lighter project, I'll take you out to see the world." After saying that, he glared at Lin Feng fiercely, then turned around and left with his fat body twisted. It was not until Wang Jincheng's back disappeared at the end of the corridor that Xinya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her entire aura softened, and a layer of cold sweat even seeped out of her back. The office door was still open, and for a moment they were the only two people in the corridor, and the atmosphere was a little quiet. "Thank you," Xinya said in a low voice, with a slight tremor in her voice that she didn't even notice. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng in front of her. Under the light, the young man's profile was clearly outlined, his eyes were calm, and his tall back seemed so reliable at this moment. "Director Qin, this is my job." Lin Feng turned his head and smiled at her. That smile was clean and warm, instantly dispelling the haze in Xinya's heart. Ding! Xinya's favorability detected +5, the host receives a cash rebate of 500,000 yuan. Current Xinya favorability, 57 points. Xinya leaned heavily back into the leather chair, raised her hand and pinched her eyebrows, her face filled with lingering fatigue and disgust. Lin Feng sat at his workstation outside, thinking about how to deal with this old pervert next. For a moment, the only sound in the office was the soft tapping of keyboards. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps came from afar. Knock, knock. Zhang Shuai, the marketing director, knocked on the glass door twice symbolically, and without waiting for a response from inside, he turned the door handle and walked straight in. He was wearing a well-tailored brand-name suit today, his hair was combed sleekly, and he stood in front of Qinya's desk, thinking he looked very handsome. Director Qin, are you busy? Xinya raised her eyelids and said in a voice without a trace of warmth, Director Zhang, is there something wrong? Zhang Shuai put his hands in his pockets and paced around her desk. He said sourly, just now, it seemed like you and Director Wang were chatting quite well. Xinya frowned, it's just work. Work? Zhang Shuai scoffed, stopped, leaned closer, and lowered his voice, Xinya, stop pretending with me. I've been pursuing you for so long, and you've been ignoring me. Is it just because of Director Wang? There was a questioning tone in his voice. You rejected me because that bald old man of his was after you, right? Xinya's face instantly darkened, Zhang Shuai, please be more careful with your words. Are you sensible? Zhang Shuai's voice suddenly rose, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. During the meeting, that old man's eyes never left your legs. How dare you say you didn't feel anything? That look in his eyes made him want to rip your clothes off. Have you two been having an affair for a long time? This slander was like a loud slap in Qinya's face. She was so angry that her chest heaved. She slammed the table and stood up, her beautiful eyes full of frost. Zhang Shuai. Shut up. Wang Jinxing and I have nothing to do with each other. But can you please stop being so filthy? Also, let me tell you again, I don't like you. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Please stop being so self-indulgent. Lin Feng, who was outside, stopped what he was doing the moment Zhang Shuai broke in. He could see the scene inside clearly through the transparent glass wall. His ears moved imperceptibly, and his super hearing function activated, allowing him to hear every word of the sarcastic conversation. Hearing Zhang Shuai insulting Qinya like this, Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. This Zhang Shuai, who throws dirty water on the goddess when he can't win her heart, is really a complete scumbag. However, seeing that he was just talking and didn't take any further action, Lin Feng didn't stand up immediately. He wanted to see how Qinya would handle it. In the office, Zhang Shuai's face turned red and white, and his handsome features were a little distorted after being scolded by Qinya, who pointed at his nose. He didn't expect Qinya's reaction to be so intense, and her words were so decisive, without any mercy. Zhang Shuai also seemed to be ignited with anger. His hands on the table were clenched into fists, and veins on the back of his hands bulged. Qinya, I'm telling you, I saw it all. Just last month during the dinner party, in the basement garage, Wang Jinsheng had his dirty hand on your shoulder. Don't think I don't know, he just wants to pick you up. Zhang Shuai became more and more excited as he spoke, his saliva almost spraying onto Qinya's face. He's a shabby old man in his late 60s, bald, with a beer belly. What else does he have besides a few lousy bucks? Qinya, your taste isn't that bad, is it? Or do you just like the kind of guy who can be your dad? These words were extremely harsh and full of insults. Qinya's face instantly sank to the bottom, and a surge of anger rushed from the bottom of her heart to the top of her head. She slammed the table, stood up, and looked down at Zhang Shuai with eyes like knives tempered with ice. Zhang Shuai, it's not your place to question me. Who are you to me? Xinya spoke each word with disgust. Instead of focusing on your marketing during work hours, you stare at me like a pervert all day, observing my every move. Don't you think you're filthy and disgusting? Whoever Mr. Wang likes and whoever he wants to pursue is his freedom. I have no right to interfere. But I can tell you clearly that I, Xinya, despise him, let alone like him. Now, please get out of my office. The series of angry attacks, like a machine gun, caught Zhang Shuai off guard. He was so overwhelmed by Qinya's powerful aura that he was speechless for a moment. He hadn't expected that the usually aloof Qinya could be so oppressive when angry. The office fell into deathly silence. It took Zhang Shuai a long time to recover. He looked at Qinya's cheeks, which were slightly flushed with anger, and his eyes flickered a few times. The anger in his heart strangely dissipated, replaced by a kind of morbid excitement. He likes this kind of rose with thorns, and he feels a sense of accomplishment when he conquers it. He took a deep breath, and the expression on his face changed 180 degrees in an instant, from anger and jealousy to guilt and heartache. Yeah, I'm sorry. He stood up, his voice very low and soft, with a hint of pleading. I was too impulsive. I misunderstood you. I just care about you too much. Seeing that old man Wang Jinsheng pestering you, my heart is like a fire burning. I'm afraid you'll be deceived by him. These words, coupled with his rather handsome face and his deliberately affectionate expression, were enough to soften the hearts of many young girls who were inexperienced in the world. But who is Qinya? She has seen everything. Chapter 28. I got my big mansion. She just watched Zhang Shuai's performance coldly without saying a word. Seeing that Qinya's attitude did not soften, Zhang Shuai took another step forward, trying to close the distance between them. Yeah, since you don't like Wang Jinxing either, then give me a chance, okay? He looked at Qinya with burning eyes, his voice full of temptation. If you're with me, I'll immediately post on the company forum and officially announce that you're my girlfriend. I declare to the whole company that I love you. This way, even if Wang Jinxing is extremely daring, he won't dare to harass you again. I'm protecting you. Zhang Shuai spoke with such sincerity that he seemed like a knight saving the princess. After saying that, he slowly stretched out his hand, wanting to hold Qinya's hand, which was placed on the edge of the table. The moment his fingertips were about to touch the back of Qinya's hand, Qinya suddenly retracted her hand as if she was touched by something dirty, with an expression of disgust clearly revealed on her face. Director Zhang, please respect yourself. Her voice was as cold as ice. I'll say it again, none of your business is my business. Also, put away your self-righteous tricks. It makes me want to vomit. Zhang Shuai's hand, stretched out in the air, froze in embarrassment. Qinya's ruthless rejection and undisguised disgust were like two loud slaps in his face. His face turned from white to red, and then from red to blue, which was a wonderful scene. Qinya. Finally, he got angry and withdrew his hand, pointing at Qinya's nose. Don't be so shameless. How am I, Zhang Shuai, unworthy of you? Just wait, sooner or later, you'll come to me crying and beg me. After saying these harsh words, Zhang Shuai could no longer stay there. He turned around abruptly, opened the office door forcefully, and left without looking back. Bang! The loud bang of the door closing made the dust on the ceiling fall down. Meanwhile, the public office area of the Human Resources Department. Lin Feng was sitting at his workstation, pretending to organize some documents. In fact, his ears were trembling slightly at an imperceptible frequency. Everything that had just happened in Qinya's office, from Zhang Shuai's unreasonable intrusion, to his filthy accusations, to Qinya's domineering retort, and finally Zhang Shuai's outwardly aggressive but ultimately timid behavior. Every word was heard clearly in his ears. When Lin Feng heard Zhang Shuai slandering Qinya and Wang Jinsheng for having an affair, he clenched his fists quietly. When hearing Qinya's resounding counterattack, especially the sentence, "It makes me want to vomit," Lin Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. She is worthy of being my target goddess, awesome. The depressing atmosphere in the office finally dissipated as the bell rang for the end of get off work. Qinya was annoyed by the two fly-like men all day long, and her mood was visibly low. Lin Feng was tactful enough not to disturb her and stayed quietly at his workstation until the last second. The advantage of being an intern is that you don't have to work overtime. Lin Feng stretched out his body, and all the bones in his body made a comfortable crisp sound. When he thought about the 250 square meter apartment in Jiangcheng Haoyuan that he was about to get, his heart was beating with excitement as if there was a rabbit in his chest. That's Jiangcheng Haoyuan, one of the luxury residential communities in the center of Jiangcheng City. Lin Feng almost ran out of the company building, hailed a taxi on the roadside, and headed straight for his destination. The street scene outside the car window was rapidly receding, and Lin Feng's mood also became more cheerful. However, this good mood was stopped in front of the magnificent gilded gate of Jiangcheng Mansion. Hey, what do you do? A middle-aged security guard in his 40s walked out of the security booth and looked Lin Feng up and down, his eyes full of undisguised contempt. Lin Feng's clothes, which cost less than 200 yuan in total, were totally out of place in this magnificent environment. Hello, I'm here to check in. Lin Feng replied politely. Collecting the rooms? The security guard scoffed, as if he had just heard a huge joke. Young man, do you know where this is? The prices per square meter here will scare you to death. Stop having fun here and get out of here. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He really encountered this kind of dog-eyed look down on people drama. He was not angry at all, but rather found it a little funny. I'm the owner of room 1001, Lin Feng. You can check with your property manager. Lin Feng's tone was flat, and no emotion could be heard. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, the security guard picked up the intercom doubtfully and said, Xiao Zhang, there's a young man who looks like a student at the door. He says he's the owner of 1001, Lin Feng. Go check with him. There was silence on the other end of the intercom for a few seconds, and then a clear female voice came, Please wait a moment, Mr. Lin, I'll be there soon. The voice was polite, even a little respectful. The security guard's expression changed instantly, from disdain to shock, and then a hint of panic. His hand was shaking as he held the intercom. After hanging up the phone, when he looked at Lin Feng again, his face was filled with a flattering smile, and his waist was subconsciously bent 3 inches. Oh, it's Mr. Lin. The way you look at me, you really don't recognize a great man. Don't take it to heart, I apologize. As he spoke, he trotted over, wanting to help Lin Feng open the door and hand him a cigarette. He looked so flustered that it was hilarious. Lin Feng waved his hand and didn't bother with him. Just then, a woman in a business suit walked out of the community quickly. The white silk shirt wraps the curves perfectly. Under the black hip-hugging miniskirt, a pair of long legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings are straight and slender. On the feet are a pair of simple black high heels. Every step reveals competence and elegance. She walked closer, with a professional smile on her face, and politely extended her hand. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am your exclusive housekeeper Zhang Xiaoqin, welcome home. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on her face for a moment. The woman in front of him had delicate features and a gentle temperament. She was indeed a beauty. His heart moved, and he immediately said silently, System, scan her appearance. Ding. Target, Zhang Xiaoqin. Appearance rating, 84 points. Warning, the target's appearance does not meet the 85-point standard, and the system binding effect cannot be activated. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. 84 points? Just 1 point. He looked at the impeccable smile on Zhang Xiaoqin's face and sighed in his heart. The threshold of this system is too high. The duck that was about to be in my mouth flew away just like that? The favorability bonus of 100,000 yuan and the random skills were all gone? What a pity, what a pity. Under the guidance of Zhang Xiaoqin, Lin Feng walked into the community. Lin Feng looked around at the greenery and environment around the community and praised them repeatedly. It is worthy of being a luxury residential community, the environment of this community is really high-end. Soon Zhang Xiaoqin and Lin Feng arrived at the property management center of the community. Chapter 29 What a pity, it's so hard to find the target goddess. The property center of Jiangcheng Hoyuan is located in the core area of the community. It is an independent 2-story building made entirely of light gray marble and huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Sunlight shines through the glass onto the polished floor, and the air is filled with a light aroma of high-end aromatherapy and coffee beans. This place doesn't look like an ordinary residential property management office, but more like the lobby of a 5-star hotel. Zhang Xiaoqin led Lin Feng in, and the staff they met along the way greeted her respectfully. Sister Qin. Hello, Sister Qin. She just smiled and nodded in response, her every move revealing a sense of competence and composure. She led Lin Feng to an area specially for receiving owners, with soft leather sofas and an exquisite fruit plate and bottled water on the table. Mr. Lin, please sit down. These are the handover documents for your house. Please take a look and sign here if there are no problems. Zhang Xiaoqin took out several documents from a folder, placed them neatly in front of Lin Feng, and handed him a Mont-Blanc pen. Her voice is very nice, warm and pleasant, like a spring breeze blowing across the lake. Lin Feng did not look at the documents. All his attention was on whether Zhang Xiaoqin's appearance met the standards. Please scan the system again to see if there are any errors? Lin Feng was very unwilling. From the first time he saw Zhang Xiaoqin, the system prompts in his head never stopped. Ding. Target person detected, Zhang Xiaoqin. Re-scanning the appearance. Scan completed. Target appearance, 84 points. 84 points. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Still 1 point short. If it were just this 1 point, the woman in front of him would be just an ordinary woman with regular features and a good figure in his eyes. It will not trigger the system's special effects, turning him into a peerless handsome man with a 99-point appearance. This also meant that he couldn't gain any favorability from her, let alone the cash rebate of 100,000 yuan for that little bit of favorability. The duck that was about to be caught flew away because one feather was not up to standard. Lin Feng felt so depressed. His eyes were almost glued to Zhang Xiaoqin's face, with a kind of scrutiny and inquiry, as if he were a most discerning treasure appraiser, checking the insignificant flaw on a rare treasure. The eyes are big, the double eyelids are natural, the eyelashes are long and curled, the eyes are clear, no problem. The nose is very straight, the height of the bridge of the nose and the curvature of the nose tip are just right, no problem. The lips are of moderate thickness, full in shape, and have a light pink hue, which is also fine. The face shape is a standard oval face with a clear and smooth jawline. Her skin was fair and delicate, and even under the bright lights of the property center, no pores or blemishes could be seen. How can this be only 84 points? Lin Feng's gaze was unconcealed, with a hint of stubbornness. Zhang Xiaoqin was explaining the terms in the document to him, such as the change of household ownership for water, electricity and gas, the payment cycle of property fees, and the various services enjoyed by the owners. As she spoke, she felt something was wrong. The gaze of the new owner opposite was so penetrating and fixed. It didn't seem like he was listening to anyone, but rather, studying something. She subconsciously stopped talking and touched her cheek uncomfortably. "Mr. Lin, is there something on my face?" She put on some light makeup before going out today, so there shouldn't be any problem. After she asked this, Lin Feng suddenly came to his senses and realized his own gaffe. It was indeed not very polite for a 22-year-old young man to stare at a 25-year-old working woman so brazenly. No. Lin Feng waved his hands quickly, forcing a smile that he thought was honest and sincere. "I just think, Butler Zhang, you are really good looking." This straightforward and slightly clumsy compliment made Zhang Xiaoqin stun for a moment. She had seen too many slick compliments and many pretentious approaches, but this was the first time someone had come up to her and said, "You are so beautiful," like Lin Feng. A little silly, but also sincere. Zhang Xiaoqin smiled, her professionalism helping her to quickly adjust her mood. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for the compliment. Please take a look at the documents first." She brought the topic back, but in her mind she had formed a definition of Lin Feng, a young owner who had just graduated from school and was not very good at dealing with people, with an ordinary appearance, about 75 points, nothing special. Lin Feng said "oh" twice, picked up a pen and pretended to look at the document, but the thoughts in his mind were spinning wildly. System, why is this happening? Please scan it again. Is there something wrong? Or is there a delay? System scanning for the third time. Scan completed, target person Zhang Xiaoqin, appearance score 84. The system has no errors. A cold mechanical sound rang in Lin Feng's mind, shattering his last bit of fantasy. Lin Feng did not give up. He looked at the delicate makeup on Zhang Xiaoqin's face and found an explanation that he thought was reasonable. Is it because she wore makeup? Was it because the makeup was poorly applied, which lowered her score? System explanation: cosmetics are external modifiers that only have a visual impact and cannot alter the body's fundamental bone structure, skin genes, or facial proportions. The system's scoring is based on the body's essence and is not influenced by external factors such as makeup, hairstyle, and clothing. Then how can I quickly change my appearance score? Lin Feng asked himself. The only way: permanent physical modification of the body, such as plastic surgery. Warm reminder: plastic surgery carries risks. A successful procedure can improve your appearance score. A failed or ineffective procedure can also lower your appearance score. Lin Feng's eyes twitched when he heard this. Let this beautiful woman get plastic surgery? Just for a mere point? Let us not talk about whether he is willing or not. Even if he is willing, if he fails and his score drops from 84 to 83, he will be so unlucky that he won't even recognize his grandparents. Besides, he had no relationship with her, so he couldn't just run over and say, "Beautiful lady, I think you have good talent, but you're just 1 point away from perfection. How about I sponsor you to get your eyes opened?" I guess he would be treated as a lunatic on the spot and carried out by security. Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? Zhang Xiaoqin's voice brought him back to reality again. Only then did he realize that he had been holding the pen and hanging over the signature area for a long time without moving, and he was distracted again. Sorry. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and quickly signed his name at the end of the document. The dragon and phoenix danced together in one go. Zhang Xiaoqin took the document, checked it carefully, and after confirming that it was correct, she took out an exquisite box from the drawer. When I opened the box, I saw an access card and a bunch of keys lying quietly inside. Mr. Lin, this is your key and access card to room 1001. Please keep it safe. She handed the box over with both hands. Lin Feng reached out to take it, and his fingertips inevitably touched her warm fingertips. Very soft and smooth. Unfortunately, it cannot be converted into cash. Lin Feng wailed in his heart, but still had to maintain a polite smile on his face. Thank you, Butler Zhang, for your hard work. It's not hard. This is all part of my job. Zhang Xiaoqin stood up and gestured please. The formalities have been completed. I'll take you to see the house right away. Chapter 30, the mansion is really luxurious. Zhang Xiaoqin led Lin Feng through a public area comparable to the lobby of a five-star hotel, took the spacious and bright elevator, and finally stopped in front of room 1001. Along the way, Lin Feng's eyes were like those of a country bumpkin who came to the city for the first time. He looked around and found everything new to him. The greening, design and materials of this community all reveal two words rich. The excitement in his heart was almost uncontrollable. Zhang Xiaoqin swiped the door card lightly, and the heavy solid wooden door opened. Mr. Lin, please come in. The moment Lin Feng stepped into the room, his breathing stopped for a second. The scene before him was even more exaggerated than his wildest imagination. The spacious living room has huge floor-to-ceiling windows with a view of the flowing river. The sunlight shines on the floor, which is dazzling. A full set of smart home appliances, a designer sofa, and German kitchen appliances that he had only seen in magazines. This is not just a fine decoration, it's like moving a luxury store back home. These are all mine? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling a little, which he himself didn't even notice. Zhang Xiaoqin smiled and nodded, her professionalism allowing her to maintain a proper distance. Yes, Mr. Lin, everything here belongs to you. You can move in with just your luggage. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement and walked around the 250 square meter house again and again, touching this and looking at that, like a king inspecting his territory, with an unconcealable silly smile on his face. Mr. Lin, I'm Zhang Xiaoqin, your exclusive property manager. Zhang Xiaoqin handed over a business card. If you have any needs in the future, such as home appliance repair, indoor cleaning, or other daily services, you can contact me directly. Lin Feng took the business card and was stunned again. There is also a dedicated butler? We charge 10 yuan per square meter for property management fees, so naturally we have to provide services that match it, Zhang Xiaoqin explained in a neither humble nor arrogant tone. It's really expensive, but it's really cool. He looked at Zhang Xiaoqin in front of him. She was wearing a well-fitting professional suit that outlined her graceful curves, and had a standard professional smile on her face. It is a real pleasure to have such a beauty as the exclusive housekeeper of the house. Just one point. Thinking of this, the expression on Lin Feng's face suddenly became a little strange, and annoyance and regret surged in his heart. If I can activate the system, I can find my exclusive housekeeper Zhang Xiaoqin every day to improve her favorability. This subtle change naturally did not escape Zhang Xiaoqin's eyes, but she obviously misunderstood. Along the way, the young owner had been stealing glances at me from time to time, and now he was staring at me openly. He must have been fascinated by my charm. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoqin couldn't help but feel a little proud, and the curve of her lips became more sincere. It seems that my charm is still as strong as before. After explaining everything, Zhang Xiaoqin politely said her goodbye. As the door closed with a click, the whole world became quiet in an instant. Lin Feng stood alone in the middle of the empty living room. After a huge sense of excitement, an even stronger sense of reality surged up. He really has his own house now. Such a big mansion. Lin Feng lay sprawled on the huge, soft sofa in the living room, his legs resting comfortably on the expensive black walnut coffee table, feeling the spaciousness and tranquility brought by the 250 square meter apartment. This feeling, in one word, is awesome. I remember when I was in a crowded 4-person dormitory, I had to be very careful even when turning over, for fear of making any noise and disturbing my roommates. Now, let alone turning over, even running 800 meters in the living room is no problem at all. This is the life he wants. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the girls' dormitory was not so pleasant. Sumuching lay in front of the desk, her chin supported by her hands, staring at the phone screen with empty eyes. 2 whole days. Lin Feng seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, without a single WeChat message or phone call. Doesn't he like himself? What did you do wrong the last time you met? Or is there another girl next to him? Countless thoughts gnawed at her heart like ants, making her restless and unable to even eat her favorite strawberry cake. Her roommate Jian Tingting, wearing a face mask, passed by her. She took one look at her eager expression and couldn't help but tease, "My campus beauty, are you waiting for your senior Lin Feng again? You've almost stared a hole through your phone screen." "I didn't," Su Muqing retorted stubbornly, but her cheeks turned red. She is Su Muqing, the proud and cold ice goddess in the eyes of outsiders. How can she be so unreserved and worry about a boy? But when she thought of Lin Feng's face, which was so handsome that it was unfair in her eyes, and his unique temperament that made her feel at ease, her inner defenses began to collapse inch by inch. "No, we can't keep waiting like this. What if he was just busy and forgot? What if he is also waiting for me to take the initiative?" After struggling for a long time, Su Muqing finally made up her mind. She took a deep breath and typed a line of words on the screen with slightly trembling fingers as if she was going to the execution ground. I checked it 3 times to make sure there were no typos and that my tone was natural enough, then I closed my eyes and clicked send with determination. "Senior, what have you been busy with these past 2 days?" The moment the message was sent, she slammed her phone upside down on the table, her heart beating wildly. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was lying on the sofa and imagining the future, was brought back to reality by the vibration of the mobile phone in his pocket. He lazily took out his cell phone, thinking that some app was pushing junk news again. But when the screen lit up and he saw the 3 words Su Muqing, Lin Feng was startled and almost jumped up from the sofa. Broken! Alarm bells were ringing in his mind. These past 2 days I was so busy getting familiar with the new house and my internship at the company that I completely forgot about this beautiful campus girl. This is simply a sin. He hurriedly opened WeChat and saw the cautious greeting. Lin Feng seemed to be able to imagine Su Muqing's cute look of confusion and nervousness when she typed this line of words. A deep regret and heartache suddenly welled up in my heart. For a girl, especially a gifted girl like Su Muqing, to let go of her reserve and take the initiative to contact someone, it must have taken tremendous courage. What a stupid brain of mine. Lin Feng didn't dare to delay. His brain was working fast and his fingers were tapping on the screen quickly. Just saying you forgot? That's courting death. Gotta find the perfect excuse. I just started working at a new company, and I'm busy with a new project. I've been working overtime for 2 days straight, and I'm almost dead tired. Half true and half false, it not only explains the reason, but also creates an image of himself as an excellent person who is motivated and hardworking. Perfect. But Lin Feng felt that this was not enough. He had to make amends immediately and take the initiative back into his own hands. He then sent another message. "It's my fault for neglecting our beautiful lady these past 2 days. To make amends, tomorrow, the weekend, I'll take you for a ride, if you'd like." After sending these 2 messages, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He felt more tired than if he had just signed a contract worth tens of millions. In the girls' dormitory, Su Muqing heard the beep of her cell phone and nervously turned it over. When she saw the 2 messages popping up on the screen one after another, her face, which was cloudy a second ago, suddenly brightened up and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Humph, you still have some conscience. Chapter 31, Inviting the Suzhou University Beauty again. An indescribable joy and sweetness, like iced orange soda in summer, was bubbling in her heart. She held the phone in her hands, the corners of her mouth lifted uncontrollably, revealing 2 shallow dimples. However, after the joy, a doubt also emerged. Take a ride? Su Muqing blinked, and her long eyelashes looked like 2 small fans. Does Lin Feng have a car? Su Muqing, going for a ride? Omega. Su Muqing, but, do you have a car? I don't think I've ever seen you drive one. After sending the message, she began to wait nervously for a reply. On the other side, Lin Feng saw Su Muqing's reply and a smile appeared on his face. This question was normal and he had expected it. He really doesn't have a car. But does it matter? Lin Feng's fingers tapped on the screen quickly without any hesitation. Lin Feng, not now. Seeing these 3 words, Su Muqing was stunned. No? How can we go for a ride then? She was about to send another question mark when Lin Feng's second message arrived right after. Lin Feng, why don't you buy one tomorrow? Su Muqing froze as she looked at the words on the screen. She read the sentence again word by word. Tomorrow, go buy one tea that be enough? Is he talking about buying a car? As easy and casual as buying a bottle of water at the convenience store downstairs? Su Muqing's breathing stopped for half a second, and her brain seemed to be in a state of stagnation. What kind of vicious words are these? Go buy a car now for a date tomorrow? Is this something a normal person can do? Lin Feng is indeed a rich second generation who is hiding his true potential. Now it seems that he is more than just a rich second generation, he is the most willful and arbitrary one among the rich second generations. This kind of domineering behavior of spending a lot of money on a date not only did not make Su Muqing feel that he was pretentious, but made her heart beat faster. So handsome. This kind of courage to not treat money as money is simply full of fatal attraction. She could imagine the calm and matter-of-fact expression on Lin Feng's face when he said this. Su Muqing, are you serious? Lin Feng's reply came almost instantly. Lin Feng, of course. Lin Feng, why else would you take our school's beauty for a ride? It would be a great show. It was followed by an okay hand gesture emoticon. Seeing this slightly teasing message, Su Muqing burst out laughing. The doubts and shock in my heart were completely replaced by sweetness and anticipation. This Lin Feng is both domineering and seductive. She no longer hesitated, and replied quickly with an unconcealable smile on her face. Su Muqing, okay, then I'll take it seriously. Lin Feng, okay, see you tomorrow. When Su Muqing thought about going for a ride with Lin Feng tomorrow, all kinds of romantic date scenarios began to play out in her mind. The night was as dark as ink, but the lights in the girls' dormitory were warm and bright. Su Muqing's bed and chair were piled with all kinds of clothes, making it look like a small fashion show. And she herself is the only model. She stood in front of the dressing mirror in the dormitory, wearing a pure white pleated skirt. The hem of the skirt just covered her thighs, making her straight and slender legs look even more breathtaking. The girl in the mirror has curved eyebrows and a touching blush on her cheeks. She has the kind of cuteness that is unique to a girl who is in love. I'll wear this tomorrow. She turned around gently, and the hem of her skirt fluttered like a blooming white flower. She practiced in a low voice to herself in the mirror, Senior Lin Feng, long time no see. No, that's too deliberate. She changed her expression again and pouted slightly. Senior, where have you been these past 2 days? I thought you forgot about me. Alas, it's too contrived again. Su Muqing was feeling distressed when the dormitory door was pushed open with a creak. Chen Jing walked in with her bag and saw the mess in the room and Su Muqing posing in front of the mirror. Hey, who's this? What's our Suzhou University beauty doing? Chen Jing threw her bag on the table, leaned against the doorframe, and said teasingly, why are you making such a fuss? Are you going on a date tomorrow? She deliberately stretched out her voice, is it with Senior Lin Feng? Su Muqing was caught red-handed, her pretty face flushed, but she did not deny it, which was considered as her consent. She pulled at the hem of her skirt a little embarrassedly, but it only made her attempt to cover up something more obvious. Jingjing, you're here just in time. Please help me take a look. Su Muqing looked at her expectantly, as if she had found a savior. How do you like this skirt? Is it a little too short? Chen Jing's gaze fell on Su Muqing's long legs. A hint of imperceptible jealousy flashed in the depths of her eyes, but she quickly covered it up with a smile. Short? Chen Jing tooted twice, walked forward, and pinched the fabric of the skirt. My Suzhou University beauty, this is more than just short. Are you planning to make Senior Lin Feng have a nosebleed tomorrow? With your legs, if you walk on the street tomorrow, all the boys within a 10-meter radius will fall flat on their faces. This was an exaggeration, but it was exactly what Su Muqing wanted. This is exactly the effect she wants. Thinking of the surprised expression Lin Feng might have when he saw her, Su Muqing felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey. However, Chen Jing could not empathize with this joy. The smile on her face was still bright, but her heart seemed to be blocked by a stone. Hateful. Why? In terms of looks, I am only slightly inferior to Su Muqing, and in terms of figure, my plump advantage is much better than her skinny figure. Why do all the outstanding men revolve around her? Chen Jing's resentment and jealousy grew wildly, but she pretended to be serious on the surface, as if she was thinking about her best friend. She pulled Su Muqing to sit beside the bed and said earnestly, Muqing, there's something I don't know whether I should say. Seeing her expression, Su Muqing also became serious. What's wrong, Jingjing, tell me. Look, this Senior Lin Feng is definitely amazing, he's handsome and rich. Chen Jing initially affirmed, then changed the subject, but think about it, he disappeared for 2 days without a word, and then suddenly showed up to ask you out. Don't you think that's a bit strange? She leaned closer, lowering her voice as if sharing some profound secret. Let me tell you, a lot of rich, handsome guys like to play this game these days, disappearing and playing hard to get. They're really just like Poseidon, casting a wide net and snaring multiple women at once. You're so naive, don't just jump in headfirst. You might get scammed without even realizing it. The smile on Su Muqing's face faded. Seeing this, Qin Jing was secretly delighted and continued, think about it, with his conditions, how could he be short of women? There must be a lot of beautiful women throwing themselves at him. After all, how many men can resist temptation? Maybe he's been accompanying other girls these past 2 days. These words were like a needle, accurately piercing the softest part of Su Muqing's heart. But it was only a moment of hesitation, and she immediately remembered Lin Feng's handsome and sincere face. No, Jingjing, you misunderstood me. Su Muqing hurriedly defended herself, her voice rising a little. He explained to me that he just started an internship at a new company these past few days. It's a very important position. He's been very busy, so he doesn't have time to check his phone. Didn't he contact me as soon as he was done? Seeing Su Muqing's eager look to protect Lin Feng, Chen Jing was so angry that she almost couldn't maintain her facial expression. Chen Jing sneered in her heart, but could only agree with her words. Okay, I was overthinking it. Your senior Lin Feng is the best man in the world, okay? She stood up, patted Su Muqing on the shoulder, and added meaningfully, then you have to keep a close eye on him, don't let him be seduced away by some vixen outside. After saying that, Chen Jing turned around to pack her things and prepare to go home for the weekend. Chen Jing did not live on campus every day, so she often went home for a few days and then returned to the dormitory when she needed to attend classes. Soon, Chen Jing left the dormitory with some clothes and daily necessities. After all, Chen Jing didn't want to feel Su Muqing's sweetness before the date in the dormitory. This was a torture for Chen Jing. Chapter 32. Buy a luxury car before going for a ride. In the dormitory, without Chen Jing's reference, Su Muqing's personal fashion show completely let herself go. She turned her wardrobe upside down and spread out 5 or 6 skirts on the bed, staging a fierce internal competition. In the end, the pure white dress won by a narrow margin. Next was the shoes. High heels were too aggressive, and flat shoes were too casual, so I finally settled on a pair of thick-soled white leather shoes. Then came socks, bags, earrings, necklaces. By the time she had put together her entire outfit and placed it neatly beside the bed, more than 2 hours had passed. Su Muqing collapsed exhausted in the chair, looking at her results of victory. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. She even secretly practiced several times in front of the mirror what kind of smile she should use to greet Lin Feng when she saw him tomorrow. The weekend date came as scheduled. The sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows of the Jiangcheng Mercedes-Benz 4S store, falling onto the spotless floor, reflecting a dazzling light. Lin Feng and Su Muqing walked in one after another. For a moment, Lin Feng felt the air around him stagnant. It seemed as if the entire 4S store's attention was focused on Su Muqing, who was beside him. Today Su Muqing wore a pure white short dress. The design of the skirt was very clever, just covering her thighs. Any more would be cumbersome, and any less would be dangerous. It perfectly set off her straight and slender legs. Under the skirt are delicate white stockings, wrapping the well-proportioned thighs and round calves, extending all the way to the small white leather shoes. There is an indescribable attraction in the purity. She wore light makeup, but it was more carefully applied than any heavy makeup she usually wore. The eyeliner is drawn just right, adding a bit of spirit to the already clear eyes, and the bean paste-colored lipstick on the lips makes her look gentle and lovely. Her high ponytail swayed gently as she walked, drawing youthful arcs. Lin Feng's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. This is no longer a question of whether it looks good or not, it is simply an angel sent to the world. Lin Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. He could feel that from the moment they entered the exhibition hall, at least 7 or 8 pairs of eyes in the exhibition hall were focused on Su Muqing. A male salesperson who was introducing a car model to a customer suddenly got stuck in the middle of his words and glanced over here. A female salesperson who was wiping the car body nearby also stopped what she was doing, her eyes filled with a mixture of amazement and a hint of jealousy. An inexplicable sense of possessiveness and pride surged in Lin Feng's heart. He moved closer to Su Muqing calmly, almost shoulder to shoulder with her. How about it? Give me some suggestions. Which one looks good? Lin Feng turned his head and asked softly. Su Muqing was obviously a little uncomfortable with this scene. She whispered in Lin Feng's ear, I don't know much about cars. They all look pretty good, and they're pretty expensive. Her face turned slightly red, and she felt a little helpless looking at these shiny luxury cars. At this time, a female salesperson who was wearing a professional suit and looked very capable came up quickly with a professional smile on her face. Hello, everyone, and welcome. How can I help you? Are you looking for a C-class or an E-class? We're having a pretty good promotion for young customers right now. Although she was polite in her words, her eyes swept over Lin Feng and Su Muqing. Seeing their student-like attire, her enthusiasm was mixed with a bit of procedural perfunctory. Lin Feng was too lazy to beat around the bush with her. His purpose of coming here today was very clear, which was to buy a car and take Su Muqing for a ride. Don't look at these for now. Lin Feng waved his hand, interrupting the saleswoman's endless introduction. His eyes swept across the huge exhibition hall, and finally stopped at the imposing sedan in the center of the hall, which was highlighted by the spotlight. The saleswoman's smile froze for a moment, and she felt a little unhappy, thinking that the two students just came in to hang out and watch the fun. At this moment, a slightly contemptuous voice came from not far away. Oh, the young people nowadays really treat 4S stores as tourist attractions. They take a couple of photos and post them on WeChat Moments, pretending to be rich second generations? A middle-aged man with a beer belly whispered sarcastically to the woman next to him. His voice was neither loud nor soft, just loud enough for Lin Feng and the others to hear. Su Muqing's face turned red in an instant, and she pulled at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes in embarrassment. Lin Feng acted as if he didn't hear it and laughed instead. He turned his head and looked at the somewhat stunned female salesperson, and asked in a calm but clear tone, "Which one is the most expensive in your store?" With just one sentence, the surroundings instantly quieted down. The saleswoman was stunned, thinking she had misheard. The man with a beer belly who was mocking me just now was like a duck with its neck strangled, with an expression frozen on his face. "Sir, what did you say?" the saleswoman stuttered to confirm. "I say, introduce the most expensive car in your store." Lin Feng repeated, pointing to the center of the hall. The most expensive one should be the one in the center of the hall's booth. The saleswoman's eyes lit up instantly, and her previous perfunctory and impatience disappeared, replaced by extreme enthusiasm and excitement, and even her voice trembled a little. "Sir, you have such a good eye. That's our store's most valuable possession, the latest Maybach S-Class. We're the only one in Jiangqing that has this car in stock right now." As she spoke, she walked quickly ahead to lead the way, her high heels making crisp sounds on the floor. This car is equipped with a V12 engine, and its interior is entirely decorated with top-quality Napa leather and solid wood. It can be said to be a mobile palace. Lin Feng didn't listen much to her introduction of the performance, but just looked quietly at Su Muqing beside him. Su Muqing opened her beautiful eyes wide, her mouth slightly open, and her face was full of disbelief. She could never have imagined that the car Lin Feng was talking about was actually a car of this level. The saleswoman walked them to the car, took a deep breath, and quoted the final price in an almost pilgrim tone. "Sir, this Maybach S680, after adding all the options, has a price tag of 3.6 million. Hiss. Su Muqing took a breath and subconsciously covered her mouth. 3,600,000? This was an astronomical figure for her. Lin Feng just nodded calmly, with no ripples in his heart. Ding. Su Muqing's favorability increased by +5. Received a cashback reward of 500,000 yuan. Ding. Su Muqing's current accumulated favorability is 55 points. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. Spending 3.6 million to buy a goddess smile and making 500,000 yuan in the process, this deal is worth it. He looked at the completely stunned saleswoman and the stunned man with a beer belly not far away, and spoke lightly. Card payment, full payment. Chapter 33 Super Intelligence System? The entire hall of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were like iron filings attracted by a magnet, firmly fixed on Lin Feng and the obsidian black Maybach S-Class sedan. "Sir, this Maybach S680, including options and purchase tax, has a total price of 3.66 million yuan. The saleswoman's voice trembled slightly. She had been in the business for many years and had seen wealthy customers, but she had never seen anyone buy a car this way. It's like buying a cabbage at the vegetable market, without even asking the price, you just want to pack it up and take it away. Oh, keep pretending." In the crowd, the middle-aged man with a beer belly sneered, hugged his heavily made-up female companion, and whispered, "Look, honey, this guy is just a typical braggart. He specializes in bragging in front of beautiful women. When his card balance runs low, I'll see how he ends up." The female companion covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled, her eyes sweeping over Lin Feng and Su Muqing with contempt. "That's right, college students nowadays are willing to say anything to pick up girls. Don't be too poor to even afford a down payment later." Their voices were not loud, but in the quiet hall, they were loud enough for several people around them to hear. Su Muqing's cheeks felt slightly hot and her heart was beating fast. 3,660,000. This is no longer just a number, it is a mountain of gold that is suffocating. Is Lin Feng really okay? She looked at Lin Feng nervously, but found that there was no expression on his face, as if he was just buying a cup of milk tea. Lin Feng ignored the gossip around him and simply said to the salesperson, "Swipe the card." 2 words, understated but powerful. The saleswoman took a deep breath, held the POS machine in both hands, and handed it to Lin Feng respectfully. "Sir, please." Her heart was in her throat. If this deal went through, she would definitely be the top seller this year. Lin Feng took the POS machine, took out a black bank card from his wallet, and entered the password without any hesitation. Drop. A soft sound. Everyone held their breath. The man with a beer belly had his mouth wide open, ready to watch the show. The next second, a clear mechanical female voice came from the POS machine. Payment received successfully, transaction amount, 3,660,000 yuan. The sound was not loud, but it was like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in everyone's ears. The entire 4S store was dead silent. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened wide enough to fit an egg. The few people who were whispering just now were now like ducks with their necks strangled, unable to utter a word. The smile on the beer-bellied man's face froze, his eyes almost popped out, and the fat on his face twitched, turning from red to the color of liver. The woman next to him covered her mouth tightly with her hands, her eyes full of disbelief. "Oh my God. Did it really? More than 3 million, and you didn't even blink? This isn't a rich second generation, this is a god." After a brief silence, the crowd was completely excited. Hurry! Hurry! What are you all standing there for?" A middle-aged man in a suit and tie rushed out of the office. It was the store's general manager, his face filled with an ecstatic smile. "Fire the salute. This is the highest level card delivery ceremony. Get ready." Bang! Bang! There were 2 loud bangs, and gorgeous fireworks and ribbons fell from the sky, covering Lin Feng and Su Muqing. "Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Becoming our most distinguished Mercedes-Benz Maybach S-Class owner." The general manager led the team personally, and all the salesmen stood in 2 rows and bowed in unison, their voices loud and clear, echoing throughout the hall. This scene is even more lively than the Chinese New Year. The man with the beer belly couldn't stand it any longer. He felt like everyone's gazes were slapping him in the face, burning with pain. He touched his nose dejectedly, dragged his equally pale female companion, squeezed out of the crowd in embarrassment, and disappeared without a trace. "Mr. Lin, Miss Su, please take a rest in our VIP room. The vehicle activation and delivery procedures will be completed soon." The saleswoman's attitude at this time can no longer be described as enthusiastic, it is simply pious. Su Muqing was still confused. She was held by Lin Feng's hand and sat on the soft leather sofa. It was not until the warm coffee was brought to her that she seemed to wake up from her dream. She looked at the man next to her. His handsome profile seemed to be coated with a halo under the crystal chandelier, so handsome that it made her heart beat faster. It turns out that everything he said was true. He said he didn't have a car for a ride, so he really came to buy one. And the first one he bought was a Maybach worth more than 3 million. How domineering, how willful. An indescribable sweetness and sense of security instantly filled Su Muqing's heart. She felt like a princess in a fairy tale, and Lin Feng was the omnipotent prince. She could no longer control the throbbing in her heart, and her soft body leaned towards Lin Feng. She stretched out her white arms and held Lin Feng's arms tightly. This action carries a hint of girlish shyness, but also an unquestionable declaration. She raised her beautiful face and glanced at the young girls in the hall who were still secretly looking at Lin Feng, her eyes full of pride. "Look, this handsome and rich man who treats more than 3 million as pocket money is mine. Don't even think about it, anyone." Just as she gently leaned her head on Lin Feng's shoulder, that familiar voice rang in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Su Muqing's favorability detected +5. Su Muqing's current accumulated favorability, 60 points enduring affection. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 500,000 yuan in cash. A cold and mechanical electronic sound rang out in my mind without warning. Ding! Su Muqing's favorability has reached 60 points, triggering a milestone reward. Drawing a mysterious grand prize for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the super intelligence system. Lin Feng's breathing stagnated for a moment. Before he could think about it, a huge stream of information flooded into his mind. Superintelligence system, the host can obtain any intelligence information of any target person at any time and anywhere. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Any person? Any information? This. He subconsciously turned his gaze to Su Muqing, who was sitting opposite him. The girl was sipping milk tea in small sips, with a hint of satisfaction blushing on her fair cheeks. She noticed his gaze and winked playfully. Lin Feng muttered in his heart, "System, I want Su Muqing's information." The next second, a virtual light curtain that only he could see unfolded above Su Muqing's head. Target person, Su Muqing. Favorability, 60 infatuated. Current state, happy, curious. Real-time thoughts, why did Lin Feng suddenly stop talking and just keep staring at me? He looks so cute when he's lost in thought. Is he thinking about where we'll go on a date? If only he could take the initiative and hold my hand. Lin Feng almost choked on his own saliva. Oh shit. Can you even see what's in your mind? This is no longer just defying the will of heaven, this is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. This superintelligence system, combined with the handsome man system, is a perfect match. From now on, he will be able to see through who is sincere, who is fake, who is scheming, and who is doing bad things at a glance. This system of system rewards is really a system within a system. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more excited he felt. A huge surge of joy rushed to his head, and he could no longer hold it back. The corners of his mouth opened into a grin, and he sat there laughing out loud, his shoulders shaking. Lin Feng? Su Muqing's clear voice sounded, with a hint of doubt. Hey, Lin Feng. She stretched out her white and tender hand and waved it in front of Lin Feng's eyes. What are you thinking about? You're smiling like an idiot. Lin Feng suddenly came back to his senses and met Su Muqing's clear and curious eyes. He looked at her latest real-time thoughts on the screen, his smile was so sunny, just a little silly, cute, and the curve of his mouth became even bigger. Lin Feng leaned forward slightly, lowered his voice, and smiled mysteriously. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something very happy. I was wondering where we were going next. Chapter 34, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Just as Lin Feng and Su Muqing were sitting on the soft leather sofa in the forest store, enjoying the freshly ground coffee brought by the sales consultant, the wind chimes at the door made a crisp sound, interrupting their comfort. A familiar yet annoying figure walked in. Zhou Ruxue. She was wearing exquisite makeup today, dressed in designer clothes, carrying a shiny bag in her hand, and was affectionately holding the arm of a fat boy with a chubby body and a greasy face. As soon as she entered, her eyes scanned the entire exhibition hall like a radar. When she saw Lin Feng sitting leisurely in the rest area, her pupils suddenly shrank, and then, the astonishment was instantly replaced by surging jealousy and anger. Zhou Ruxue's anger bar was instantly full. She remembered that not long ago, Lin Feng humiliated her in public and told her that she was not pretty enough. The feeling of humiliation once again burned her nerves. Before, Lin Feng bought a suit worth hundreds of thousands of dollars in front of her just to show off. Today, we must get our place back. She glanced at Wang Xiaohu beside her and felt more confident. Wang Xiaohu's family runs a mine. Although he looks a bit ugly, he is rich. Today I brought him here to buy a Mercedes-Benz. And what about Lin Feng? How could a poor student who just graduated appear in such a place? And with a woman who is more beautiful than himself? The more Zhou Ruxue thought about it, the angrier she became. The script in her mind had already been arranged. She wanted to completely tear off Lin Feng's hypocritical mask in front of this beauty and make him lose face. She pulled Wang Xiaohu, stepped on high heels, and walked straight towards Lin Feng and Su Muqing with an extremely hypocritical smile on her face. Hey, isn't this Lin Feng? What a coincidence. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for the customers around her who were looking at cars to hear. Lin Feng raised his eyelids and saw that it was her. He didn't even frown. He just picked up the coffee and took a sip, as if he saw an insignificant passerby. This attitude of being ignored made Zhou Ruxue even more angry. She deliberately turned her gaze to Su Muqing, looking her up and down, with undisguised provocation and a hint of pretended sympathy in her eyes. After just a few days of not seeing each other, he already has a new girlfriend? Zhou Ruxue's tone was sarcastic. Little sister, you better open your eyes. Didn't he just cry and shout and confess his love to me, saying that he had a crush on me for 3 years and couldn't live without me? And it's only been a few days, and he's already found a new lover. TSK, what a scumbag who falls in love with every woman he meets. Her words contained a huge amount of information and were full of aggression. She was certain that any woman who heard that her boyfriend had such a past and was exposed in front of him would definitely turn hostile on the spot. She was ready to watch the show, waiting for Su Muqing to question Lin Feng, and then the two of them to quarrel in public, and preferably fight. That would be satisfying. Wang Xiaohu was confused by what he heard, but when he saw Zhou Rushua being so aggressive, he puffed out his chest and looked down at Lin Feng, as if to say, "Boy, you dare to mess with my girlfriend?" However, what happened next was completely beyond Zhou Rushua's expectations. Su Muqing didn't even look at Lin Feng, as if she didn't care at all about the past that Zhou Rushua mentioned. She just slowly put down the coffee cup in her hand, and the cup made a slight sound when it hit the table. Then she raised her head, and her cold eyes, as if icy, looked straight at Zhou Rushua. "Are you done?" These three simple words carry a compelling aura. Zhou Rushua was stunned and replied subconsciously, "I'm telling the truth. I'm doing this for your own good." "For my own good?" Su Muqing suddenly smiled. That smile was beautiful, but without a trace of warmth. "Who do you think you are? Do I need you to do good for me?" "You." Zhou Rushua's face instantly turned purple. She didn't expect the other party to be so vicious and not give her any face at all. Su Muqing didn't give her a chance to refute. She leaned forward slightly, and her eyes scraped Zhou Rushua's face like a knife. "You're a woman who couldn't get Lin Feng, and now you regret it. Are you trying to use such despicable means to make your presence felt?" As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of several customers who were listening to gossip around her changed when they looked at Zhou Rushua. "It turns out that you can't get what you want, and hate comes from love. You're talking nonsense." Zhou Rushua was shaking with anger. "It was clearly him who pursued me, and I rejected him. Don't be fooled by him. Look at his face, so ordinary, and he has no money. What does he have to offer that would make him worthy of you? He must have used sweet words to win you over." In Zhou Rushua's eyes, Lin Feng's appearance was only 5 points at most, the kind that would be hard to find in a crowd. She really couldn't understand how a beauty like Su Muqing could fall for such a guy. She thought these words could wake Su Muqing up. Who knew that after hearing this, the sarcasm on Su Muqing's face became even more intense. "What does he look like?" Su Muqing turned her gaze towards Lin Feng. At that moment, the ice and snow in her eyes melted away, transforming into a pool of spring water, full of tenderness. "In my eyes, he is more handsome than all the men in the world put together." After saying that, she turned her gaze back to Zhou Rushua and glanced at Wang Xiaohu beside her. "You, on the other hand, have quite a unique eye. This gentleman is very blessed with good looks. It seems you have your own unique understanding of the word appearance. Puff." A young girl who was looking at the car nearby couldn't help but burst out laughing. "That's so hurtful. It's simply murderous and heartbreaking." Wang Xiaohu's face turned green instantly. No matter how dumb he was, he could tell that this was a mockery of his ugliness. Zhou Rushua's face turned red and white, and she felt that the gazes of everyone around her were like needles piercing her. The sharp tongue that she was proud of was completely useless in front of Su Muqing. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke slowly. He looked at the furious Zhou Rushua, and there was even a hint of a smile on his face. "Zhou Rushua, you're right. I have confessed my feelings to you before." When Zhou Rushua heard this, she thought she had found a lifeline and immediately shouted, "Did you hear that? He admitted it." Lin Feng continued slowly, "I was indeed young at that time, and my eyesight wasn't very good. Now that I think about it, I really have to thank you very much." He paused and turned his gaze to Su Muqing beside him, the doting in his eyes almost overflowing. "Thank you for rejecting me so straightforwardly. Otherwise, how would I have had the chance to meet a girl as wonderful as Muqing?" These words made her feel worse than being scolded 10,000 times. This was equivalent to telling her that her rejection at the beginning, far from hurting him, had helped him instead. She was just a stepping stone on his road to happiness, and the kind he actively disliked and kicked away. Zhou Rushua was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She pointed at Lin Feng, her lips trembling, and she couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. You guys. Chapter 35 Absolute Crush. After Zhou Rushua saw that Su Muqing's pretty face didn't waver at all after she had been provoking her for a long time, she became furious. What she couldn't stand the most was Su Muqing's aloof and indifferent look. She was obviously a poor student, but why did she pretend to be indifferent to the world? Especially, she was actually holding the arm of Lin Feng, a poor loser. Zhou Rushue really couldn't figure out what Su Muqing liked about Lin Feng? In terms of appearance, he is ordinary and can't be found among a group of shameful people. In terms of family background, he is even more of a joke. Is there something wrong with Su Muqing's eyes? Humph, I'm too lazy to bother with you guys. Zhou Rushue folded her hands over her chest, raised her chin high, her eyes full of contempt, and her voice was neither loud nor soft, but loud enough for the sales staff around her to hear clearly. What? You two poor students, are you here to use the free air conditioning? Or do you think the sofas in this Mercedes-Benz store are more comfortable than those in the school library? She paused deliberately, glanced at the salesperson standing next to her, and raised her voice a little. If you don't want to buy a car, get out of here right now. Don't just sit there and do nothing. Believe it or not, I'll call security to kick you two out for disturbing the store's appearance. Su Muqing frowned slightly and was about to speak when Lin Feng gently held her hand. There was no expression on Lin Feng's face. He just looked at Zhou Rushue as if he was looking at a clown. This kind of disregard made Zhou Rushue more angry than any rebuttal. She pulled Wang Xiaohu beside her, as if to show off her trophy. See? Brother Xiaohu and I are here to pick up the car today. Wang Xiaohu immediately straightened his back, cleared his throat, tried to act like a successful man, and waved to a female salesperson not far away. Sales, come here. Tell me about that new Mercedes-Benz E. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's face immediately lit up with a professional smile. She quickly walked over and enthusiastically introduced, "Hello, sir. You have excellent taste. This is the latest model Mercedes-Benz E300L, with very high specifications. With the current store promotion, it's around 500,000 yuan. 500,000. This number made Wang Xiaohu's eyes twitch, but in front of Zhou Rushue, he could only hold on. Zhou Rushue didn't notice his abnormality at all her attention was on Su Muqing. She deliberately walked in front of Su Muqing, looking her up and down, with a hypocritical regret in her tone. Beautiful lady, listen to my advice. With your looks and figure, it's better for you to find a rich upstart than to follow a poor loser like Lin Feng. Look at him, what can he give you? Take you to the Mercedes-Benz store to enjoy the air conditioning? She leaned closer, her voice low but full of seduction. If you don't mind, our brother Xiaohu has several brothers, and their families all run companies. I'll introduce them to you later. Any one of them is 100 times better than Lin Feng. Before Su Muqing could speak, Lin Feng laughed first. He looked at Wang Xiaohu, who was walking around the car, asking about its performance and touching the interior. Finally, the topic came to the most crucial point. Sales, can you offer a better deal on this car? What's the lowest down payment you can get? Is the loan process complicated? Wang Xiaohu's voice was not loud, but in this quiet exhibition hall, it was clearly heard by Lin Feng and Su Muqing. Su Muqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Feng also shook his head. Looking at the funny couple in front of him, he felt like he was watching a bad comedy. Just then, a middle-aged man in a neat suit with a general manager badge on his chest hurried out of the office on the second floor. He walked straight through the exhibition hall, ignoring Wang Xiaohu who was bargaining with the salesperson, and walked directly to Lin Feng and Su Muqing with an extremely respectful smile on his face. He handed a beautifully wrapped gift box to Lin Feng with both hands. Mr. Lin, sorry to have kept you waiting. All the paperwork for your Mercedes Maybach S-Class has been completed. Here are your car keys. You can drive it home anytime. The voice is loud and every word is clear. The entire exhibition hall fell into silence in an instant. The sarcasm and complacency on Zhou Rushue's face froze in an instant, and her mouth opened slightly, like a duck with its neck pinched. Wang Xiaohu's bargaining with the female salesperson came to an abrupt halt. They both turned their heads at the same time, shock written all over their faces. Mercedes-Benz, Maybach S-Class? Isn't that a luxury car that starts at 3 million? Zhou Rushue's mind buzzed and went blank. She stared at the huge car key that the general manager handed to Lin Feng. The noble double M logo on it was like a loud slap in her face. How is that possible? How could a poor loser like Lin Feng possibly afford a Maybach? Su Muqing stood up gracefully, took Lin Feng's arm affectionately, with a sweet smile on her face. She glanced at Zhou Rushue, who had been petrified, and spoke in a light tone. Zhou Rushue, thank you for your kindness. But those brothers of yours who run companies should be left to themselves. She winked at Zhou Rushua with a hint of playfulness in her smile. Brother Lin Feng and I are going for a drive, so we won't bother you guys looking at the car. After saying that, she took Lin Feng's arm and walked towards the imposing black car outside the exhibition hall in front of everyone's astonished gaze. The smooth body lines, the unique wheels, and the paint surface that shines brightly under the lights all demonstrate its noble status. The car door opened, Lin Feng sat in the driver's seat, and Su Muqing also sat in the passenger seat. With a low roar of the engine, the Maybach worth more than 3 million yuan slowly drove out of the exhibition hall like an elegant beast. Zhou Rushue stood there blankly, feeling as if all the strength in her body had been drained. She turned her head to look at the 500,000 yuan Mercedes-Benz E-Class next to her, and suddenly felt that it was so small and ridiculous. Then he looked at Wang Xiuhu, who was still in a daze, and the entanglement about the loan that had not faded from his face. A huge feeling of humiliation and unwillingness surged in my heart. Zhou Rushue couldn't stay any longer. She glared at Wang Xiuhu fiercely, turned around and left without saying a word. Her high heels made angry and embarrassed sounds on the floor. The only thing left in the car shop was Wang Xiuhu's embarrassed back. Inside the car, it is another world. The air was filled with the scent of high-quality leather and a light fragrance, and it was so quiet that one could almost hear one's own heartbeat. Where are we going? Su Muqing fastened her seatbelt, her voice still a little vague. I'll take you to a nice place. Su Muqing secretly looked at Lin Feng's profile. The way he concentrated on driving made her heart beat faster. She felt like Cinderella in the fairy tale riding on the pumpkin carriage. Everything seemed too beautiful to be true. The car headed east, leaving the bustling city and driving onto the coastal highway leading to the Binhai New area. On one side is the blue sea, and on the other side are the green mountains. The scenery outside the car window unfolds like a painting. Chapter 36, Senior, you are so bad. There was soothing music playing in the car, and Lin Feng asked casually, did you sleep well last night? Yeah. Su Muqing nodded, and couldn't help but add in a low voice, I'm just a little excited. Lin Feng smiled without saying anything. He certainly knew why she was excited. Do you like this car? Lin Feng asked casually. Yeah. Su Muqing nodded honestly, but then, fearing he would misunderstand her as materialistic, she quickly explained, that's not what I meant. I just think, it suits you very well. Lin Feng felt very happy about this compliment that came from the heart. Lin Feng held the steering wheel with one hand, and reached out with the other hand naturally to ruffle Su Muqing's hair. This intimate action made Su Muqing's body stiffen instantly. An electric current ran through her body from her scalp, and her cheeks were so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng again, her heart beating wildly in her chest. The car finally stopped at a viewing platform called Tinghai Cliff. The terrain here is very high, overlooking the entire bay. Since it is not a popular tourist attraction, it is sparsely populated with only a few couples scattered around. The sea breeze blew with a slightly salty scent, lifting Su Muqing's long hair. Lin Feng took off his coat and put it on her shoulders without saying a word. It's windy at the beach, don't catch a cold. The coat still lingered with his refreshing and pleasant scent, wrapping Su Muqing completely and making her feel extremely safe. The two leaned on the railing side by side, watching the seagulls rise and fall in the distance. Lin Feng, Su Muqing suddenly spoke, her voice a little scattered by the wind, what are your plans for the future? She asked very carefully, fearing that she would touch upon topics that she shouldn't ask. Plans? Lin Feng looked into the distance with a deep gaze. First, make money. Make a lot of money. This answer is very realistic, even a little cheesy. But Su Muqing felt that this was the real Lin Feng, who never concealed his goals. And then, she demanded. Then, Lin Feng turned his head and his eyes fell on her face. In those eyes, which Su Muqing thought were as deep as the starry sky, there was a smile that she couldn't understand, then you can do whatever you want. Su Muqing seemed not to hear the answer she wanted from Lin Feng's mouth, and felt a little disappointed. Lin Feng and Su Muqing walked side by side, came down from the heights, and stepped onto the soft sand. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the two people very long, and the waves tirelessly beat against the shore, rolling up circles of white lace. After walking a few laps, Su Muqing's pace suddenly slowed down, and her delicate brows were slightly furrowed. She stopped and stood on tiptoe awkwardly. What's wrong? Lin Feng immediately noticed her abnormality. It's okay. Su Muqing said softly, her cheeks slightly red, it's just that there seem to be a few small stones stuck in my shoes, and they hurt my feet a bit. As soon as she finished speaking, before she could react, her body suddenly felt lighter and she was picked up by the waist. Ah! Su Muqing screamed and subconsciously stretched out her arms to wrap around Lin Feng's neck. As the world spun around, she landed safely in a solid and warm embrace. The pleasant lemongrass scent from Lin Feng's body penetrated into her nose domineeringly, making her brain go blank in an instant. Why did he suddenly hug me? Su Muqing's heartbeat almost drowned out the sound of the waves not far away. She buried her face deeply in Lin Feng's chest. The scorching heat came through the thin fabric, making her whole body almost burn. Lin Feng held her in his arms, his step steady, without the slightest shaking. He easily carried Su Muqing to the bench by the beach, then carefully put her down. Before Su Muqing could recover from her shock, Lin Feng had already knelt on one knee in front of her. This posture made Su Muqing's heart skip a beat. She stared blankly at Lin Feng, who was squatting in front of her. What was he going to do? Lin Feng didn't say anything, but just raised his hand, and his warm fingertips gently touched her white ankle. That slight touch was like an electric current that instantly ran through Su Muqing's body, making her freeze. His hands were large, with thin calluses on his palms, which wrapped around her slender ankles, giving her a strange, comforting roughness. Lin Feng's movements were very gentle. He untied the laces of Su Muqing's shoes, then held her heels with his other hand and slowly took off her shoes. When the little feet wrapped in white stockings were exposed to the air, Su Muqing was so embarrassed that her toes curled up. It's so embarrassing to take off your shoes like this in front of the person you like. She subconsciously wanted to retract her foot, but Lin Feng seemed to know what she was thinking. Without even looking up, he whispered, "Don't move." His voice was deep, with a tone that brooked no refusal, yet it strangely soothed Su Muqing's panicked heart. She really didn't move, letting Lin Feng take her small shoe, turn it over, and gently pat the sole. A few tiny grains of sand fell out of the shoe. After doing all this, Lin Feng raised his head and met Su Muqing's watery and bewildered eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, then he lowered his head and lifted her feet again. He carefully helped her put her shoes back on as if they were a rare treasure, and even carefully tied a beautiful bow. Su Muqing felt like her breathing was about to stop. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng naturally held her other ankle. Same process, same gentleness and meticulousness. When he squatted in front of her for the second time and focused on cleaning the sand in her shoes, Su Muqing could no longer bear it. An indescribable feeling of sourness and sweetness, mixed with a huge sense of emotion, instantly broke down all her psychological defenses. This man, how could he be so good? He obviously didn't have to do these things, but he did them so naturally and as if it were a matter of course. At this moment, the system prompt sound rang crisply in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Detected that the target goddess Su Muqing's emotions are fluctuating violently, favorability +5. Su Muqing's current accumulated favorability, 65 points. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 500,000 yuan. It has been automatically deposited into your bank account. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth lifted up imperceptibly. He put on the second shoe, stood up, dusted off his hands, looked at Su Muqing, who was still stunned, and asked with a smile, "Does it still hurt your feet now?" "No. It doesn't hurt anymore." Su Muqing's voice was trembling. She lowered her head, not daring to look into Lin Feng's eyes. Her face was so red that it was about to bleed. Lin Feng looked at her shy appearance, and his heart moved. He suddenly moved closer and whispered in her ear in a low voice, "When I hugged you just now, I found that you seem to have lost weight again." A warm breath brushed past her ears, and Su Muqing felt half of her body numb. She suddenly raised her head, glared at Lin Feng with shame and anger, raised her pink fist and hit him in the chest neither lightly nor heavily. "Lin Feng, you are so bad." Chapter 37. What falls from the sky is not a pie, but a gold mine. Listening to Su Muqing's coquettish voice, the curve of Lin Feng's mouth deepened. It's really easy to earn the favor of this school beauty. We had lunch at a restaurant built on a cliff, with a fantastic view and equally fantastic prices. A small incident occurred during the meal. A rich second-generation man with greasy hair and powdered face at the next table had his eyes on Su Muqing like hooks since she entered the door, and he couldn't even hear what his female companion said. Finally, the rich second generation actually came over with a wine glass and wanted to chat with Su Muqing. "Beautiful lady, alone? Making friends?" Su Muqing frowned, but didn't have time to speak. Lin Feng wiped his mouth with a napkin, raised his head, and looked at him calmly. "She's not alone." His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. The rich second generation was stunned by his gaze, and then looked at the Maybach parked behind Lin Feng. His momentum suddenly weakened, and he returned to his seat in shame. A small storm was easily resolved. Su Muqing looked at Lin Feng, and there was even more admiration in her eyes. She enjoyed the meal to her heart's content. On the way back, the sunset dyed the sky orange. The car became quiet. Su Muqing was a little tired after playing all day, so she leaned back in the chair and felt drowsy. Lin Feng slowed down the car and turned the music softer. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, her long eyelashes like two small brushes, Lin Feng felt a rare sense of peace in his heart. Perhaps, love is not as boring as he thought. After sending Su Muqing back to the dormitory building, she was fully awake, but she was holding Lin Feng's coat and was reluctant to get out of the car. "I am here," she whispered, her tone full of reluctance. The two were silent for a while. Su Muqing finally plucked up the courage, raised her head, and quickly kissed Lin Feng on the cheek. The soft touch flashed by. "Thank you, today." After saying that, she pushed open the car door like a frightened rabbit and ran into the dormitory building without looking back. Lin Feng touched his cheek, which still had a trace of warmth and fragrance, and he couldn't help but laugh. Ding! Favorability from Su Muqing +5. Current favorability, 70 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 500,000 yuan. Ding! Detected that the target goddess Su Muqing's favorability has reached the 70-point milestone. 70 o'clock? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then his heart was filled with joy. As expected of his number one treasure girl, her favorability is increasing steadily and rapidly, and is simply the strongest booster for him to achieve financial freedom. Before he could finish being happy, the system's voice sounded again, with an unprecedented solemnity. Milestone rewards are triggered, and the mysterious jackpot roulette starts. The prize draw is in. A virtual roulette wheel glittering with golden light appeared out of thin air in Lin Feng's mind. It was covered with densely packed question mark grids and was spinning so fast that only an afterimage was left. Give me some powerful skills. Please don't give me skills like maintenance worker. Lin Feng prayed silently in his heart. The speed of the roulette wheel gradually slowed down, and the pointer jumped on each square, and every jump touched Lin Feng's heart. Finally, amidst a dazzling array of light effects and stirring electronic music, the pointer stopped steadily on a huge golden grid. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning, Zhangcheng Ironman Fitness Club including 100% management rights and venue ownership. A line of golden font exploded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng froze, and the phone in his hand almost fell to the ground. Zhangcheng Ironman Fitness Club? Of course he knew this place. That is the largest and most upscale fitness club in Zhangcheng. It is located in the most prosperous commercial plaza in the city center and occupies 3 entire floors. It is said that the members there are either rich or noble, and the annual fees are shockingly high. Now, the system tells him that this place is his? Including the management rights and the venue, the whole thing was given to him? Lin Feng swallowed hard, feeling a little unreal. System, are you sure? Is this the Ironman Club that covers 3,000 square meters and has a luxury store downstairs? Products from the system are guaranteed to be top-notch. The system's voice remained emotionless as always. The relevant equity changes and real estate ownership transfer procedures have been completed for you through special channels. Zhangcheng Ironman Fitness Club Company, Limited has now been changed to a 100% controlling shareholder of the host. The club's location, on floors 1 to 3 of Building A at Zhangcheng Commercial Plaza, covers a total area of 3,152 square meters. The property rights are registered in the owner's name and are free of any mortgages or loans. Host, please go to the club and meet with the former head, Mr. Wang, in the near future to complete the final handover procedures. Listening to the system's meticulous report, Lin Feng felt his breathing stop. This isn't just pie in the sky, this is a fucking gold mine falling from the sky. He used to be complacent about his deposits of 10 or 20 million, but now, a real estate industry worth tens of millions or even nearly 100 million has fallen on his head. This feeling is much more exciting than having an extra string of zeros in your bank card. He transformed himself from an ordinary college student to a big boss who owned commercial real estate in a prime location in the city center. Lin Feng was so excited that he paced back and forth in the dormitory, his heart pounding. Goddess, money, and now even a business empire is beginning to take shape. This day is even better than a dream. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and began to think calmly. This fitness club is not only a huge asset, but also a brand new platform. A platform that allows him to connect with higher level contacts. He could even imagine what Su Muqing's expression would be if she knew that when she casually mentioned that she wanted to exercise, he would just say casually, "I have a club under my name, let's go and have some fun." By then, 1T the favorability level increased rapidly. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the happier he felt, and his mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. Mr. Wang. Lin Feng muttered to himself. System, check the background of this Mr. Wang. Super intelligence system activated, target locked, Wang Dahu retrieving data. Almost instantly, a series of clear information appeared in Lin Feng's mind like movie subtitles. Name, Wang Dahu. Age, 76. Identity, founder and owner of Jiangcheng Ironman Fitness Club. Health status, severe cardiovascular and cerebrovascular disease, recently diagnosed. Doctors recommend immediate cessation of high-intensity work and rest. Asset update, due to health reasons, the owner is no longer interested in running the business and is urgently seeking a buyer. The intention is to sell the entire fitness club and its ownership, raising funds for subsequent treatment and a comfortable retirement. After reading it, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Wangda Lake? 76 years old? He thought the owner of the Ironman Club was a business tycoon in his 40s or 50s, but he didn't expect it to be an old man over 70 years old. And he was in a hurry to attack because his body couldn't bear it anymore. Lin Feng's mind was working rapidly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Unexpectedly, the system had automatically handled all the transactions for him without him having to spend a penny. It's like meat delivered to your mouth. The fear and nervousness he had about the unknown company disappeared in an instant, replaced by an irrepressible excitement. Ironman Fitness Club. That's the top gym in Jiangcheng. Back when he was a poor student, he could only fight with the old men for the 2 shiny parallel bars in the public fitness area of the community every day. Every time I pass by the magnificent glass curtain wall of the Ironman gym, looking at the rows of brand new equipment and the hot men and women inside, I feel so envious. At that time, he was still thinking that when he became rich in the future, the first thing he would do would be to apply for an annual card and spend every day there. Now, apply for an annual pass? The scope is too small. I am going to be the boss directly. This feeling is better than winning the lottery. Fortunes change, and this year it's my turn. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse with a low laugh, and his mood was extremely good. From now on, the entire gym will be yours. You can train whenever you want and use whatever equipment you want. The first thing to do is to give yourself a lifetime Supreme VIP membership, and the number must be 001. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was so happy that he wanted to rush over and complete the handover procedures with Grandpa Wang right now. Chapter 38 Encounter with Chen Jing. Lin Feng parked the brand new Mercedes-Benz Maybach S-Class steadily in the underground garage of Jiangcheng Haoyuan. Driving a luxury car worth 3 million really feels different. Smooth, quiet, with power available on demand, the heavy texture from the steering wheel reminded him that the Lin Feng who used to squeeze into the bus has completely become history. Thinking back to the swollen faces of Wang Xiuhu and Zhou Rushua at the Mercedes-Benz dealership today, it still seems a bit funny. Lin Feng was in a good mood, humming a little tune, and preparing to go home for a good sleep, as he still had to take back the Ironman gym tomorrow. As I walked out of the elevator and stepped onto the open-air tree-lined path in the community, a female voice with a hint of uncertainty came from behind me. Lin Feng? This voice sounds familiar. Lin Feng paused, turned around, and saw the person coming. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's Chen Jing. Su Muqing's roommate and best friend. Why is she here? Almost subconsciously, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Activate the super intelligence system. Target person, Chen Jing. Information, he lives in Building 5, Jiangcheng Haoyuan. His parents run a seafood business in Jiangcheng, and his family is well off. They purchased property here to facilitate his studies at Jiangcheng University. He lives here on weekdays when he doesn't have classes. I see. Lin Feng understood in his heart, no wonder she appeared here. At this time, Chen Jing seemed to have just returned from exercise. She was wearing a tight gray sports suit, with beads of sweat hanging on her forehead and nose, and her fair cheeks showing a healthy blush from exercise. The tight top perfectly outlines her proud curves, the shorts make her long legs look straight and well proportioned, and she wears a pair of white running shoes, exuding a youthful and energetic aura. I have to say that Chen Jing has a really good figure and is very beautiful. She is the kind of beauty that will attract a lot of attention when she walks on the street. Under the effect of the handsome man system in Chen Jing's eyes, Lin Feng at this moment is undoubtedly a super handsome guy with an appearance that is beyond the sky. When Chen Jing saw Lin Feng turn around, her eyes lit up instantly. She walked up quickly, her tone full of surprise. "It's really you, Lin Feng. I thought I was seeing things. Why are you here?" "I live here." Lin Feng answered concisely. "You also live in Jiangcheng Mansion?" Chen Jing was even more surprised. She looked up and down at Lin Feng with a hint of inquiry and curiosity in her eyes. The tone of her voice was a little girlish and familiar, as if they had been friends for a long time. Lin Feng smiled noncommittally. "Yes, I just moved here not long ago." Chen Jing blinked and moved closer. A faint fragrance mixed with the smell of sweat drifted over. "Which building do you live in?" "I live in building 5. We'll be neighbors from now on, so you have to look after each other." "Building 1." Lin Feng answered casually. "Number 5, oh, building number 1. Chen Jing was about to respond subconsciously, but when the words came to her lips, she realized what Lin Feng was talking about. The smile on her face froze for a moment. "Building 1, she repeated, her voice a little out of tune. "Right." The shock in Chen Jing's eyes could hardly be concealed. Every resident of Jiangcheng Haoyuan knows that Building 1 is the top building in the entire community. It has the best location and the best view, and all the units inside are super large flats starting from 250 square meters, with the price of a single unit being in the tens of millions. Although Building 5, which her family bought, is not bad, compared with Building 1, it is simply the difference between an ordinary house and a king-level building. This Lin Feng, he actually lives in Building 1? Lin Feng is indeed a rich second generation. How lucky did Su Muqing have to find such a handsome and wealthy man? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Chen Jing's mind, and the flames of jealousy grew wildly. Why? Why does Su Muqing get all the good things? In terms of looks, I am not much worse than her, and in terms of figure, I am even better than her. But unfortunately, since she started school, Su Muqing has been the school belle that everyone pays attention to. She has received more love letters and more expensive gifts than herself. Now even the man she is looking for moves directly into the king-sized building in Jiangcheng Haoyuan. Chen Jing bit her lips tightly, the resentment and unwillingness that had been suppressed by Su Muqing for so many years in her heart almost burst out at this moment. But after all, she is not a fool like Zhou Ruxue. In just a few seconds, she suppressed all her emotions, and a sweet and charming smile appeared on her face again, even brighter than before. Chance. This is the opportunity God gave her. Su Muqing, so what if you've known him for a long time? You don't live together. Lin Feng and I are neighbors now. Everyone knows that the one who is closest to the water gets the moon first. Brother Lin Feng, I haven't seen what the top floor occupant of Building 1 looks like. Can I come visit you? There was a hint of coquettishness in her voice, and her body leaned forward slightly. This angle showed off the advantages of her figure. Faced with such proactive and enthusiastic Chen Jing, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It's hard for a man to remain calm towards such a beauty, but he always feels that something is wrong. Building King? Is there any difference between it and other buildings? Lin Feng calmly changed the subject. I just moved in not long ago, so I'm not sure. Chen Jing immediately chimed in, her tone boasting, the difference is huge. The ordinary high-rises we live in are only a little over 100 square meters at most. But Building 1 is different. All the units are over 200 square meters. The views and scenery are top-notch. Standing on the balcony, you can see half of Jiangcheng. As she spoke, she observed Lin Feng's expression. Seeing a hint of hesitation on his face, she suddenly felt a little unwilling. It seems that he is really an honest man. Chen Jing's eyes rolled, and she moved a little closer, almost touching Lin Feng's arm. Her voice became softer. Okay, just take me to see it, and satisfy my curiosity. She paused for a moment, and suddenly looked at Lin Feng with a mischievous look, lowering her voice, as if she had discovered some shocking secret. Could it be that you have a mistress in your house? You and Mu Qing are already living together? This sentence was like a small stone, thrown accurately into Lin Feng's calm heart. No. Lin Feng denied it almost subconsciously. Su Muqing and I just met not long ago, how is it possible? He was just telling the truth, but he didn't notice the light that suddenly burst out from the depths of Chen Jing's eyes after hearing this. The speaker may not intend it, but the listener may take it seriously. It turned out that they had just met not long ago. This thought was like a flash of lightning, instantly shattering the last moral shackle called girlfriendship in Chen Jing's heart. What do you mean by stealing someone's love? That doesn't even count. Su Muqing just took the lead. Everyone is on the same starting line. Why can she get a high-quality man like Lin Feng, but she can't? Fair competition, everyone relies on their own ability. The jealousy and resentment that had been suppressed by Su Muqing's halo found an outlet at this moment and turned into unprecedented motivation. Chen Jing completely let go of her psychological burden and prepared to go all out. Chapter 39 Chen Jing visits my big mansion. The smile on her face grew even brighter, even tinged with a sense of justice, for the sake of her best friend. She said half jokingly and half seriously, "Since you're not living with Mu Qing, then why are you hesitating? Is there another woman hiding in the house?" As she spoke, she stretched out her slender jade fingers and waved them in front of Lin Feng seriously. "No. For Mu Qing's happiness, I must check your house for her today to see if you are a bad man who is two-faced." Chen Jing has taken the art of pretending to be ignorant while knowing the truth to the extreme. After finding so many reasons, the core purpose is actually only one: to go to Lin Feng's house. Lin Feng was a little dazed by her combination of punches. He looked at Chen Jing's pretty face, which was full of justice and curiosity, and for a moment he could not find any reason to refute. Reject? Wouldn't that be the same as admitting that he has a mistress in his house? If Su Muqing heard about this, she would never be able to clear herself of the truth even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Okay, I'm scared of you. Lin Feng sighed helplessly and raised his hands in surrender. Just go sit down, but don't rummage around. Yeah. Brother Lin Feng, you're the best. Chen Jing cheered immediately and, like a triumphant little fox, she took Lin Feng's arm. Her movements were extremely natural, as if the two had known each other for a long time. Lin Feng's body stiffened. He could clearly feel the soft touch and amazing elasticity of his arm. A faint fragrance penetrated into his nostrils, making his heart slightly flutter. Ding! Target character Chen Jing's favorability detected +5. Current total favorability of Chen Jing, 18. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 500,000 yuan in cash. The system prompt sounded in his mind, and Lin Feng's expression was a little strange. This means, another 500,000 more? This money is too easy to make. The two walked side by side towards the elevator hall. The entrance lobby of Building 1 is completely different from that of ordinary buildings. The crystal chandelier with a height of nearly 10 meters, the mirror-clear marble floor, and the exclusive butler standing by with a slight bow all demonstrate the nobility of this place. Chen Jing's eyes were almost not enough. Although she also lived in this community, it was her first time to set foot in the lobby of the legendary king of buildings. The luxury here was beyond her imagination. The elevator is an exclusive one, and you can go directly to your home after swiping your card. The interior walls of the elevator are made of high-quality dark metal and soft leather. It is so quiet that the only sound you can hear is each other's breathing. In the small space, the scent of Chen Jing's perfume seemed to become stronger, subtly teasing Lin Feng's nerves. Chen Jing secretly glanced at Lin Feng beside her. Reflected in the elevator wall, he has a perfect profile, a high nose bridge, and a clear jawline. No matter from which angle you look at him, he is impeccably handsome. Her heartbeat quickened, and her hand around his arm tightened subconsciously. Bite. The elevator reaches the 10th floor. The elevator door slowly opened, and outside the door was not an aisle, but an independent entrance hall. Opposite the elevator door is a heavy and imposing dark brown door. The gold-plated doorplate 1001 on the door sparkles under the light. We're here. Lin Feng took out the key and prepared to open the door. Chen Jing stood behind him, looking at the door, her eyes full of anticipation and excitement. She knew that behind this door was a world she had always dreamed of. And today, she is finally going to push it open with her own hands. Chen Jing took a deep breath and personally pushed open the solid wooden door that looked very valuable. The door hinge turned silently, and with a slight click, the world behind the door suddenly became clear. Almost the moment she stepped into the entrance hall, the whole house seemed to come alive. Smart home startup. Soft warm colored light strips light up from the grooves in the ceiling, gradually illuminating the entire space. The light is bright but not dazzling. The floor-length curtains on both sides slid open silently like theater curtains, presenting the dazzling night view of the river city without reservation. At the same time, a burst of ethereal and soothing light music flowed out from the speakers embedded in the wall, instantly isolating the noise outside the house. Oh my god. Chen Jing's breathing stopped for a moment. She subconsciously covered her mouth, her eyes widened, and she forgot what to say for a moment. The scene before her completely exceeded her understanding of a house. This is not a house at all, it is clearly a palace floating above the city. The large living room of nearly 100 square meters is covered with mirror-like light gray marble tiles, which reflect the dazzling crystal chandelier on the ceiling. A set of beige leather sofas that look extremely comfortable can easily accommodate more than a dozen people for a party. Opposite the sofa is an extra-large LCD screen that takes up almost the entire wall. It is currently playing a high-definition ocean documentary, and the blue whale seems to be about to swim out of the screen. In the open kitchen, the center island was even larger than the dormitory she and Su Muqing lived in. It was filled with shiny kitchen utensils, all of which gleamed with a cold metallic luster. It was obviously a German brand that she had only seen in high-end magazines. Shocking, incomparable shock. Chen Jing's cheeks flushed with excitement. She was about to rush in to experience it properly, but her steps suddenly stopped. She looked down at her sneakers, which had just been worn after running. The soles were covered with dust and grass from the track. Look at this spotless, shining ground. If she just stepped in like that, it would be a crime. Chen Jing's mind was working rapidly, and without any hesitation, she immediately retreated to the door, bent over, untied her shoelaces neatly, and placed her sneakers neatly on the doormat. Then she took off her cotton sports socks, revealing her fair and delicate feet. She has beautiful feet, with 10 cute and round toes, and the carefully applied pink nail polish on them gives off a playful sheen under the light. After doing all this, she stepped carefully onto the cold and smooth floor tiles barefoot. Lin Feng stood aside, taking in her entire series of actions, and a ripple of emotion arose in his heart. Although the system information says that Chen Jing is a bit scheming and vain, it has to be said that the upbringing and perceptiveness engraved in her bones make it really hard to dislike her. At least she is more than 100 times better than that poisonous woman Zhou Ruxue. Just for this reason, Lin Feng's impression of her has quietly improved a lot. Wow, Lin Feng, what kind of magical house is this? Chen Jing ran in barefoot. The cold feeling on her soles made her curl her toes in, making her look a little funny and cute. Tell me the truth, are you some hidden rich second generation? Lin Feng smiled and said nothing, just take a look, you're welcome. Chapter 40, a beautiful woman hidden in a golden house? Then I have to check carefully to see if there are other beauties hidden in your golden house. Chen Jing winked at him playfully, with a hint of temptation and joking in her tone. Under this banner, she began her inspection like a curious cat. Needless to say, the living room was luxurious. She walked half a circle just around the huge sofa. She walked into the kitchen and gently ran her fingertips across the cool marble center island, imagining herself preparing dinner here, and her heart was burning. When she pushed open the door of the master bathroom, she took a deep breath. The huge round bathtub is placed next to the floor-to-ceiling window, so you can overlook the night view of the city while taking a bath. On the other side is a tropical rainforest shower that is large enough for 3 or 4 people to use at the same time. Luxury, too luxurious. Chen Jing murmured to herself, the envy in her eyes almost overflowing. Then she began to push open the doors of the rooms one by one. The first room is the study, with a whole wall of bookcases and a large solid wood desk. The second room is the audio-visual room, with professional soundproof walls and stepped sofas, comparable to a small cinema. The third room was a gym, where all kinds of equipment, both familiar and unfamiliar to her, were neatly arranged. The fourth room is the guest bedroom, which is also exquisitely decorated and has a separate bathroom. When she pushed open the fifth door, which was the door to the master bedroom, she was completely stunned. A 2-meter-wide extra-large soft bed is placed in the middle, and on the other side is an independent dressing room. She walked in and looked at the space that was larger than her own dormitory. The rows of empty hangers and cabinets seemed to be silently calling for all kinds of brand-name bags and high-end fashions to fill them. Chen Jing's heart was beating rapidly, and a strong desire mixed with jealousy was growing wildly in her heart. Why? Why did Su Muqing get to know Lin Feng first? Why did she have to wait for such a good man and such a good house? No, absolutely not. Whatever Su Muqing can get, I, Chen Jing, can also get, and even more. She walked out of the cloakroom, inspected her territory, and finally returned to the living room. At this moment, the look she gave Lin Feng was completely different from when she first entered the door. In addition to the original appreciation and curiosity, there is also a bit more of a burning desire to win and an undisguised ambition. Chen Jing and Lin Feng sat down one after another on the leather sofa in the living room that looked very valuable. The sofa was incredibly soft. I sank into it, feeling as if I was being held by a warm cloud, and all the fatigue from the past few days dissipated a lot. The smart home system is still diligently playing soothing piano music. The sound quality is clear, and every note seems to be massaging people's nerves. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is the dazzling night view of Jiangcheng. The lights of thousands of homes are like stars falling into the world, and this is the highest point to overlook the stars. Chen Jing turned her head and secretly looked at Lin Feng beside her. The soft lighting outlined his impeccable profile, with a high nose bridge and a clean jawline. He was 100 times more handsome than those school idols who were praised to the sky. She could even smell a light, clean, and pleasant scent coming from him. For a moment, Chen Jing's heart skipped a beat, and a bold idea started to grow uncontrollably in her mind. If I could become the mistress of this house. What kind of situation would that be? She would curl up on this sofa with Lin Feng to watch midnight movies, she would run around barefoot on the smooth floor, she would wash her hands and cook soup for him, and then give him a warm hug after he finished a busy day. Even, on this ridiculously large bed, doing some embarrassing things with him. Thinking of this, Chen Jing's cheeks couldn't help but blush. She quickly withdrew her gaze and looked away guiltily, but her heart was pounding like a deer. She cleared her throat, trying to cover up her gaffe with a joking tone. Lin Feng, it's such a waste for you to live in such a big house by yourself, right? Don't you feel empty and lonely at night? She asked this question very skillfully. It sounded like both a casual concern and a test. The implication is self-evident. Lin Feng picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip, his mind as clear as a mirror. This girl, there is something else behind her words. In the past, he might not have been able to hear this hint, but now, Chen Jing's little thoughts were almost transparent to him. However, he did not object. When a beautiful woman with good looks and figure takes the initiative to show her affection to you, which normal man would refuse? What's more, although Chen Jing is a little scheming, she is at least polite and knows when to advance and retreat. She is much more pleasing to the eye than Zhou Ruxue. Ding! Chen Jing's favorability detected +2. Chen Jing's current accumulated favorability is 20 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 200,000 yuan. The cashback has been deposited into the bank account. The system prompt sounded in his mind, and Lin Feng's mouth corners rose slightly. You see, being charismatic means you can do whatever you want. He put down the water cup and turned to look at Chen Jing with just the right hint of amusement in his eyes. It's a little empty, so we need more friends to come and sit here to increase its popularity. He emphasized the word friend a little, giving Chen Jing a way out without being final. The initiative was still firmly in his hands. Who is Chen Jing? A fighter among the elite. As soon as Lin Feng said this, she immediately understood that this matter was settled. She was ecstatic in her heart, but she tried hard to maintain a reserved smile on her face. However, her sparkling eyes betrayed her excitement at the moment. Then I won't be polite, brother Lin Feng, don't find me annoying in the future. Her voice was so sweet that it was sickening, and she winked playfully. Then, she changed the subject and leaned forward slightly, closing the distance between them. By the way, brother Lin Feng, now that you've visited your mansion, can you please come to my humble apartment sometime to give me some guidance on my work? It'll also allow you to compare and feel how luxurious your current life is. She deliberately used words like humble room and luxury with a bit of self-deprecating coquettishness. Instead of making people feel shabby, she seemed particularly cute. Lin Feng was amused by her appearance. This woman is really interesting. Okay, I'll definitely visit your snail house someday. He readily agreed, but in his heart he was wondering what kind of favorability reward would be triggered by going to her humble room? The atmosphere was just right, so Chen Jing struck while the iron was hot and mentioned another person seemingly unintentionally. By the way, brother Lin Feng, does Mu Qing know that you moved to our neighborhood? Chapter 41 Iron Man Fitness Club. She picked up the water cup and took a sip with an elegant posture, but her eyes never left Lin Feng's face, trying to catch the slightest emotional fluctuation from his face. If she knew, she would be so happy. She would definitely come to you every day. This sounded like a joke between best friends, but in fact it was a test to see how far the relationship between Lin Feng and Su Muqing had progressed. Who is Lin Feng? His mind is no longer the simple and honest student he used to be. He saw through Chen Jing's little thoughts at a glance. There was no expression on his face, and he replied calmly, I haven't had time to say it yet. For words, no more, no less, were the truth, and also blocked Chen Jing's possibility of continuing to ask questions. Chen Jing was a little disappointed, but still had a sweet smile on her face. Then you better tell her quickly, otherwise she'll come back and say that I'm such a traitor. I found out about your handsome neighbor and hid him from him. She deliberately emphasized the words handsome neighbor, as if declaring some kind of vague sovereignty. Then, she changed the subject and said in a tone of concern for her friend, but seriously, Mu Qing has been pampered since she was a child. Sometimes she can be a little willful. You should stop spoiling her too much in the future. This was said very skillfully. On the surface, she was concerned about her best friend, but secretly she was trying to flatter Su Muqing. Lin Feng found it funny in his heart. The complicated drama between these women was really interesting. He didn't point it out, but just had a faint smile on his lips. Really? I think she's quite good. Besides, isn't it cute when a girl has a little temper? In a word, a little effort can achieve great results. He not only defended Su Muqing, but also seemed to be talking about all girls, and even praised Chen Jing, leaving her with no way to refute. The smile on Chen Jing's face froze slightly. She didn't expect Lin Feng to defend Su Muqing so directly. She felt like a small thorn pricked her heart and felt a little uncomfortable. She gritted her teeth secretly. It seemed that Lin Feng was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. Seeing that staying any longer would not bring any benefits, Chen Jing stood up and said casually, "It's getting late. I won't disturb your rest, brother Lin Feng. I'll take you there." Lin Feng also stood up and walked her to the door. The door opened, but Chen Jing didn't leave immediately. She turned around and looked straight at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes, with a bit of expectation and reluctance in her eyes. "Don't forget what I said today." After she finished speaking, she turned and left, leaving Lin Feng with a swaying figure. Lin Feng closed the door and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. He leaned against the door, thinking about what Chen Jing had just said and done, and couldn't help but chuckle. Ding! Chen Jing's favorability detected +2. Ding! Chen Jing's current accumulated favorability is 22 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 200,000 yuan in cashback. It has been automatically deposited into your bank account. Almost at the same time, Lin Feng's cell phone vibrated and a bank deposit message popped up on the screen. 200,000 has arrived. Lin Feng looked at the text message and was in a good mood. Just chat with beautiful women and talk a lot, and you can get money. This business is a profitable one no matter how you look at it. As for the little thoughts between women, he was too lazy to care about them. Now, he has more important things to do. Tomorrow, we should go to the Ironman Club and take back the gym. Lin Feng's eyes became sharp, and he already had a new plan in his mind. Early the next morning, just after daybreak, Lin Feng drove the sleek Maybach smoothly towards the Ironman Club. After Chen Jing left last night, the faint scent of perfume and the girl's shy hints were still echoing in his mind, but these charming thoughts were quickly dispelled by the property that was about to be obtained. Making money is the serious matter. As soon as the car stopped downstairs of the club, a slightly plump old man with meticulously combed hair came up quickly. It was the club's former owner, Mr. Wang. When Mr. Wang saw how young Lin Feng was coming down from the driver's seat, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly replaced it with a warm smile. "Mr. Lin, you're finally here. You must have worked hard on your journey." "Mr. Wang, you're welcome." Lin Feng nodded lightly and followed him into the club. The lobby on the first floor is quite spacious, but the decoration style is a bit old-fashioned, and the air is filled with a unique smell mixed with sweat and disinfectant. The two came to the general manager's office on the second floor. General Manager Wang had already prepared tea and a thick stack of documents. "Mr. Lin, please take a look first. Here are all the club's certificates, financial statements, employee rosters, and membership information," Mr. Wang said as he pushed the documents in front of Lin Feng. His face showed some businessman's shrewdness, but also a hint of imperceptible loneliness. The club has been operating for 8 years and is considered a long-standing institution. The staff are all veterans and very loyal. The members are all longtime friends, so the renewal rate has always been good. Lin Feng nodded, and without saying anything more, he stood up and said, "Let's go, take me around." The two walked out of the office and began to patrol the club. It was the peak time for morning exercise, the equipment area was clanging, and many members were sweating profusely. Mr. Wang had a slightly protruding beer belly and his hands were behind his back, like a lion king inspecting his territory. He led Lin Feng and paced around his own Iron Man Club, and the pride in his tone was almost overflowing. "Brother Lin, how is it? My place is definitely one of the best in Zhangcheng. Mr. Wang pointed to a row of brand new imported treadmills and said, "Look at this equipment. It's all top notch. This row alone cost me over $1 million. The gym is indeed bustling with activity. The equipment area is clanging, people are sweating profusely on the treadmills, and music is blasting in the spinning room. Everything seems to be thriving." When Mr. Wang saw that Lin Feng was just watching and not saying anything, he thought that Lin Feng was intimidated by the scene and laughed even more happily. "I have over 2,000 active members. The monthly turnover from membership dues and private lessons alone is considerable." He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, acting like an older brother giving orders. "Little brother, this is what matters in business. Traffic flow and cash flow. Do you understand?" Lin Feng nodded but didn't respond. His eyes, like a scanner of the highest precision, were rapidly scanning every corner of the gym. In Mr. Wang's eyes, Lin Feng was just a fledgling college student who was impressed by his business empire. But in Lin Feng's vision, it was a completely different scene. Super intelligence system activated. Target, Iron Man Club. Scanning. Scan completed, generating analysis report. In an instant, countless data streams converged in Lin Feng's mind. Venue layout, poor. The equipment area and the aerobic area have intersecting traffic patterns, making them prone to congestion during peak hours and reducing user experience by 30%. Membership system, outdated. The single membership card model fails to identify high net worth clients, leading to a loss of the high-end private training market. Curriculum, rigid. Classes like yoga, dance, and combat aerobics are highly homogenized and lack distinctive features, making them unattractive to young women. Space utilization, low. The southeast corner rest area occupies 80 square meters, but is used by fewer than 10 people per day, making it a complete waste. Personnel management, chaotic. Of the 5 coaches patrolling the field, 3 were playing on their phones, 1 was chatting with a female member, and only 1 was giving serious instruction. Lin Feng's eyes fell on the male coach who was instructing the female members. The coach's hands seemed to be protecting, but in fact they always accidentally touched places that should not be touched. The female member had a look of displeasure on her face, but she didn't know what to say. Lin Feng understood in his heart that this kind of small action is most likely to damage the reputation of the gym. Mr. Wang was still boasting, "All the coaches here were hired by me at high salaries. They are all certified and very professional." Chapter 42, The new boss takes office and makes a lot of trouble. Lin Feng almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Professional? I think taking advantage of others is more professional. He calmly withdrew his gaze and pretended to be very interested and asked, "Mr. Wang, your gym has been open for quite some time, right?" "That's right." Mr. Wang opened up immediately. From a small studio of less than 300 square meters to the current scale of 3,000 square meters, it took me 8 years of hard work. 8 years? Lin Feng repeated, thinking to himself, it took 8 years to achieve this, the efficiency is too low. He changed the question, "I see your business is so brisk, so the membership renewal rate must be very high, right?" This question was like a needle that pricked Mr. Wang gently. His smile faltered slightly, then he waved his hand again. "Hey, in our line of work, turnover is normal. There are always new people applying for cards, it's not a problem." Lin Feng already had the answer in his mind. Mr. Wang happily took Lin Feng for a long walk around the gym and finally led him into the office. In the office, a man who looked to be in his early 30s, dressed in a professional suit and looked very capable, and a girl in her 20s, wearing glasses and looking a little quiet, had been waiting for a long time. "Mr. Lin, let me introduce you. This is our store's executive manager, Yi Xiaofeng. This is Xiao, who is in charge of logistics and finance." Mr. Wang pointed at the 2 people and introduced them. When Yi Xiaofeng and Xiao saw that the new boss was such a young student, there was a hint of surprise and suspicion in their eyes. They nodded to Mr. Wang, then all looked at Lin Feng and shouted, "Hello, Mr. Lin." Lin Feng nodded to the 2 of them and swept his eyes over them. Yi Xiaofeng is capable, but his edge has been tempered by the hands-off approach of Mr. Wang. Xiao is meticulous but a bit stage-frightened. He ignored the complicated looks from the 2 people and didn't say anything extra polite. He simply pulled out the main chair and sat down, getting straight to the point. "From now on, I am the owner of this store." His voice was not loud, but the office instantly became quiet, and Yi Xiaofeng and Xiao both straightened their backs unconsciously. "Now, let me tell you about the renovation plan for the gym. Please take note of it and execute it immediately. Lin Feng raised the first finger. First, fire 2 coaches. One was caught groping a female member in the equipment area under the guise of instruction. The other was seen chatting with a female member for half an hour in the lounge area. Compensate them according to the contract, and the money will be paid out of the company account. We only need 3 male coaches in our store, who will patrol the areas. Their primary responsibility is to ensure member safety and proper use of the equipment. Most members come here to relax, not to be sold. Therefore, coaches are prohibited from actively disturbing members. Also, establish a rule: anyone who dares to use their phone during work hours will be fired. Yi Xiaofeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Those 2 coaches were the bane of the shop, and he'd wanted to deal with them for a long time, but Mr. Wang had always said harmony brought wealth, and he'd been trying to smooth things over. He hadn't expected the new boss to make such a decision on his first day. Lin Feng ignored his reaction and continued to raise his second finger. Secondly, the rest area is too large and wastes space. We should cut a third of it and merge it into the equipment area. The cardio area and strength area should be completely separated. The current layout is too crowded. For members, working out is like going to a grocery store. The experience is extremely poor. Yi Xiaofeng nodded subconsciously. He had raised this issue before and the members had complained about it, but the renovation would cost money and Mr. Wang had never agreed. Third, the membership card types are too limited. We've added yoga cards, dance cards, and combat aerobics cards to cater to customer groups with different needs. We've also introduced high-end personal training cards, offering one-on-one customized services. And then there's the Supreme card, which offers both personal training and access to all classes in the gym. Hearing this, Xiao's eyes from the finance department began to light up, as if she had seen the water rising. The first 3 points all touched the hearts of Yi Xiaofeng and Xiao. The way they looked at Lin Feng had changed from suspicion to expectation. Mr. Wang was listening on the side and felt a little impressed. This young man really had an accurate view of the problem. However, Lin Feng's next words made the air in the office freeze instantly. Fourth, immediately publish a job announcement to recruit a female coach. Recruiting female coaches is a good thing, as it can attract male members and balance the situation of more men than women. But Lin Feng's next request almost made Yi Xiaofeng's jaw drop to the ground. Requirements: good-looking, well-proportioned figure, age 22 to 25. Must be proficient in at least 2 of yoga, Pilates, and aerobics. Salary is key, base salary of 30,000 yuan, with a 30% commission from classes. What? Yi Xiaofeng couldn't help but exclaimed, Boss Lin, a base salary of 30,000? This is twice as much as my salary. The average salary for male coaches in the market right now is only a little over 10,000. Mr. Wang was standing aside, and the smile on his face became meaningful. He picked up the teacup, blew away the hot steam gently, and was delighted. He is still a young man after all, and he can't keep his composure. He talked so well before, and I thought he was so powerful, but it turned out that he is just a greenhorn who burns money. Hiring a pretty girl with a monthly salary of 30,000? You'll be in big trouble. Lin Feng looked at Yi Xiaofeng's shocked expression, then glanced at Mr. Wang who was watching the show nearby, and asked calmly, Manager Yi, who do you think is the target customer of our gym? Of course, the residents and white-collar workers in the surrounding communities? Yi Xiaofeng was stunned by the question. That's too general. Lin Feng shook his head. Our target customers are high-end female customers who have money, free time, and are willing to invest in their figure and health. What can an ordinary trainer bring to us? But what about a celebrity trainer? Lin Feng leaned forward slightly and knocked on the table. With a base salary of 30,000, I don't want a coach, I want a walking signboard. A traffic code that can attract all the high-end female clients within a 5-kilometer radius. Her private lessons are priced at 1,000 yuan each, and she gets a 30% commission, which will motivate her to market herself. She's beautiful and has a great figure, which makes her the perfect advertisement. As long as she can bring in 30 high-end clients, what does this 30,000 yuan base salary mean? It's called an investment, not a cost. And, more importantly, a beautiful trainer with both good looks and abilities, active in this gym every day. Isn't that the secret to attracting male members? This way, both male and female members will be included. His words were powerful and impactful. Yi Xiaofeng opened his mouth, unable to utter a word. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in his mind. He only saw the 30,000 yuan expenditure, while the new boss saw the potential income of 300,000 yuan or even 3 million yuan that 30,000 yuan could bring. Pattern, this is the difference in pattern. Pa! The teacup lid in Mr. Wang's hand fell on the table. The smile on his face completely froze, and he looked at Lin Feng as if he had just met him for the first time. This kid is not a young man, he is a wolf. Lin Feng didn't even look at him and gave the final order to Yi Xiaofeng, who was completely stunned. The recruitment notice must be sent out before the end of get off work today. I want to see the list of candidates within 3 days. Yes. Mr. Lin. Yi Xiaofeng stood up suddenly, his back straight, his voice loud and full of unprecedented enthusiasm. With a boss like this gym might really be able to come back to life. Lin Feng smiled secretly. When Lin Feng is recruiting a female coach, the most important thing is to recruit a target goddess with an appearance score of more than 85 points. Now that I am my own boss, I can take advantage of the recruitment opportunity to carefully screen some goddesses with a beauty score of 85 or above. Chapter 43, Frontline. Lin Feng finalized the details of the renovation plan, spoke a few words to manager Yi and Xiao, and then left his WeChat. After the announcement is sent out, please compile and send me all the applicants' resumes. Lin Feng's tone left no room for doubt. I will personally screen them and then arrange the interviews. Okay, Mr. Lin, don't worry. Manager Yi nodded and bowed, his attitude was many times more respectful than before. Although the young man in front of him was not very old, his aura of being able to control everything made him feel nervous. Lin Feng didn't say anything more, turned around and left the gym. After getting into the car, he glanced at the time. Tomorrow was Monday, and he had to report to Jinsheng Company officially. Although the home in Jiangcheng Haoyuan is luxurious, it is too far from Jinsheng Company, and commuting every day is a torture. It seems I have to make a nest near the company first. He muttered to himself, stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove towards Jinsheng Company. Soon, an upscale residential complex called Jindi Apartment came into view. It had an excellent location, just across the road from Jinsheng Company, a 5-minute walk away. Lin Feng parked the car on the side of the road and walked straight into the property center. Hello, is there any house for rent in the community? A middle-aged man in uniform who looked quite smart looked up at him. When he saw the expensive casual clothes on Lin Feng, he immediately put on a warm smile. Yes, of course. Our landlord, Miss Zhang, has several vacant houses and is entrusting us to rent them out. Sister Zhang? Lin Feng was a little curious. Hi, you're from out of town, right? The property manager, looking knowledgeable, lowered his voice. Ms. Zhang is a celebrity here, a demolition resident. She paid over 100 million yuan for the renovation of this area and bought more than a dozen apartments in one go. But she's been abroad all year round, so she's left the houses to us. As long as the tenants are reliable, the price is negotiable. The property manager said, his eyes filled with unconcealed envy. She only requested one thing, that the rent be paid directly into her overseas account, to save her the trouble. Lin Feng thought, this is quite convenient. Take me to see it. Okay. The property manager led Lin Feng inside, introducing the apartment layout as they walked. All the apartments in our community are the same, all 120 square meters, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Sister Zhang's apartments are all fully decorated, fully furnished and equipped with appliances, so you can move in right away. The greening and environment of the community are indeed good. Although it is not as luxurious as the top luxury homes like Jiangcheng Haoyuan, it is quiet and elegant, and has all the supporting facilities. The two took the elevator to the 16th floor. As soon as the door opens, a spacious and bright living room appears before your eyes. The decoration is in Nordic minimalist style, with brand new furniture, and everything from refrigerators, color TVs to washing machines. The floor-to-ceiling windows in the master bedroom offer an excellent view, and you can directly see the Jinsheng Company building opposite. Lin Feng thought to himself that this house was indeed much smaller than his 250 square meter mansion, but it was more than enough as a temporary place to stay. How is it, Mr. Lin? This house has a good location and a good view. The property manager rubbed his hands and carefully observed Lin Feng's expression. How much is the rent? Lin Feng went straight to the point. Well, Sister Zhang said it's 5,000 a month, 1/3 deposit and 3/3 payment. After the property manager finished speaking, fearing that Lin Feng would find it expensive, she quickly added, for this location and this renovation, this price is already very cost-effective. Many people are scrambling for it. He thought Lin Feng would bargain. After all, 5,000 yuan a month in rent is not a small amount of money for an ordinary office worker. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng didn't even blink. 5,000? This is too cheap. Okay, rent it. Lin Feng said lightly. Ha? The property manager froze in shock. Just like that, you rented it? And you didn't even offer a bargain? What about the procedures? Lin Feng asked. Oh, wait a moment. The property manager finally came to his senses and quickly took out the contract and payment code. Just sign and transfer the money directly to Sister Zhang. I'll register it for you and give you the keys right away. The whole process went smoothly, and in less than 10 minutes, Lin Feng got the key to his new home. After the property manager left with many thanks, Lin Feng stretched out his arms and legs on the soft sofa in the living room and breathed a long sigh of relief. Now that I'm closer to work, I can sleep an extra hour every day. It feels great. Maybe I can find an opportunity to invite Chinya to my house and improve our relationship. Just as he was happily imagining the future, his phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Su Muqing. Senior Lin Feng, I made a cake by hand today and wanted to give it to you to try. Looking at this message, Lin Feng's mouth corners unconsciously raised. A cake made by the school beauty herself is a treatment that many people dream of but cannot get. More importantly, this is a great opportunity to improve your favorability. He immediately replied, okay, just come over, I'll go back to the dormitory. After putting away his phone, Lin Feng said hello to Chen Jing and drove back to school from Jiangcheng Haoyuan. From the luxurious 250 square meter apartment back to the 10 square meter 4-person dormitory, the familiar mixed smell of instant noodles and sweat hit me in the face, creating a huge contrast. Lin Feng didn't dislike it, he just found it a little funny. The dormitory was empty. My roommates were either doing internships, spending time with their girlfriends, or simply going home. The senior dormitory building was already deserted, which provided him and Su Muqing with an excellent environment to be alone when they met. Not long after I sat down on the chair, there was a soft knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. The voice was soft and contained a hint of hesitation. Lin Feng stood up and opened the dormitory door, and a beautiful figure instantly occupied his entire field of vision. Su Muqing stood outside the door in a pretty manner. She was wearing a loose beige dress today, with her long flowing hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her face, without any makeup, was so delicate that there was not a single flaw to be found, and her skin was fair and translucent. As the breeze blew, the skirt swayed gently, revealing a pair of straight long legs wrapped in white stockings, pure yet with a hint of sexiness. The pair of thick-soled, shit-feeling slippers on her feet added a touch of casualness and ease like a girl next door. She was holding an exquisite cake box in her right hand. When she saw Lin Feng opening the door, a blush appeared on her fair cheeks. Her eyes were a little evasive and she didn't dare to look him in the eye. With the help of the handsome man system, in Su Muqing's eyes, Lin Feng is a handsome man with a face value of 99 points. Every time they look at each other, her heart beats faster. Senior. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. However, a stunning beauty like Su Muqing is the focus wherever she goes. As soon as she appeared in the corridor of the boys' dormitory, she caused a huge commotion. Holy crap! Isn't that our school's belle, Su Muqing? Why is she here? Oh my god, she's holding a cake? Is this for Lin Feng? I'm jealous, I really am. Why is it this brat Lin Feng again? Comparison is the thief of joy. What kind of rotten luck does this kid have? Chapter 44, School Beauty Sends Cake. In the corridor, several boys who had just returned from playing basketball forgot to shoot the basketballs in their hands and stared at this side. Some people pretended to pass by, stretched their necks to look inside, and the envy and jealousy in their eyes were almost overflowing. Even the doors of several dormitories were quietly cracked open, and countless pairs of eyes were witnessing this heartbreaking scene through the cracks. Su Muqing obviously didn't expect such a scene. Being watched by so many people, her face turned even redder, almost bleeding, and her hand holding the cake tightened a little nervously. Lin Feng frowned and reacted very quickly. He grabbed Su Muqing's wrist and gently led her into the dormitory, then slammed the door shut with his backhand. The whole action was done in one go, blocking out all the envious, jealous, or gossipy gazes from outside the door. Ding! Target character Su Muqing's favorability detected +2. Su Muqing's current accumulated favorability is 72 points. Reward host with 200,000 yuan in cash. Already distributed to the system account. Lin Feng was delighted. Just by this small protective action, he earned 200,000 yuan. This money is too easy to make. The discussions outside the door continued, but inside the door, it suddenly became quiet. The dormitory was not big and the two of them were very close to each other. Lin Feng could even smell the faint scent of shampoo coming from Su Muqing. Su Muqing's heart was pounding with fear because of his action just now. She lowered her head, tightly grasped the cake box with both hands, and whispered, "Senior, outside, they. Don't worry about them." Lin Feng's voice was very steady, with a reassuring power, a bunch of guys who have never seen a beautiful woman. A half-joking remark made Su Muqing's tense body relax a little. She raised her head and handed over the cake in her hand, her eyes full of anticipation and a hint of imperceptible nervousness. "Senior, this is for you." Su Muqing held a delicate light pink paper box in both hands and handed it to Lin Feng. There was an unconcealable anticipation in her eyes, but her face still maintained the reserve of a school beauty. "For you." Lin Feng took it and felt that it was quite heavy. He placed the box steadily on the table, his fingers lightly untied the ribbon at the top, and slowly opened the lid. A rich milky aroma mixed with sweet fruity aroma instantly hits you in the face. In the center of the box, a 6-inch mousse cake lay quietly. The surface of the cake is a layer of crystal clear cherry blossom mirror, which contains a few plump and bright red strawberries and a few blueberries. Next to it are a few small feathers carefully made with white chocolate, each one clearly visible. The edge of the cake is a delicate matcha green, and a circle of light cream icing looks like the edge of a girl's lace skirt, so exquisite that it doesn't seem like an ordinary item. Lin Feng's breathing stopped for a moment. Is this handmade?" He raised his head, his eyes full of surprise. "Did you really do this?" Seeing his expression, Su Muqing felt sweet in her heart. She nodded gently, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised up. "Well, I bought the ingredients myself and borrowed the oven and tools from the aunt in the cafeteria." "You can make something like this with the tools from the cafeteria?" Lin Feng was even more shocked. "Have you studied Western pastry?" Su Muqing shook her head and brushed her hair a little embarrassedly. "No, I just like to figure things out on my own and watch video tutorials online. I guess I learned it by myself." "Thinking nonsense?" Lin Feng burst into laughter and moved closer, as if he was evaluating a rare treasure. "Suzhou University beauty, if your craftsmanship is just idle speculation, then all those bakery chefs out there will be fired." He pointed with his finger. "With this appearance and these ingredients, if you put it in a high-end dessert shop in the city center, it would sell for at least 300 yuan. No, people would be vying for it even at 500. You can definitely open your own dessert studio. It's a sure win business." At this moment, a crisp prompt sound rang in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Su Muqing's favorability detected +3. Current favorability 75 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. 300,000 yuan in cash has been received. Lin Feng was delighted, he got 300,000. Although she said so, she couldn't hide the smile in the corner of her eyes, and her heart felt sweeter than honey. He picked up the matching cutlery next to it and skillfully cut off a corner. Lin Feng put a small piece of cake into his mouth. The cream melts in your mouth, sweet but not greasy, and the soft cake base has a rich milky aroma, which blooms with a wonderful taste on the tip of your tongue. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The taste was more authentic than any 5-star dessert shop he had ever been to. It's delicious. It's really delicious. He admired it sincerely, and it was not a compliment at all, but an amazement from the bottom of his heart. Seeing Lin Feng enjoying himself, Su Muqing felt as if her heart was filled with honey, sweeter than if she had eaten it herself. A touching blush appeared on her fair cheeks. She picked up the fork, carefully cut off another piece, and gently handed it to Lin Feng's mouth. Ah! Her voice was soft, with a barely perceptible hint of nervousness. Lin Feng looked at the beautiful face so close to him and the cake that was right next to his mouth, and his heart skipped a beat. The school beauty feeds herself cake with her own hands? This kind of treatment is simply unimaginable. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and took the cake in, and the soft cream accidentally rubbed his lips. Su Muqing seemed to be electrocuted. She quickly withdrew her hand, her ears turning red. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Su Muqing's favorability detected +2. Su Muqing's cumulative favorability is 77 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a system cashback of 200,000 yuan. 200,000 has arrived. Lin Feng was so happy that his heart was filled with joy. This cake was not only sweet in his mouth, but also in his bank card. He looked at Su Muqing's shy and expectant eyes, and his heart moved. It is impolite to come without giving anything in return. Lin Feng picked up another clean fork and cut a small piece of cake, following her example. You should try it too. You have to appreciate the craftsmanship you made yourself. He handed the fork to Su Muqing's lips with natural and smooth movements. Su Muqing's eyelashes trembled slightly. Looking at Lin Feng's sincere eyes, she obediently opened her mouth and ate the cake. The two smiled at each other, and the air was filled with a sweet smell. With your skills, it would be a waste if you don't open a cake shop. Lin Feng said half-jokingly. It's not that exaggerated. I was just doing it for fun. Su Muqing said modestly, but the smile in her eyes could not be hidden. I'm serious. Lin Feng leaned closer and lowered his voice. If you really open a shop, I'll be the first to invest in you, and I'll cover all the cakes in the shop. Hate it, who wants you to pack it? Su Muqing complained on the surface, but she felt very sweet inside. The two of them chatted with each other and soon finished up the whole cake. The atmosphere in the dormitory is warm and ambiguous, just right. Just then. Bang, bang. The knock on the door was light, with some hesitation and tentativeness. Chapter 45, The School Beauty as Pursuer. Su Muqing was picking up a piece of cake and was about to put it into her mouth when she heard the sound and stood up and walked over. When the door opened, a boy was standing there. He was not tall and slightly fat, with a pair of thick black-framed glasses on his nose. The boy's face was already flushed red, and when he saw that it was Su Muqing herself who opened the door, his face seemed to be on fire in an instant, with blood rushing to his head and even his ears turned red. He subconsciously lowered his head, staring at the tips of his shoes, as if there was some breathtaking scenery there. Su Muqing. I like you. The voice was as thin as a mosquito, and there was an obvious tremor. Lin Feng was leaning leisurely against the table in the dormitory. When he heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Here comes another one. I'm a sophomore in the management department. The boy mustered up his courage, but his speech became faster and faster, as if he was afraid of losing his courage mid-sentence. Today I saw you walking into the boys' dormitory upstairs, and I thought you were coming to see me. I was so happy, but I didn't expect you to come here. Lin Feng almost laughed out loud at this logic. God-level confidence, brother. The boy awkwardly handed over a beautifully wrapped gift box he'd been carrying on his back, his hands shaking violently. This is for you. Can I add you on WeChat? I've had a crush on you for 2 years, ever since I saw you at the opening ceremony on the first day I came to this university. It turns out that he is a long-time secret admirer. Lin Feng looked at him, who was so nervous that he was about to explode, and his mind suddenly flashed back to the embarrassment he felt when he confessed his feelings to Zhou Ruxue. Although the situations are different, the humility and helplessness are exactly the same. The desire to watch the fun in my heart suddenly faded a little, and I even felt a hint of subtle sympathy. Unfortunately, his sympathy was useless. Su Muqing's experience in handling this kind of situation is even better than her experience in solving advanced math problems. She didn't look at the gift box, but just looked at the junior in front of her calmly, her tone polite but distant. Hello, junior. These 4 simple words instantly created a gap between the two of them. You are a good person. I believe you will find a girl who is more suitable for you in the future. A standard good guy card, issued promptly and neatly. I can't accept this gift. After all, we don't know each other yet. Su Muqing's eyes lightly swept over the box, and then she added, this sentence was the real killer. Besides, I already have a boy I like. As she said this, the corner of her eyes unconsciously drifted towards Lin Feng in the dormitory. This subtle movement was like a heavy hammer, hitting the younger brother's heart hard. He followed Su Muqing's gaze and looked into the dormitory blankly. Lin Feng just leaned there casually, his expression indifferent, yet as if he owned everything. The younger brother's face turned from red to pale in an instant, and all the blood color faded away. The gift box in his hand fell to the ground with a click. Okay, excuse me for disturbing you. His voice was hoarse, as if someone had strangled him. After saying this, he could no longer hold it in, and tears burst out without warning, streaming down his cheeks. He didn't even have the face to wipe it off. He just turned around in embarrassment and stumbled away. Lin Feng was watching this scene from behind, feeling both angry and amused. He is so bold to confess his love to his cash cow in front of him. As a result, he was given a nice guy card and ran away crying. His mental state is too fragile. Young people nowadays are so fragile. The door closed with a click. Sumuching turned around, leaned against the door, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth slightly, like a little fox who had stolen some meat. She tilted her head and glanced at Lin Feng with a hint of pride and temptation. A junior fellow student. She explained lightly, as if it was just a trivial matter. Lin Feng was tidying up the cake boxes on the table. He didn't even look up when he heard this. His tone was as calm as if he was discussing the weather. It's normal. She's the campus beauty of Suzhou University. It's normal for her to have many admirers and flirtations. This indifferent reaction made Sumuching swallow all the words she had prepared, and she felt a little uncomfortable. She snorted and said nothing more. Instead, she walked to Lin Feng's bed and began to tidy up the somewhat messy bed. She neatly shook out the quilt, spread it out, and even smoothed out the wrinkles. After doing all this, she started to clean up Lin Feng's desk piled with books like a hard-working little snail. After Lin Feng cleaned up the cake crumbs on the table, he looked up and saw this scene. The afternoon sun shone lazily on her through the window, and a pair of straight and slender legs were faintly visible under her loose dress. She bent slightly, her long, smooth black hair falling naturally, with a few playful strands brushing against her fair neck. Quiet and beautiful. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. A thought popped up in my mind uncontrollably. What would it feel like if I walked over now and hugged her from behind? This thought made his face feel a little hot, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. At this moment, Sumuching had sorted out a pile of books and was about to turn around when she met Lin Feng's undisguised, somewhat aggressive gaze, as well as the smile on his face that he couldn't hide in time. Sumuching's face turned red in an instant, spreading from her cheeks to her ears. She felt sweet inside, as if she had drunk a whole jar of honey, but she maintained her reserved demeanor as a school beauty and scolded, "What are you looking at, pervert?" The word pervert sounded delicate and had no deterrent effect. Instead, it sounded more like a coquettish act. Lin Feng not only did not restrain himself, but instead walked forward boldly, approaching step by step until there was only half an arm's length between the two of them. He leaned down and put his ear close to hers, his warm breath spraying on her earlobe, his voice low and magnetic. "The beauty of the Suzhou University campus is so beautiful, isn't she meant for others to see?" He paused and added, "However, I'm greedy and only want to see her alone." Boom! Sumuching felt like her brain had crashed, her heart was beating like a drum, and she even forgot to breathe. This is too good. The following afternoon, the atmosphere between the two became particularly delicate. They didn't do anything out of the ordinary, just chatted casually. From interesting stories at school to future plans. Lin Feng would occasionally tell a few jokes, which would make Sumuching laugh so hard that she would shake and hit his arm. The sun sets and the sky grows darker. I should go back. Sumuching glanced at the sky outside the window, her tone full of unconcealable loss. She walked to the door slowly, put her hand on the doorknob, but hesitated to turn it. She turned around and looked at Lin Feng eagerly, as if she was expecting something. Lin Feng just leaned against the table and waved to her with a faint smile on his face, "Be careful on the road." Not a single extra word. Sumuching felt disappointed again, but then she thought, this guy is just like that, playing hard to get. She secretly encouraged herself, then reluctantly opened the door and left. The dormitory door closed again, and the room became quiet in an instant, with only Lin Feng left. He stretched. This university dormitory was too small and it was difficult to stretch his body. "It's time to go back to your big house and enjoy yourself." Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a big arc, and his mood instantly became extremely relaxed. He grabbed the keys on the table and walked out of the dormitory building whistling. "Jiangchun Hao Yuan, I'm back." Chapter 46. Chen Jing's computer broke down. Lin Feng parked the Maybach steadily in the basement and returned to the spacious flat. He sank into the soft sofa and the fatigue of the day came over him. As soon as I closed my eyes, my phone rang. He touched it and saw that it was a message from Chen Jing. "Brother Lin Feng, my computer is broken. Can you come and help me? I was halfway through writing my paper and it suddenly stopped working. I'm so anxious." Lin Feng almost laughed out loud when he saw the message. This excuse is even more cliché than the jokes his college teacher told. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, a girl's computer just happened to break down, and she just happened to be writing a paper. Sima Zhao's intention was to type the words "I want to seduce you" directly on the public screen. However, Lin Feng thought again, as a grown man, how could he be afraid of a girl like her? Besides, Chen Jing is the target goddess certified by the system. The favorability that comes right to her door is like hard-earned money. There is no reason not to make money from it. It just so happened that I hadn't really used the super repairman skill I had gotten, so using her computer to practice was a good option for my major. I just don't know if this skill can win people as hearts. Thinking of this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He sat up from the sofa, stretched, and his joints made a crackling sound. He picked up the phone, tapped his fingertips, and replied a few words. Okay, I'll come over. It only takes a few minutes to stroll from building number 1 to building number 5. The cool night breeze blew away some of the drunkenness, and Lin Feng's mind became clearer. He stood at the door of Chen Jing's house, raised his hand and knocked on the door lightly. As the door opened, a sweet fragrance hit me in the face. Chen Jing stood at the doorway with a sweet smile on her face. "Brother Lin Feng, you're here, come in and sit down." She had obviously dressed up carefully today. A pure white tight-fitting top perfectly outlines the proud curves of the upper body, as if it is about to break free from the restraints in the next second. Her lower body was wearing a pair of denim hot pants that barely covered her essentials, leaving her two snow-white, slender legs exposed to the air without any obstruction, making people dizzy. Lin Feng's gaze stayed on her for a moment, then he looked away calmly. "Excuse me. Sorry for disturbing you. I'm so happy that you're here." Chen Jing bent down with a smile, took out a pair of brand new men's slippers from the shoe cabinet, and placed them neatly in front of Lin Feng's feet. She raised her head, her eyes sparkling, and she showed off deliberately. "Brother Lin Feng, these are the exclusive slippers I prepared specially for you. You can wear these when you come here next time." Exclusive slippers? Lin Feng was happy. Is this to treat him as one of their own, or is it to declare sovereignty in advance? This girl is much better than that idiot Zhou Ruxue. Without saying anything, he obediently put on the so-called exclusive slippers and walked into the living room. The house is about 120 square meters, and its decoration style is the popular cream style. It is warm and elegant, and exudes the sophistication of a little girl everywhere. But compared with his large flat in the building that overlooks half of Jiangchang, both the spatial layout and the decoration materials are more than one level lower. Sure enough, building number 1 is worthy of its title as the king of buildings. "Sit down for a moment, I'll get you something to drink." Chen Jing, like a hospitable hostess, pressed Lin Feng onto the sofa in the living room, and soon came over with 2 cups of milk tea and a plate of exquisite desserts. The sofa was obviously very wide, but Chen Jing chose to sit right next to him, with almost half of her body pressed against him. The arms touched each other inadvertently, and the soft touch was clearly transmitted through the thin fabric. "Brother Lin Feng, try this macaron. I bought it specially. I wonder if it suits your taste." She picked up a pink macaron and handed it to Lin Feng's mouth naturally, her breath as sweet as orchid. Lin Feng leaned back slightly, avoiding her overly intimate actions, and reached out to take it. "Thank you, I can do it myself." Chen Jing's hand froze in mid-air for a moment, then she withdrew it as if nothing had happened, with a sweet smile still on her face. But Lin Feng still caught a flash of regret in her eyes. "Quite interesting." Lin Feng ate the dessert slowly while glancing at Chen Jing beside him out of the corner of his eye. "I have to admit that this girl is indeed a stunner. Especially in this private space, she unreservedly releases her charm, and every move carries strong hints." The pair of long legs were casually crossed, and under the edge of the shorts was a suggestive shadow. No man can resist this temptation. Lin Feng's heart was as clear as a mirror, but he asked, "Don't you feel lonely living in such a big house by yourself?" "I did feel a little bit before." Chen Jing moved closer to him, her voice lowered, with a hint of grievance and coquettishness, "but I'm not afraid now, because I know you live in building 1, we're so close. If I get scared next time, can I call you?" As she spoke, her fingers touched Lin Feng's arm intentionally or unintentionally. Ding! Goddess Chen Jing's favorability detected +3. Ding! Chen Jing's current accumulated favorability is 23 points. Ding! Triggering the 10,000 yuan cashback reward. Congratulations to the host for winning 300,000 yuan in cash. Lin Feng's heart moved. Here we come. He remained expressionless, but was actually smiling brightly in his heart. This money is too easy to make. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything, Chen Jing thought that he was at a loss because of her teasing, and she suddenly felt secretly happy. Men are all the same. Although you say no with your mouth, your body is very honest. Look at his eyes, he glances at his legs from time to time, trying to pretend to be a gentleman. As long as I add more fuel to the fire, isn't it only a matter of time before I take him down? By then, Su Muqing, the self-righteous school beauty, will be able to just stare blankly. Thinking of this, Qin Jing couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. She looked at Lin Feng's profile, which was so handsome that it was impeccable in her eyes, and her eyes became more and more burning. Lin Feng drank the last sip of water and gently placed the cup on the coffee table, making a crisp sound. The dessert tastes good. He looked at Qin Jing and changed the subject. Didn't you say the computer was broken? Take me to check it out. His words instantly brought the ambiguity back to the point. Qin Jing was about to persuade Lin Feng to try another piece of mousse, but she swallowed the words back. She cursed in her heart, this guy, how could he be like a piece of wood, not understanding romance at all? But on second thought, doesn't this also show that he is honest and loyal, and not the kind of man who talks in a slick way? Thinking of this, the unhappiness in her heart dissipated. Oh, yes, the computer. She stood up quickly, forcing a sweet smile on her face. Don't worry, just sit for a while. It's a rare opportunity to come here. Lin Feng's mind was as clear as a mirror. You're still saying there's no rush? You've already found an excuse. Isn't your goal to trick me into coming here? His expression remained calm as he stood up as well. The sooner it's fixed, the sooner you can use it. Let's go. Seeing that Lin Feng insisted, Qin Jing didn't know what to say and had to take him to her bedroom. Then come with me. There was a barely perceptible hint of joy in her voice. Chapter 48, Changing Impression of Qin Jing. Lin Feng picked up the wineglass, clinked it with hers, and took a sip. I have to say that Qin Jing is a woman who was very good at chatting. She was not scrutinizing or questioning me like she had been at the dinner last time. Instead, she acted like a real friend, chatting about interesting things at school, the latest popular movies, and occasionally complaining about annoying classes. She was very smart and never mentioned Su Muqing, as if that person did not exist. Under the influence of alcohol, the atmosphere gradually became relaxed and warm. Qin Jing's cheeks were flushed with a charming blush. She held her cheek with her hand and looked at Lin Feng with her bright eyes without blinking, with undisguised admiration in her eyes. With the help of the handsome man system, every subtle expression of Lin Feng was infinitely magnified into fatal charm in her eyes. Senior Lin Feng, you are really different from the boys I have met before. She suddenly spoke, her voice a little softer than before. Oh? What's the difference? Lin Feng asked casually while gnawing on the duck neck. They either brag about how rich their families are and what kind of cars they drive, or they brag about how accomplished they are and how many people they know. Qin Jing curled her lips, her tone tinged with disdain. But you're so talented, yet so low-key. And you can fix computers, it feels like there's nothing you can't do. These words were spoken with extreme sincerity. Lin Feng's heart moved. He could feel that these words were not just compliments. Qin Jing seemed to be a little drunk. She leaned forward slightly with her elbows on the table. This posture made her already proud curves even more prominent. She moved closer, her breath scented with red wine. Honestly, it's Muqing's blessing to know you. Finally, Su Muqing was mentioned. Lin Feng remained calm and waited for her next words. But? Qin Jing changed the subject, a sly look flashing in her eyes. I think she's too cold. Sometimes I feel bored when I'm with her. Unlike me, I like the hustle and bustle. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of pig's trotter and put it naturally on Lin Feng's plate. Her fingertips accidentally touched the back of his hand. Warm and soft. Lin Feng felt like a weak electric current running through him. He looked up at Qin Jing and found that she was looking at him frankly, her eyes bold and direct, with an undisguised aggression. This girl is indeed more attractive than Su Muqing and more open-minded than her. Lin Feng had to admit that dealing with such a direct and proactive girl was indeed quite interesting. He suddenly felt that Qin Jing was not that bad. She just lived more soberly than Su Muqing, understood what she wanted better, and was more courageous in fighting for it. This kind of ambitious vitality actually has a unique appeal. Lin Feng's impression of her changed slightly. Under the warm lighting in the living room, the air was filled with the faint fragrance of Qin Jing's shower gel. The two of them sat on the soft sofa, with a distance of one person between them, but the atmosphere was not distant. After chatting just now, Lin Feng discovered that Qin Jing, this woman, was actually quite good at chatting, as long as she was not compared with Su Muqing. She knows when to support the audience and when to bring up new topics, and she can always keep the atmosphere of the conversation in a relaxed and pleasant range. So, you are now interning at Jinxing Technology, and you will be directly hired as a full-time employee after graduation, and you will also run a small business of your own? Chen Jing was holding a glass of water, her elbows resting on her knees, her body leaning forward slightly, her bright eyes full of curiosity. This posture made her already proud curves even more prominent. Lin Feng just glanced at her casually, then quickly moved his eyes away, landing on the fruit plate on the coffee table. Well, it's just a mess. Lin Feng said lightly. Is that what you call messing around? Chen Jing's voice rose a little, a hint of admiration. Senior Lin Feng, you're too modest. We're still struggling with internships and papers, and you've already become a boss. She meant it, or so it sounded. Lin Feng smiled and didn't respond. He knew that when dealing with a smart woman like Chen Jing, the more he talked, the more he revealed. Maintaining a little mystery would actually be more effective. Time passed quietly in the occasional casual chat, and the clock on the wall had already pointed to 11 o'clock. It's getting late, I should go back. Lin Feng stood up. Ah, so fast? Chen Jing also stood up, with obvious disappointment in her tone. She walked to the entrance and opened the door for Lin Feng, but her body inadvertently blocked half of the exit. The voice-activated lights in the apartment corridor lit up, casting a cool light on her, making her delicate face look even whiter. Senior Lin Feng, thank you so much today. Chen Jing looked up at him with a sincere look in her eyes. If it weren't for you, my computer would probably be scrapped. If the thesis materials inside were gone, I really don't know what I would do. It's a small matter, just a piece of cake. Lin Feng said politely. This is no small matter to me. Chen Jing insisted, to thank you, I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Here it comes. Lin Feng knew clearly in his heart that this was her ultimate goal tonight. He was just about to brush it off with some polite words like you're welcome, but Chen Jing's next words made him swallow the words back. Chen Jing took half a step forward, and the distance between them was instantly shortened. The pleasant fragrance on her body became even stronger. She pouted slightly, and her voice softened, with a hint of coquettishness that made people's bones go numb. Why, you agreed to let Su Muqing treat you to a meal, but you can't agree to let me treat you to a meal. She deliberately mentioned Su Muqing, and the meaning of her words was obvious. It seemed like a complaint, or a test, and even had a hint of grievance and challenge. This time, Lin Feng was directly held up. If he refused, it would seem too deliberate and disrespectful, and it would also confirm the close relationship between him and Su Muqing. If he agreed, it would be exactly what Chen Jing wanted. This woman is really something. Lin Feng looked at her face that was full of promise me quickly and suddenly felt happy. He found that dealing with a scheming woman like Chen Jing was actually quite interesting. It was like playing chess, with you going back and forth and every move had to be calculated. He did not directly answer yes or no, but asked, can it be the same? Why is it different? Chen Jing immediately asked, blinking her eyes, as if she was determined to get to the bottom of it. Mu Qing's meal was because she bumped into me on the road. To put it bluntly, she owed me that. Lin Feng explained slowly, his eyes falling on Chen Jing's face with a hint of amusement, your meal is not legitimate. Chen Jing was stunned by his words for a moment, then reacted and blushed slightly. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to say that. He explained why he and Su Muqing were having dinner together, and then kicked the ball back to her side. She bit her lower lip, and a sense of unwillingness to admit defeat rose in her heart. Chapter 47 Super Maintenance Worker. The moment Lin Feng pushed open the bedroom door, a fresh fragrance hit him in the face. It was not the smell of perfume, but a faint floral scent. Lin Feng glanced around the room and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Chen Jing's room is very large and decorated in a simple Instagram style, but the most eye-catching thing is the painting that takes up an entire wall. There are magnificent mountains and rivers, tranquil ancient towns, and brightly colored abstract paintings. Each one is framed very delicately, and it can be seen that the owner cherishes them. The style of this room seems to be somewhat incompatible with Chen Jing's passionate and extroverted temperament. Are these all painted by you? Lin Feng walked to the wall and asked, looking at one of the oil paintings depicting a beach at sunset. The light and shadow of the picture are handled very well, and the waves hitting the beach seem to be able to hear the sound. Yes. When talking about her paintings, Chen Jing's tone showed a hint of sincere pride. She walked to Lin Feng and her eyes softened. I've loved painting since I was a child. When I was in elementary and middle school, I even won first place in provincial painting competitions. She pointed to an inconspicuous trophy in the corner, a trace of nostalgia on her face. Then why didn't you continue studying? Apply to an art college or something. Lin Feng was a little curious. The light in Chen Jing's eyes dimmed a little, and she sighed softly. My family didn't agree. They said it would be difficult to find a job as a painter, and it was a narrow path. In the end, I gave up. Seeing the flash of disappointment on her face, Lin Feng's heart was suddenly touched. All along, his impression of Chen Jing has been stuck on labels such as Su Muqing's best friend, a little scheming, and good figure. But now, looking at these paintings, looking at this girl who gave up her dream because of reality, he suddenly felt that the image of Chen Jing had become three-dimensional and vivid. She may be vain, or jealous of Su Muqing, but she also had passionate dreams, unknown talents, and regrets. She is quite cute like this. Just as this thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, the system prompt sound rang without warning. Ding! Emotional fluctuations detected in target goddess Chen Jing, favorability +5. Current favorability, 28 points. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 500,000 yuan. It has been automatically deposited into your bank account. Lin Feng felt happy. That's $500,000 already? Apparently, being a caring older brother occasionally pays off. Chen Jing didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking. She quickly calmed down, pointed at the laptop on the desk, and put on her cute look again. Okay, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Please help me take a look at it. My precious computer suddenly won't turn on. I'm so anxious. Lin Feng nodded and walked to the desk. Has it been repaired? Take it. Chen Jing immediately started complaining. The guy at the computer store downstairs was fussing with me for a long time, saying my motherboard was burnt out and I needed a new one. He even asked for 2,000 yuan. I feel like he's just trying to rip me off. Lin Feng smiled and said nothing. He reached out and gently stroked the laptop's body. Activate Super Maintenance Worker skill. The next second, a familiar stream of information flooded into his mind. The computer's internal structure, the routing of its circuits, the status of every component all appeared clearly in his mind, like a three-dimensional perspective diagram. It's not a big deal. Lin Feng immediately identified the crux of the problem. A power supply connection on the motherboard had poor contact due to slight oxidation caused by long-term use. For an ordinary repairman, this kind of minor problem might take half a day of disassembly and inspection to find, but for Lin Feng, who possesses god-level skills, it is just like solving an arithmetic problem of 1 + 1 = something. He doesn't even need tools. Lin Feng turned the notebook over, found the corresponding position, and tapped the bottom cover a few times with his fingers. All right. Chen Jing was just about to ask him if he needed a screwdriver, but when she heard these two words, she was stunned. All right? That's it? You didn't even open the hood. She looked at Lin Feng with suspicion. Lin Feng, you are not kidding me, right? Lin Feng didn't explain, but just raised his chin and motioned her to look for herself. Press the power button and try it. Chen Jing stretched out her finger doubtfully and pressed the power button. The silent computer screen suddenly lit up, the familiar startup animation and music sounded, and the computer smoothly entered the desktop. Everything works fine. Chen Jing's mouth slowly opened into an O shape, her eyes widened, and her pretty face was full of disbelief. She looked at the computer, then at Lin Feng, back and forth several times before she finally found her voice. Oh my god. How did you do that? What kind of magic is this? This reaction was completely within Lin Feng's expectations. He shrugged pretentiously. It's just a little physical repair technique, not worth mentioning. This calm and composed look was so handsome in Chen Jing's eyes. She originally thought that Lin Feng was just a handsome guy from a wealthy family, but she didn't expect that he actually possessed such a miraculous skill. He's like a real-life Superman. Admiration, appreciation, curiosity, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, making her eyes looking at Lin Feng instantly become extremely hot. Ding! Chen Jing's favorability +2. Currently, Chen Jing's accumulated favorability is 30 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 200,000 yuan. The system prompt sounded again, and the curve of Lin Feng's mouth deepened. It seems that a man showing off his skills occasionally is more effective than saying 10,000 sweet words. After the last line of code on the computer screen was completed, the system restored the smooth desktop. Lin Feng raised his hands from the keyboard and stretched his fingers. It took no more than 10 minutes. Chen Jing had been standing by, and the tight-fitting top on her body outlined a thrilling curve as she moved. She leaned over and was greeted by a sweet fragrance. Finished? So quickly? The surprise in her tone was just the right amount, seeming admiring but not overly exaggerated. I asked someone to take a look before, and they said they'd have to reinstall the system, and maybe even replace the motherboard. Lin Feng smiled calmly. It's a small problem, there is a little conflict in the system, just clean it up. These words were spoken lightly, but to Chen Jing, they sounded like a top master saying, I know a thing or two. Seeing Lin Feng stand up and prepare to leave, Chen Jing felt anxious. This script can't go this way. Just then, ding-dong, the doorbell rang. The timing was perfect, as if it had been rehearsed. Oh, Chen Jing's face showed just the right amount of confusion. Who is it? She trotted over to open the door. Outside was the delivery man, carrying a large food box. Your takeaway has arrived. Chen Jing took it and turned to face Lin Feng, with a hint of embarrassment on her face. Senior Lin Feng, when I ordered takeout just now, I accidentally ordered too much. Look at all the braised food, I definitely can't finish it all by myself, and it would be a waste to throw it away. How about you accompany me to eat some before leaving? Lin Feng looked at the full food box in her hand, and his mind was as clear as a mirror. This guy probably placed the order on time. However, the aroma of the marinade was indeed overbearing, drifting into his nose and making the hunger in his stomach even more obvious. Okay, I'm hungry too. Lin Feng didn't point it out and went down the stairs. Chen Jing's eyes lit up, and she immediately and enthusiastically led him to the dining table. She placed the duck neck, collarbone, edamame, and pig's trotters in the food box on exquisite plates one by one, instantly covering half of the table. Wait a moment. She turned and went into the kitchen, and when she came out, she had a bottle of red wine and 2 highball glasses in her hands. With a bang, the cork was pulled out, and the mellow aroma of wine mixed with the salty aroma of the marinade intertwined to create a wonderful ambiguous scent in the air. The bright red wine was poured into the cups. Chen Jing pushed one of the cups in front of Lin Feng and picked up the other cup herself, her eyes moving. Thank you so much for today, otherwise my computer would be broken. This is a toast to you. Chapter 49 adds new skills. Then can't I just bump into you once? Chen Jing blurted out, and only after she finished speaking did she realize that there was something wrong with what she said. It was too proactive. Oh? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. How do you want to hit me? Now it was Chen Jing's turn to be speechless. She couldn't say, next time my computer breaks down again? Seeing her embarrassed and anxious look, Lin Feng felt amused. He stopped teasing her, nodded, and said in a relaxed tone, Okay, I was just kidding. You can have dinner, but it depends on my schedule. After receiving a positive answer, Chen Jing's eyes lit up instantly, and the smile on her face was as bright as a blooming flower. Okay. You decide the time and place. She said hurriedly, as if she was afraid that Lin Feng would go back on his word. Well, let's make an appointment again. Lin Feng said this and walked past her sideways. Just as the two of them passed each other, the system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind without warning. Ding! Goddess Chen Jing's favorability detected +5. Currently, Chen Jing's accumulated favorability is 35 points. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 500,000 yuan. It has been automatically deposited into your bank account. Lin Feng paused, his heart filled with joy. This best friend, in just a few minutes of chatting and having a meal, contributed another 500,000. If we meet a few more times, wouldn't it be? He turned around to look at Chen Jing, who was still standing at the door watching him go. She immediately responded with a sweet smile and waved at him. Lin Feng also smiled, turned and walked into the elevator. The moment the door closed, the smile on his face gradually faded. This Chen Jing is too goal-oriented. However, to him, she is a walking cash cow. As for the open and secret struggles between her and Su Muqing, what does it have to do with me? He is not a pure boy, he can't do something like playing with 2 women at the same time, but it should be okay to juggle between 2 beauties, increase their favorability and make some money, right? Anyway, he didn't promise either side. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt more relaxed. Lin Feng returned to the spacious flat in Jiangqing Mansion, threw himself into the soft sofa, and breathed a long sigh of relief. He calculated that he had been busy making money and handling various chores recently. He had accumulated a lot of favorability points, but had never had time to spend them. Financial freedom is certainly important, but the fun of the system is more than just cash back. System, open the exchange interface. A light blue screen of light unfolded before his eyes, clearly displaying his current favorability points. Lin Feng rubbed his hands, like a gambler ready to make a big bet, with excitement flashing in his eyes. He had long been drooling over all those bizarre skills, such as perspective, invisibility, and teleportation. With any one of them, his life experience would be maximized. First, let's exchange for 3 random skills and spend them later. As he thought about it, 30 points of favorability were instantly taken away. On the light screen in front of him, a virtual roulette will begin to spin rapidly, and finally, with a flash of light, the first skill icon froze. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Skill description: the host will experience any alcoholic beverages as if drinking plain water. Aside from feeling full and urinating, there will be no signs of drunkenness. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Never get drunk after drinking 1,000 cups? This skill seems to be somewhat useful, but not that useful. Next time when I talk business with people, I can get them to drink themselves under the table. But what he expected was that kind of crazy and cool superpower, not this kind of auxiliary tool for the drinking table. Forget it, this is just an appetizer. The next one will definitely be the best. Lin Feng comforted himself. The wheel spins again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Endurance King skill. Skill description: the host will not feel pain from any physical attacks that are not artillery or blades, and body tissues will not suffer substantial damage. Lin Feng's expression froze. The King of Endurance? Why does this name sound so weird? He stretched out his hand doubtfully and twisted his arm hard. No feeling. He increased his strength, twisting the skin and flesh until they were deformed. Still no feeling. Damn, it really doesn't hurt. But the question is, who would want to be beaten for no reason? Is this skill meant to make him a human punching bag? Lin Feng's face turned completely dark. He felt like he had played a game 10 times in a row, but all he got were guaranteed air cards. For the last time. System, please be more reliable. He gritted his teeth and almost shouted. The roulette wheel spun for the 3rd time, the light flickered, and finally it slowly came to a stop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level chef skills. Skill description: the host will instantly master the cooking techniques of all cuisines, and possess cooking skills comparable to top chefs in Michelin 5-star restaurants. God-level chef. Lin Feng's eyes went dark and he almost fell off the sofa. He even imagined a funny picture of himself wearing an apron, holding a spatula in one hand and a large spoon in the other. Does the system think that he has made enough money and is preparing to train him to become a house husband? Thank you so much. Lin Feng raised his middle finger to the air, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. 3 skills, a drunkard, a sandbag, and a cook. What the hell is going on? Feeling depressed, Lin Feng took a quick shower and fell asleep. The next morning, sunlight poured into the bedroom through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, dyeing the entire room golden. Lin Feng was woken up by the alarm on his cell phone and sat up rubbing his eyes. A night's rest allowed him to forget the depression of yesterday's lottery. After all, I have to go to work tomorrow. He walked to the cloakroom, picked out a set of casual clothes, and then picked up the car keys on the table. The Maybach key with the double M logo printed on it reflects a low-key and luxurious light in the morning light. Lin Feng's fingers stroked the cold metal, and his heart felt itchy. What does it feel like to drive this luxury car worth more than 3 million yuan to work? As soon as this thought came up, he suppressed it himself. No. My female boss Chinya drives a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. I, an intern, drive a Maybach that can buy her several cars. That's not going to work, that's going to attract hatred. Showing off one's talents is not a good thing. Be low-key, you must be low-key. Lin Feng took a deep breath, put the Maybach key back in its place, took out his mobile phone, and skillfully opened the taxi app. Lin Feng, who was standing at the magnificent gate of Jiangcheng Mansion, waiting for an online taxi, attracted several surprised glances from the security guards. Soon, an ordinary domestic car stopped by the roadside. The driver was a talkative middle-aged man. He looked at Lin Feng in the rearview mirror and said, "Young man, do you live in this neighborhood? Do you have a mine at home?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Uncle, I'm just a renter working part-time." "Rent a place?" The driver said in disbelief. "Rent in this place must be several thousand or tens of thousands a month, right?" You're a working emperor. Unlike us, we work from dawn to dusk and barely have any money left at the end of the month. In this world, drought kills, flood kills. Lin Feng didn't respond, but just looked at the street scene rapidly receding outside the window. The driver's complaint made him feel a little inexplicably emotional. Once upon a time, he was one of the thousands of workers, working hard for a few thousand yuan. And now, he is sitting on the other side of the table. In order to avoid being too conspicuous, Lin Feng got off the car at an intersection in advance and walked towards the building where Jinxing Technology was located. The morning sun was shining brightly and he was in a good mood. Just as he was about to walk into the revolving door of the building, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. It's Qinya. She was standing next to her white Mercedes-Benz C, seemingly waiting for someone. In front of her, a young man wearing branded clothes and with shiny hair was leaning against the front of the car, talking incessantly. Xinya's face was expressionless, and could even be described as a little cold. Her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of undisguised impatience. Chapter 50, A Mission from Heaven. An idea popped up in Lin Feng's mind, and he stopped in his tracks. He leaned against the wall not far away and pretended to look at his phone. He shook his ears 3 times, and his super hearing skill was instantly activated. The noisy voices and keyboard tapping sounds around quickly faded away, and the young man's voice came through clearly, with a hint of nervousness and sincerity. Miss Qinya, my name is Wang Hao, and I work at Blue Sky Technology in the building next door. I've been following you for a long time. I see you coming to work every day, and your confident look really attracts me. I mustered up the courage today to tell you that I like you. Can you give me a chance? Lin Feng almost laughed out loud. Good job, man. Very direct. Go big right away. Xinya's voice was still as cold and professional as always, but Lin Feng could hear a subtle hint of alienation. Mr. Wang, thank you for your appreciation, but I have no plans to fall in love right now. My mind is all on work. This rejection is so standard that it seems like a textbook. But Wang Hao obviously didn't want to give up and took another step forward. It's okay, we can start by being friends. Let's have a meal together, watch a movie, and get to know each other slowly. Miss Qinya, I'm really sincere. Qinya frowned slightly. This subtle movement was of course not visible to Lin Feng from such a distance, but he could hear it from her subsequent tone. I'm sorry, I'm usually very busy with work, so I'm afraid I don't have time. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm sorry. Decisive, neat, leaving no room for maneuver. This is very Qinya. The expression on Wang Hao's face must have been very interesting. He was still there, unwilling to give up, saying some cheesy love words like "you deserve the best" and "I won't give up." Lin Feng shook his head. Director Qin wasn't someone who could be moved by a few sweet words. With a beauty score of 86 and a senior executive, she had high standards. Thinking of this, Lin Feng could no longer hide the smile on his lips. He found this matter particularly interesting. The female boss who was usually high and mighty in the company and had the final say actually had the trouble of being forced to confess her love in public. This charm has even spread to the company next door. At this moment, Qinya, who had politely rejected her suitor, turned around and saw Lin Feng leaning against the wall with a smile on his face. When their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze for a second. Xinya's eyes turned cold instantly, and the impatience she had originally shown in dealing with her suitors was now all precisely directed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I was caught watching a show. He immediately put away his smile, stood up straight, and pretended to be innocent, as if saying, I didn't see anything, I was just passing by. But Qinya had already stretched out her long legs, wearing high heels, and walked straight towards him with a click, click, click. Those long legs wrapped in black stockings seemed to be stepping on Lin Feng's heartbeat with every step. Lin Feng. Qinya stood in front of him, her voice expressing no emotion. Hello, Director Qin. Lin Feng greeted him honestly. Were you laughing happily just now? Qinya looked at him with scrutiny in her eyes. No, I just thought of a joke and couldn't help it. Lin Feng started talking nonsense. Qinya obviously didn't believe it, but she didn't ask any further questions. She just glanced at him lightly and turned away. Come with me to my office. I have something important to tell you. After saying that, he walked towards the director's office without caring about Lin Feng's reaction. Lin Feng touched his nose and thought, well, there is no way to hide now. This important matter is probably settling of accounts later. He sighed and resigned himself to following Qinya, feeling the curious gazes from his colleagues and feeling helpless. After entering the office, Shinya closed the door with a click and locked it. The door of Chinya's office locked with a click, blocking out all the noise from the outside world. This sudden action made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. What was this beautiful boss trying to do? Shinya turned around, and her face, which usually had a gentle charm, was now filled with an unprecedented solemnity. She walked quickly to Lin Feng, and the pleasant smell of perfume on her body mixed with a nervous atmosphere hit her face. To cut a long story short, the company will be holding an emergency meeting in 15 minutes. Shinya's voice was low and rapid. Something has gone terribly wrong with our most important strategic project, the Smart City project we're collaborating on with Tianyu Group. Lin Feng was stunned. He had heard of this project. It was the company's top priority this year. It was said that the contract amount was as high as hundreds of millions. Tianyu Group just rejected our third version of the plan. The wording was very unkind. Shinya rubbed her tense brows. They said our proposal was outdated and empty, completely missing the point. They issued an ultimatum: if we don't come up with a brand new, eye-opening plan within 48 hours, the cooperation will be terminated immediately, and we will be held accountable for breach of contract. Lin Feng took a breath of cold air. Termination of cooperation? And also pursuit of liability for breach of contract? This was like an earthquake for Jinxing Company. Right now, Vice President Wang Kuan is going crazy. The entire project team has been working all night for several nights, but still has no clue. You know Wang Kuan, he's strict and conceited. The atmosphere in the entire department is like an execution ground. Shinya's eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. This crisis is not just about losing money, but also Jinxing's reputation in the industry. Lin Feng listened quietly, wondering what this matter had to do with him and in turn. However, Shinya's next words almost made him jump up from his chair. So, I plan to recommend you at the meeting to be in charge of this new plan. What? Lin Feng felt like something was wrong with his ears. He even scratched them subconsciously. Director Qin, are you kidding me? Me? An intern, responsible for planning a project worth hundreds of millions? This is such a joke. This is no longer just forcing someone to do something they are not prepared for. This is like throwing a young chicken into the arena. I'd be crazy to joke about the company and my future. Shinya's eyes were sharp. I've read all the planning analyses and project weekly reports you've done before. Your thinking is much clearer than those so-called veteran experts in the project team. Don't tell me you're incompetent. I don't have time for nonsense. No, this is absolutely not possible. Lin Feng shook his head like a rattle. Director Qin, this isn't a question of ability, it's a question of status. How can I, an intern, possibly control the situation? Vice President Wang would be the first to disagree. The project team would eat me alive. This would delay the company's major events. Although he has god-level planning proficiency skills, this skill has never been put into practice on such a large scale. If anything goes wrong at any point, he can't take the responsibility. Shinya seemed to have expected him to say this. She took a step forward and approached Lin Feng. The distance between them was so close that they could feel each other's breath. I'll take the responsibility, and I'll handle Wang Kuan's side. Just tell me if you dare to accept it. Shinya's voice was soft, but it carried an undeniable power. This is a crisis, but for you, it's also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A chance that could take you to the top. Lin Feng's heartbeat began to accelerate. A quick success? He admitted that he was tempted. He was not someone who didn't value money. If such a large project succeeded, the bonus and future prospects would be limitless. But the risk is too great. Seeing that Lin Feng was still hesitating, Shinya softened her tone and said with a hint of inducement, just consider it as doing me a favor, okay? The sound of which was slightly pleading, had a slightly rising ending tone and a hint of barely perceptible coquettishness, which made Lin Feng's heartstrings tremble suddenly. He looked at the usually arrogant woman in front of him, and saw the expectation and trust in her eyes. For a moment, he couldn't say no. He knew that Shinya was taking a gamble, betting that she had not misjudged the person, and also betting that he, Lin Feng, had the courage to do it. Just then, there was a knock on the office door, and the administrative assistant's voice rang out, Director Qin, Vice President Wang wants you and Lin Feng to go to the conference room for a meeting immediately. Chapter 51, A Stunning Explosion. Shinya stood up straight, returning to her usual capable director appearance. She glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Let's go. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we need to take it out for a walk." Lin Feng took a deep breath and thought, "Forget it, let me die. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk." He stood up, his heart still beating fast, but his eyes had changed. The God-level planning skills warmed up slightly in my mind, and a strong sense of self-confidence surged from the bottom of my heart. What are you afraid of? With the system in hand, the world is yours. Director Qin, lead the way. Qinya saw the change in Lin Feng's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She turned around and opened the office door. The two walked towards the conference room, one in front and the other behind. Along the way, the atmosphere in the company corridor was frighteningly depressing. Everyone was in a hurry with sad faces. The moment Qinya pushed open the door of the conference room, a heavy, low-pressure atmosphere hit her in the face. The long conference table was filled with people, all of them dejected, like defeated roosters. In the main seat, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a sullen face was tapping the table with his fingers. The tap sound seemed to be knocking on everyone's heart. He is the Deputy General Manager, Wang Kuan. At this time, Wang Kuan was scolding the project team members with saliva flying. He pointed at the PPT titled Urban Data Middle Platform on the projection screen, and his voice was so loud that it could shatter the glass. Bullshit. It's all bullshit. After 3 months of work, all you get is this crap? IoT neural architecture? Are your neurons grown in pig brains? Everyone at the table had their heads almost buried in their chests, breathing cautiously. This criticism meeting had lasted for nearly half an hour, and Wang Kuan's anger showed no sign of abating. Xinya's brows were also furrowed. This project was related to the company's future strategic layout, and stagnation would not benefit anyone. She subconsciously glanced at Lin Feng beside her, but found that he was completely different from the nervousness and panic of the others. He was leaning back in his chair calmly, his eyes calmly scanning the data flow diagram on the PPT, as if he was reading an interesting cartoon. After activating the God-level planning proficiency skill, Lin Feng has had comprehensive thinking and unique insights into these project planning proposals. Xinya made up her mind and raised her hand to signal Mr. Wang that she had something to say. The conference room suddenly became quiet, and all eyes were focused on her, including Wang Kuan's fiery eyes. Director Wang, Xinya calmed herself down and tried to sound professional. Perhaps we could hear the new employee's ideas? Lin Feng is new here, so perhaps he can look at things from a completely new perspective, unconstrained by existing frameworks. Wang Kuan was stunned for 2 seconds, then looked at Qinya as if she were a fool. When he turned his gaze to Lin Feng, it was already filled with naked contempt and disdain. Manager Qin, you don't have a fever, do you? He sneered, the sarcasm in his voice piercing the skin. This is a high-level strategic meeting for the group, not a team-building event for your HR department. A newcomer? What does he know about the city data center? What does the Internet of Things neural architecture mean? Let him come up with ideas. Do you want our Jinsheng group to completely lose face today? Puff. Over at the strategic planning department, someone couldn't help but burst into suppressed laughter. Colleagues from other departments also shook their heads, and the whispers among them were not loud, but they could be heard clearly. What's wrong with Manager Qin? Has love got to his head? Pushing an intern out in this kind of situation, isn't that harmful? This newcomer is so unlucky. He's been put on the spot by his immediate superior. I'm afraid he won't be able to get off the podium today. He looks like a decent guy, so I guess he got in through connections and slacked off. Now his true colors are exposed. These sounds were like fine needles piercing Chinya's heart. Her cheeks flushed, and she realized that she might have been too reckless to recommend Lin Feng. When she saw that Lin Feng had become the target of public criticism, she felt a surge of regret and worry in her heart, but since things had come to this point, she could only bite the bullet and convey encouragement and apology to Lin Feng with her eyes. However, Lin Feng, who was at the center of the storm, did not show any panic on his face. He didn't even raise an eyebrow. Just now, his ears twitched slightly 3 times, and all sounds within a radius of 1 kilometer could not escape his ears. Every whisper in the conference room was clearly transmitted to his mind. At the same time, the superintelligence system and God-level planning skills have already been quietly activated. In just a few tens of seconds, he had a clear understanding of all the problems and loopholes in this project that had caused the entire strategic planning department so much trouble, from the underlying logic to the execution details. There are also 3 sets of logically perfect and impeccable optimization solutions clearly listed. Looking at Wang Kuan's arrogant face and listening to the sarcasm around him, Lin Feng was not nervous at all. Instead, he found it a little funny. He stood up slowly, his movements neither hurried nor impatient, instantly attracting the attention of the entire audience. Everyone expected him to apologize or stammer out a confession of ignorance. Lin Feng looked straight at Wang Kuan, with a faint smile on his lips. Director Wang. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear and steady, instantly quieting the noisy conference room. You're right. Everyone was stunned, and the mockery on Wang Kuan's face became even stronger, thinking that this kid was going to give in. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's next words instantly made the air in the entire conference room explode. This plan is really rubbish. Lin Feng stood tall and straight, his eyes looked around calmly, finally stopping on Wang Kuan's face. Vice President Wang, perhaps we can change our approach to the difficulties everyone mentioned just now. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, making the noisy discussions disappear instantly. Wang Kuan frowned, as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. Oh? Change your thinking? As an intern, what insights do you have? Tell me. Our previous plans all centered around management, looking at how to more efficiently manage cities from the government's perspective. But we overlooked the true core of cities' people. Lin Feng spoke slowly and logically. My concept is very simple, with 3 core elements. First, data privatization. Citizens own their own data, requiring payment or authorization for use by governments and businesses. This addresses the core pain points of privacy and data security. Second, pre-positioning services, leveraging community grids and AI predictions to precisely deliver municipal, medical, and commercial services before residents need them. Third, a city contribution value system. Citizens' environmentally friendly behaviors, community service, and civilized driving practices can all be quantified into points that can be redeemed for public resources. He didn't use any complicated terms, every sentence hit the point. The entire conference room fell silent. The old planners who were complaining just now widened their eyes with astonishment written all over their faces. They haven't even touched the surface of these ideas. Wang Kuan stopped tapping the table, leaned forward slightly, and for the first time, scrutiny and suspicion appeared in his eyes. Brand new ideas, unheard of concepts. This kid has something. Xinya, the human resources director who had been silently paying attention to Lin Feng, was sitting upright at this moment, and her hands under the table were unconsciously clenched. Her heart was pounding. She was worried about Lin Feng, but also felt an inexplicable sense of pride and anticipation. Lin Feng looked at Wang Kuan, who was lost in thought, and calmly said the last sentence. Vice President Wang, if you trust me, I can give it a try. He paused, his eyes scanning the clock on the wall. Give me a working computer and complete project information, and I will give you a brand new plan by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. These words exploded like a thunder in the silent conference room. An intern is expected to complete a plan overnight that the entire team has been unable to complete in several days and nights? Are you crazy? Wang Kuan stared at Lin Feng intently, his eyes complicated, with shock, suspicion, but more of a desperate gamble after being forced into a desperate situation. He slammed the table and stood up. Good. You can pick any company computer. All project data will be given to you instantly. Wang Kuan pointed at Lin Feng, which was more like a challenge than encouragement. Kid, I don't care who you are. If you boast, you have to deliver. If I don't see the plan by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, or if you come up with a bunch of garbage to fool me, you'll get out of here immediately. The entire department is watching you tonight. Chapter 52, God-Level Planning Skills Mastery. After receiving the task from Director Wang Kuan, which was called an opportunity but was actually a challenge, Lin Feng returned to his workstation in the Human Resources Department without haste. The looks from my colleagues around me were complicated, some were sympathetic, some were gloating, and more of them were looking forward to the show. Lin Feng ignored him and sat in front of the computer, seemingly in a daze. In fact, he had an idea and directly called up the God-Level Planning Mastery skill. In an instant, massive amounts of data, complex market logic, Tianyu Group's potential needs, and the fatal flaws that were overlooked in the first 3 versions of the plan slowly unfolded in his mind like a high-definition blueprint, with every detail extremely clear. The problem that Wang Kuan and his team racked their brains to figure out was, in Lin Feng's eyes, as simple as a wrong question among elementary school students. Without hesitation, he placed his hands on the keyboard and his fingertips began to fly. No staying up late to work, no scratching your head. In just 3 hours, a disruptive planning framework that was enough to shock the entire industry was built. He then spent another 2 hours filling the skeleton with flesh and blood, and handled every aspect, including logic, data, and visual presentation, to perfection. When he pressed the save button, a PPT plan that could be called a work of art lay quietly on the desktop. Done. Lin Feng stretched and loosened his stiff neck. Just at this moment, a familiar fragrant breeze blew over, and Qinya brought a cup of steaming hot coffee and gently placed it on his desk. She frowned, looking at Lin Feng's leisurely face, and lowered her voice, her tone full of anxiety that could not be concealed. Lin Feng. It's already so late, why are you still standing here in a daze? The things need to be handed in at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lin Feng took a sip of his coffee and replied slowly, I need to take a break. My waist is sore from sitting so much. Qinya looked at his stubborn expression and almost laughed out of anger. She took a deep breath, lowering her voice, but her tone was even more serious. Do you know what the consequences will be if you can't produce the things tomorrow? Wang Kuan is a man who will never give up a grudge. When that happens, don't even ask me to protect you. Even a god can't save you. She was really anxious. This silly boy, how could he not realize the seriousness of the matter? Lin Feng looked at the genuine worry in Qinya's eyes, and a trace of warmth flowed through his heart, but he still spoke in a relaxed tone. Got it, Director Qin, I promise to complete the task. He didn't explain that he had already done it. Sometimes, letting the bullets fly for a while will have a better effect. Seeing that he was still like this, Qinya stamped her feet in anger and turned away. It's true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Lin Feng looked at her swaying figure, smiled helplessly, drank the coffee in one gulp, then leaned back in his chair and began to slack off openly. At this moment, the mobile phone screen lit up, and it was a message from Manager Yi of the Iron Man Club. Boss Lin, it's only been 2 days since the recruitment announcement was sent out, and nearly 50 people have already submitted their resumes. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly. As expected, when there is a big reward, there will always be brave men. No, there will always be brave women. A monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, plus a commission of up to 30% of the course fees, this treatment was like a bombshell in the gym circle in Jiangcheng. Of course, the requirements are also at the upper limit level. The appearance must be good. He quickly replied, please send me a copy of everyone's resume and photos, and I will personally select them. Soon, a compressed file came over. Lin Feng clicked on the file, and hundreds of photos of young and beautiful girls with hot bodies instantly filled the screen. He leaned back in a comfortable ergonomic chair, swiping the mouse with one hand, and began his own cloud selection of concubines. Well, this is good, the waistline is beautiful. This is a bit over-edited, next one. He swiped the screen quickly, his fingers turning pages quickly on the screen. Hey, his biceps are thicker than my thighs. Are you here to be a coach or a bodyguard? This one is too thin. It will fall over if the wind blows. Members will think our club is abusing its employees when they see it. This guy is quite talented, a national second-level athlete, but unfortunately his appearance is a bit embarrassing for the client. Lin Feng grumbled inwardly as he watched. In their line of work, especially in high-end fitness clubs, a coach's image was crucial. Professional ability was the foundation, but appearance and figure were also crucial. Suddenly, his finger stopped on a resume. The girl in the photo is short, neat hair, a sunny smile, a well-proportioned figure, and exudes youthful vitality. Lin Xiaoyan. The name is good, and the photo looks good too. System, check the appearance of this Lin Xiaoyan. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. The photo is heavily retouched and cannot be accurately tested. It is recommended to use the real person as the standard. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. It's quite interesting. Today's beauty technology can almost compete with the system. He was a little disappointed, but more curious, so he simply put the resume in the waiting area. He would know whether it was a mule or a horse when he took it out for a walk during the on-site interview. He continued to scroll down, and the movement of his fingertips suddenly stopped. On the screen, a name that couldn't be more familiar caught his eyes. Zhou Ruxue. The photo still shows her with that delicate oval face, light makeup, and a hint of arrogance in her eyes. Lin Feng's breathing stopped for a moment, and then an extremely absurd and amusing feeling surged into his heart. He leaned back on the sofa, holding his phone farther away, as if admiring a piece of art. Zhou Ruxue. This was the woman he had a crush on for 3 years, and when he finally mustered up all the courage to confess his love, she trampled on his dignity with the harshest words, saying that he was a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Now, her resume was lying quietly in her mobile phone, waiting for her judgment. It's really how things change. Lin Feng felt that the depression that had accumulated in his chest in the conference room disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by an indescribable comfort. He clicked on Zhou Rushue's resume details. Unexpectedly, in addition to her major in management, she also has a talent for dancing. Her resume states that she has been learning ballet since she was a child and has 10 years of dance experience. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly. Dance skills? That's a nice plus. The club is in need of some female instructors who can lead the classes and liven up the atmosphere. He stroked his chin, an interesting idea forming in his mind. Reject? No, that's too cheap for her. Let her pass the interview, let her come to work, let her see with her own eyes how the toad she despised now becomes the boss who decides her salary and whether she stays or leaves. This is called killing someone and destroying their heart. Lin Feng was in a good mood and quickly picked out a few more people he liked from the remaining resumes. Together with Lin Xiaoyan and Zhou Rushue, there were 10 people in total. He directly packed up the 10 resumes and sent them back to manager Yi. Old Yi, for these 10 candidates, tell them to come to the Iron Man Club for an interview at 7 o'clock tonight. Remember, I'm the one doing the interviewing myself. Chapter 53, I want to be an interviewer. As the workday neared its end, the air in the office area was still as stagnant as lead. The aftermath of that stormy afternoon meeting was still reverberating through everyone's nerves. Vice President Wang Cohen was like an enraged lion, his roar still echoing through the cracks in the ceiling. And at the center of the storm, the newcomer Lin Feng, who was pushed out by Qinya to take the blame, was now sitting in his seat, facing the computer screen, his fingers tapping the keyboard intermittently, looking leisurely and a little inappropriate. Tick, tick, tick. The crisp and powerful sound of high heels came from far away, and each sound hit the quiet ground of the office area accurately, and also hit everyone's hearts. It's Qinya. She was wearing 10-centimeter black stilettos, and her long legs wrapped in black stockings were straight and powerful, with every step she took carrying an unquestionable aura. She walked straight towards Lin Feng's office without looking around. Qinya stood in front of Lin Feng's desk, looking down at him. She was actually very confused. She was distracted in the office all day, worried that Lin Feng would really mess up, but also secretly hoping for a miracle that would never happen. This contradictory feeling made her feel uneasy. Seeing that it was almost time to get off work, she couldn't help herself and walked over. How's the planning going? Her voice was deliberately kept steady, sounding cold and emotionless. Lin Feng raised his head, a hint of embarrassment and awkwardness showing on his face at the right time. He scratched his head, his eyes a little evasive. Mr. Qin, the framework is too big. I'm still looking up a lot of professional terms. It's a bit. He hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping himself. This look perfectly fits the performance of a newcomer who was forced to do something new. Qinya's heart sank instantly. Sure enough, she was just daydreaming. She looked at Lin Feng's clean and handsome face, and a nameless anger surged in her heart. What's the point of looking decent? At the critical moment, you are still an unreliable idiot. What? A little difficult? Qinya's tone grew colder, with a hint of disappointment that she herself wasn't aware of. Now you know it's difficult? In the meeting, I saw you were quite calm, weren't you? The colleagues who were eavesdropping outside the office couldn't help but smile. Look, even Manager Qin is angry. Lin Feng smiled secretly in his heart, but his face showed the embarrassment and grievance of a workplace rookie vividly. Boss Qin, I will go home and work overtime tonight to revise it. Tomorrow, I promise to give you a version tomorrow. He promised eagerly, his eyes full of earnestness. A version? Qinya was amused by his unprofessional explanation. Do you know what Mr. Wang wants? He wants a practical implementation plan, not just some random assignment you wrote in college. She took a deep breath and suppressed the irritation in her heart. Things have come to this point, and getting angry will not help. She rubbed her tight temples, looked at Lin Feng's slightly panicked face, and softened her tone a little, but still with doubt. Are you sure you can really do it tomorrow? She was ready to seek external help overnight and work on the plan herself. Lin Feng met her gaze and suddenly grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. His previous embarrassment was instantly replaced by a nonchalant temperament. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. He only said these 5 words. No extra guarantees, no detailed explanations. But the confidence that flashed across his eyes was like a small stone thrown into Qinya's heart, which had already sunk to the bottom of the valley, causing a circle of imperceptible ripples. Is it an illusion? Xinya was slightly stunned. She actually saw a hint of calmness in the intern's eyes? As soon as this thought came to her mind, she suppressed it herself. I must be under too much pressure and am hallucinating. She said no more and responded with a cold Then she turned around, and her high heels tapped the ground again, but this time the rhythm seemed a little faster than before, with a hint of imperceptible haste. Watching Chinya's slim figure disappear at the door of the director's office, the smile on Lin Feng's face slowly faded. He glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the computer. 17:29. 1 minute left. He slowly closed the document, cleaned up his desk, and turned off his computer. When the number 17:30 popped up, he grabbed his coat from the back of the chair, was the first to stand up, and walked towards the time clock without looking back amid countless surprised gazes. Damn, he's off work already? This attitude is too arrogant. It's over, it's over. Manager Qin is really going to be screwed this time. The discussion started again, but Lin Feng acted as if he didn't hear it. He swiped his card and went out, his movements smooth and flowing. Walking out of the office building of Jinsheng Group, the cool evening breeze blew on my face, blowing away all the frustration and depression that belonged to intern Lin Feng. He took a deep breath, and his entire aura changed. The confusion and uneasiness in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a sharpness and calmness that seemed to be in control of everything. Instead of going home, he hailed a taxi on the side of the road. Master, go to the Iron Man Club. 15 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of a fitness club with a very modern and powerful decoration. The 4 large metal characters Iron Man Club sparkled under the lights. Lin Feng pushed the door open, walked straight through the equipment area, and headed towards the office on the second floor. The office door was ajar, and bright lights and voices could be heard from inside. Lin Feng pushed the door open and went in. Yi Xiaofeng and his assistant Xiao stood upright in front of the desk, their expressions showing a hint of nervousness and anticipation. The extremely young boss in front of them always behaved in unexpected ways. Boss Lin, the 10 female coaching candidates you selected from your resumes are all waiting in the lounge. Yi Xiaofeng handed over a printed list marked with the numbers drawn. As you instructed, we have assigned them random numbers, and the interviews will be conducted one by one. Lin Feng leaned back in the large executive chair, his knuckles tapping gently on the table, creating a steady rhythm. He glanced at the list and nodded, very good, old Ji, bring in number 1. The door was gently pushed open, and the first girl who walked in made Yi Xiaofeng's eyes light up. Estimated to be over 1.8 meters tall, he has an excellent body proportion, long straight legs, broad shoulders and a thin waist. He is a natural clothes hanger. She had a neat high ponytail, had noble features, and exuded a heroic temperament. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Qing, and I graduated from Jiangcheng Sports University. His self-introduction was fluent and confident, and his resume was quite impressive, with all kinds of fitness coach qualifications. Yi Xiaofeng nodded with satisfaction. This was definitely a talent. Both his image and professional ability were enough to make him the signature of the club. Chapter 54 Elimination, All Elimination. However, Lin Feng's brows frowned slightly. In his sight, a line of cold virtual data appeared above Wang Qing's head. Appearance, 81 points. Comprehensive assessment, does not meet the system task requirements. The system's cold prompt sounded in his mind, extinguishing the little flame that had just risen in his heart. The appearance is 4 points off, this is a fatal flaw and there is no way to save it. Lin Feng sighed in his heart, but remained expressionless on his face. He asked a few formal questions about career planning and teaching experience. Wang Cheng answered fluently and was obviously well prepared. Okay, we understand your situation. Please go back and wait for notification. Lin Feng's tone was polite and distant. Wang Qing was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect the interview to end so soon, but she still bowed politely and left. Yi Xiaofeng was a little puzzled and asked in a low voice, Boss Lin, I think Wang Qing is very good. Her image and temperament are both top-notch, and her professional skills are also very strong. The image is a little lacking. Lin Feng said perfunctorily. He couldn't say it was because of an inexplicable system rating. Next. The door was pushed open again, and this time it was number 2 who came in. It was the Lin Xiaoyan in the photo that Lin Feng was looking forward to. She is more lively in person than in the photo. She is 1.7 meters tall. Although not as tall as Wang Qing, her figure is well proportioned and full of flexible strength. She has a delicate oval face, with eyes that curve when she smiles, and she is very approachable. Mr. Lin, Manager Yi, hello, my name is Lin Xiaoyan. Her voice is also very nice, crisp, and pleasant. Lin Feng's mind moved, and he immediately started a system scan. Appearance, 84 points. Comprehensive assessment, does not meet the system task requirements. Oh my god. Lin Feng cursed in his heart and almost jumped up from his chair. 84 points. Just 1 point short. System, do you have a grudge against me? Are you holding me back with this final blow? He stared at the line of appearance data, wishing he could add a point to it with his mind. Lin Xiaoyan's resume is even more impressive. Not only is she proficient in various equipment, she is also good at dancing, hot yoga, Pilates, and even has a nutritionist qualification certificate. This is simply an all-round talent. Yi Xiaofeng's eyes were shining with excitement. In his opinion, Lin Xiaoyan was the perfect candidate tailor-made for their club. He kept winking at Lin Feng, the meaning was self-evident: get her. He had to get her. Lin Feng's heart was bleeding. Letting such talent go is a crime. But the rules of the system are iron laws. 84 points is 84 points, and 1 point less is not 85 points. What do you think about the future development of our club? Lin Feng did not give up and asked another question, trying to make up for it from other aspects. Lin Xiaoyan spoke eloquently, from market positioning to course features. Her words were well reasoned and her insights were unique, and it was obvious that she had done her homework. The more he listened, the more Lin Feng's heart ached. This is a fucking treasure. In the end, he could only speak with difficulty. Your conditions are very good, we will give you priority. So, you go back and wait for news. He took Lin Xiaoyan's resume out of the pile of resumes and placed it separately on the right. Yi Xiaofeng asked in confusion, Boss Lin, this? To be determined, Lin Feng said, giving himself some psychological comfort, put it in the resurrection zone. Yi Xiaofeng and Xiao looked at each other in bewilderment. Resurrection zone? What kind of new term is that? Even in interviews? Next, number 3, number 4, and number 5 came in one after another. Number 3 has an internet celebrity face. The photos are edited to look like a fairy, but it's hard to describe the real person. The system score is 75, so I passed directly. Number 4's professional ability was poor, she knew nothing when asked, and her resume was too exaggerated. Lin Feng was too lazy to use the system to check it and just let her go. Number 5 is very professional and has solid theoretical knowledge, but his image is really ordinary, and his appearance score is not even above 70. I interviewed 5 people in a row, but not one of them met the requirements. Lin Feng's face became increasingly gloomy. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyebrows irritably. Not only does he have to have an appearance score of over 85 and be very professional, are such talents rare? The atmosphere in the office gradually became solemn. Yi Xiaofeng and Xiao didn't even dare to breathe. They could feel that the young boss's mood was getting worse at a visible speed. Take a 10-minute break. Lin Feng waved his hand, his voice a little hoarse. He needed to calm down. If he continued like this, he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and curse the broken system until it crashed. There are only 5 people left, and hope, all depends on them. Lin Feng finished smoking a cigarette in the bathroom. Amidst the smoke, a hint of annoyance appeared on his handsome face. If he still can't find a suitable candidate among these people, he's afraid that he won't be able to find the female gym coach he wants in the entire Jiangcheng. Lin Feng put out his cigarette, sighed, turned around and walked back to the office. Next. His voice was not loud, but it revealed an unquestionable decisiveness. The door was pushed open and a beautiful figure walked in. The person who came was Zhou Ruxue. Today, she changed her usual cool goddess look with flowing long skirts and put on an extremely professional sports outfit. The white sports tight vest outlines her perfect curves, and underneath is black tight shorts, revealing her 2 white and slender legs without reservation. A pair of pink sneakers on her feet adds a bit of playfulness and vitality to her. Sunshine, fitness, and a unique flavor. There was a barely perceptible hint of surprise in Lin Feng's eyes. He really didn't expect that Zhou Ruxue had such a side to her. Hello, interviewers. Zhou Ruxue walked into the office area and bowed habitually. But when she raised her head and saw the person sitting in the main seat, the professional smile on her face froze instantly, replaced by undisguised shock. Lin Feng? It's you? You, why are you here? Her voice was sharp and full of disbelief. When the store manager Yi heard this, his brows immediately furrowed, and he was about to scold her for daring to call the boss by his full name. Lin Feng raised his hand calmly and gave Manager Yi a look. Manager Yi immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and sat there in confusion, not understanding what the boss was up to. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, crossed his hands on the table, with a faint smile on his lips. He wanted to see how this once high and mighty beauty would perform today. He cleared his throat and said calmly in a businesslike tone, "Mr. Zhou, long time no see. It's me. I'm the HR specialist for this club, in charge of today's interviews. Please take a seat, and let's get started." Human resources specialist? Zhou Rushua was stunned for a moment, and then the shock in her eyes quickly turned into contempt and disdain. It turns out he was just a person in charge of personnel matters, which scared me. The stone in her heart fell to the ground, replaced by an inexplicable sense of superiority. She sat down gracefully, crossed her legs, and her posture returned to its usual calmness and pride. She thought to herself, "I'm just a nobody, what's so great about that? I chased after you like a lapdog in school, and now that I've graduated, I'm just going to be a jobber. I'm interviewing myself, what else can he do to me? Besides, even if he interferes, the worst that can happen is that my dad can call there Mr. Wang. My dad and Mr. Wang are old friends. It would only take a word for him to arrange for me to be a coach in a gym, right?" Thinking of this, Zhou Rushua completely relaxed, and there was even a hint of pity in her eyes when she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took in all the changes in her expression, sneered in his heart, but did not point it out. Chapter 55, Meeting Zhou Rushua again. Lin Feng's mind moved and he activated the system. System, scan Zhou Rushua's appearance. Ding. Target person, Zhou Rushua. Current appearance rating, 83. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. The number in his memory was not like this. I remember it was 84 points before, why did it drop? He was a little surprised. Could it be that this thing has a shelf life? Ding. The appearance score is dynamic data and will change in real time based on the target person's physical condition. The system's voice was as cold as ever. Based on scan analysis, the target, Zhou Rushua, has recently developed fine facial wrinkles and a bluish shadow under her eyes due to irregular sleep patterns, mood swings, and an unbalanced diet. Her body fat percentage has increased by 1.2%. Overall, her appearance has decreased by 1 point. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard this serious report, and then he almost laughed out loud. Irregular sleep schedule? Mood swings? To put it bluntly, isn't it just that I haven't been doing well recently? I look a little haggard, and I've gained a little weight? His mind couldn't help but emerge with the image of Zhou Rushua who looked down on others with her arrogance. Comparing it with the system's cold analysis report, an indescribable sense of relief surged in his heart. Oh, it turns out goddesses can also get wrinkles and gain weight. Lin Feng muttered to himself. When she rejected him, she said such harsh words, saying that he was a toad wanting to eat swan flesh and that he would never be worthy of her. Now it seems that the feathers of this swan are not so shiny anymore. System, can this score be changed back in the future? Appearance scores are affected by various factors, including natural aging, body management, medical cosmetic procedures, and even external physical injuries, and the scores will fluctuate in real time. Lin Feng smacked his lips. It sounds so complicated, but the meaning is actually very simple. If you don't take good care of it, it will only get lower and lower. 83 points. This score is indeed significantly lower than that of other goddesses. Lin Feng picked up Zhou Rushua's resume and pretended to look at it for a few seconds. Mr. Zhou, your resume says you've studied dance for a few years and your dancing skills are pretty good. Of course. Zhou Rushua raised her chin slightly, with a hint of well-deserved pride in her tone. Well then, Lin Feng put down his resume, tapping his fingers on the table, making a rhythmic sound. I'd like to ask, what do you think is the most important quality for a fitness coach or dance instructor? A standard interview question. Zhou Rushua answered without hesitation, of course it's professionalism. Only with professional knowledge and skills can we better guide members and help them achieve their exercise goals. The answer was flawless, as if he had memorized it in advance. Lin Feng nodded, his expression showing no emotion. Well said. What if you encounter a very stubborn member who completely refuses to listen to your professional advice and even questions your guidance methods? What would you do? This question made Zhou Rushua frown almost imperceptibly. What she hates most is this kind of self-righteous people. But she remained patient and forced a professional smile. I will communicate with him patiently and use my professional knowledge to convince him that my plan is the most scientific and suitable for him. What if he still doesn't listen? Lin Feng asked, looking at her calmly. Zhou Rushua's patience was obviously running out, and she felt that Lin Feng was deliberately making things difficult for her. I will report the situation to my superiors, she replied stiffly. In other words, you will pass the problem to others? Lin Feng's tone remained calm, but to Zhou Rushua's ears, it sounded full of provocation. You. Zhou Rushua's face darkened instantly. That's not what I meant. Don't misinterpret me. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became a little tense. Manager Yi, who was standing by, was so frightened that his palms were full of sweat. What's the boss doing? Why is he arguing with the interviewer? If this gets out, people will think our store is just trying to make things difficult for people. Lin Feng, however, acted as if he hadn't noticed Zhou Rushua's anger and continued, your resume also mentions that you're good at yoga and Pilates. So, to give us a more intuitive understanding of your professional level, could you please demonstrate a basic yoga move for us? Let me do the moves in front of him? Zhou Rushua's face became even uglier. She felt humiliated when being stared at with scrutiny by Lin Feng, the suck-up whom she once looked down upon. But for the interview, she had to endure it. She took a deep breath, stood up, took off her sneakers, and stood barefoot on the carpet. She adjusted her breathing, slowly lifted one foot, placed the sole of her foot on the inner thigh of the other leg, and clasped her hands in front of her chest. His movements are standard and his body is stable, showing that he does have some basic skills. But that pretty face was full of reluctance and arrogance, as if this was not an interview but an insult to her. Lin Feng watched quietly, without any emotion in his eyes. He wasn't watching her movements, but her attitude. After a few seconds, he said calmly, okay. Zhou Rushue immediately put down her legs, put on her shoes, and sat back in the chair without saying a word. It was obvious that she was really angry. Lin Feng picked up the pen, circled her resume, and closed it. Okay, that's all for today's interview. Thank you for participating, Mr. Zhou. If there is a result, we will notify you within 3 days. These words were spoken politely yet distantly. Zhou Rushue stood up. She firmly believed that with her qualifications and family connections, this position belonged to her. She glanced down at Lin Feng, her eyes seemed to say, just wait and see, it won't be long before you, a small human resources specialist, will have to respectfully call me Coach Zhou. After saying that, she walked out of the office with a proud step without looking back. The door slammed shut. Manager Yi finally couldn't help it. He moved closer to Lin Feng, lowered his voice, and asked with a confused look on his face, Boss, what's going on? Do you have any grudges with Miss Zhou? Lin Feng did not answer directly. He took Zhou Rushue's resume in his hand, raised it lightly, and threw it away. The resume drew an arc in the air and fell accurately into the trash can in the corner. He then turned around, looked at the bewildered manager Yi, and smiled. Old Yi, tell me, if the coaches in our gym can't even demonstrate the most basic sincerity and respect, will the members buy into their looks? Manager Yi then notified the next interviewee to come in. Lin Feng's thoughts were still on the arrogant Zhou Rushue, not because of her pretty appearance, but because of her attitude, which once again confirmed his future plan for the gym. Professionalism and service, both are indispensable. Just then, the office door was gently pushed open and a tall figure walked in. The footsteps were light, but each step was steady and powerful. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Shangnan, and I'm 23 years old. Her voice is clear, with the unique crispness of a northern girl, neither humble nor arrogant. Lin Feng's eyes were still on the resume on the table, and he didn't look up. The content on the resume is gorgeous. Chapter 56, New Goddess Appears. Zhang Shangnan, female, 23 years old, height 175 centimeters. Graduate school, Hokkien University of Physical Education. Seeing these words, Lin Feng tapped lightly on the resume with his fingertips. This is the pinnacle of domestic sports colleges. Those who can graduate from here have unquestionable professional abilities. Looking down again, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Major, martial arts. Minor major, dance. These two completely different yet complementary professions are actually mastered by the same person. Martial arts represents strength, control, and explosiveness. Dance represents flexibility, beauty, and coordination. This is a talent tailor-made for the profession of fitness coach. At the end of the resume it also says, I am good at yoga, Pilates, and aerobics. Talent, absolutely talent. Lin Feng was already somewhat certain in his heart, so he slowly raised his head and wanted to take a look at the interviewer with an amazing resume. Just one glance and he was stunned. The girl in front of me had a neat high ponytail, revealing a smooth and full forehead. She was wearing a light pink yoga top, which perfectly outlined her graceful upper body and waist curves. There was not a trace of excess fat, and every inch of her was full of strength and healthy beauty. She wore gray tight shark pants that covered her straight and slender thighs, and white sports socks and sneakers on her feet. She just stood there quietly, her whole body like a tall poplar, full of vigorous vitality. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the blinds, casting a few spots of light on her, making her entire body seem to be glowing. Just when Lin Feng was amazed, the familiar mechanical sound in his mind suddenly exploded. Ding! Target goddess detected, Zhang Shengnan. Age, 23. Height, 175 centimeters. Appearance rating, 91 points. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. 91 points. This is the most beautiful goddess he has met since he bound himself to the system. The previous school beauty Su Muching only scored 90 points, and this Zhang Shengnan actually scored 1 point higher. Before he could recover from his ecstasy, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The handsome man system has successfully bound the target goddess, Zhang Shengnan. Lin Feng's breathing stopped for a moment. It's here. It's finally here. There was a huge wave of emotion in his heart, but on the surface he was just staring blankly ahead, so much so that even the store manager Yi next to him could see that something was wrong. Boss? Boss? Manager Yi lowered his voice and gently touched his arm. This guy, how come he can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman? Just now, Zhou Ruxue was so beautiful, but he didn't act like this. Lin Feng came back to his senses suddenly when he was touched by him. At this moment, a faint golden light that only he could see flashed from his body and instantly penetrated into the body of Zhang Shengnan opposite him. Zhang Shengnan was looking at the young interviewer in front of her with some surprise. He looks really good looking. She didn't have the currently popular feminine beauty, but had clear outlines, deep eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and especially her eyes, which seemed to contain the sea and stars. Her heart skipped a beat inexplicably when she just glanced at them. She had already made all the necessary preparations and had even rehearsed her speech several times, but for some reason, the moment she met his gaze, her mind suddenly went blank. Then, she felt her body tremble slightly, and a strange warm current seemed to surge from the bottom of her heart, flowing through her limbs and bones in an instant. This feeling came out of nowhere and made her a little flustered. When she looked at Lin Feng again, the world in her eyes seemed to have changed. The man in front of me seemed to have become more perfect in his facial features in an instant. Every line seemed to have been carefully carved by the creator. Especially his slightly surprised expression at this moment, which not only did not diminish his charm, but instead added a bit of indescribable loveliness. Zhang Shengnan's cheeks turned red all of a sudden, spreading from her cheeks to her ears. She felt her heart beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her throat. What's going on? What's wrong with me? She was clearly here for an interview, so why would she have such a strange feeling towards an interviewer she met for the first time? Her originally clear and frank gaze unconsciously took on a hint of shyness and evasion, and was even mixed with an almost obsessive admiration that she herself had not noticed. This sudden change made the atmosphere in the entire interview room somewhat subtle. Manager Yi looked at his boss, then at the interviewee opposite him who suddenly blushed, and was completely confused. What's going on? Love at first sight? On the spot matching? He cleared his throat, breaking the eerie silence. Ahem, Miss Zhang, may I ask why you chose to develop in our Zhengcheng? This question finally brought Zhang Shengnan back to her senses. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down, but she couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng's face. I want to change to a new environment and start a new life. Her voice was a little weaker than before, less crisp and more gentle. Lin Feng also calmed down completely at this time. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and began to re-examine Zhang Shengnan in front of him as a boss. He knew that the system had taken effect. Now, in Zhang Shengnan's eyes, he is a super handsome guy with a 99-point appearance. Your resume is excellent, Lin Feng said. His voice was steady, as melodious as a cello to Zhang Shengnan's ears. Beijing University of Physical Education, with a double major in martial arts and dance, your professional abilities are undoubtedly among the best among all the interviewees. Hearing his praise, Zhang Shengnan's heart beat faster and the blush on her face deepened. She lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly and whispered, "Thank you for the compliment, interviewer." I just learned a lot of different things. No, this is not miscellaneous, this is a compound talent. Lin Feng smiled, and in Zhang Xingnan's eyes, that smile was brighter than the spring sunshine. She felt like she was going to faint. Ding! Zhang Xingnan's favorability detected +1. The host received a cashback reward of 100,000 yuan. Ding! The reward has been sent to your bank account, please check it. Lin Feng's cell phone vibrated slightly in his pocket. Here we come. He was overjoyed. Just with a compliment, he earned 100,000 yuan. This handsome man system is simply a money printing machine. The smile on his face became more sincere, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Shengnan also showed a bit more appreciation, as if he was looking at his own vault. Ms. Zhang, since your major is martial arts, can you demonstrate it for us on the spot? Lin Feng made a request. This is both an interview process and a selfish motive on his part. He really wanted to see with his own eyes how skilled this 91-point goddess was. Of course. Zhang Shengnan nodded immediately without any hesitation. As soon as she mentioned her major, her whole aura changed. The shyness and panic just now were replaced by a strong self-confidence. She walked to the open space in the middle of the office, took a deep breath, lowered her body slightly, and assumed a standard horse stance. Just this opening move made Lin Feng and manager Ye's eyes light up. Stable. Very stable. Her lower body is as solid as a rock, and her legs are defined by clear muscle lines and full of strength. Then she moved. She performed a set of smooth and flowing long fist moves. His punches were as fast as the wind and his kicks were as fast as lightning. Every movement was clean and neat, full of explosive power. The office was not big, but she moved freely without bumping into any tables or chairs. The wind from the fists was whistling, and one could even hear the slight sound of the air being torn apart. Chapter 57 Signing goddess Zhang Shengnan immediately. After finishing a set of punches, she stood still, her breathing only slightly hurried, and fine beads of sweat oozing from her forehead, making her skin look even whiter and more rosy, and full of vitality. Manager Yi was stunned, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. My goodness, this is not a fitness coach, this is a martial arts master. If any ignorant member dares to cause trouble in the gym, this lady will kick him against the wall and he won't be able to get out even if he tries to pry him off, right? Lin Feng also nodded secretly, feeling extremely satisfied. Professional, so professional. With such a coach in charge, the level of the gym instantly changes. Very good. Lin Feng led the applause, very exciting. Zhang Shengnan smiled shyly at him, with a hint of expectation for praise in that smile. Lin Feng looked at her like this, and an idea came to his mind. He stood up, walked to the water dispenser, personally filled a glass of warm water and handed it over. You've worked hard, have a drink of water. This action stunned both Zhang Shengnan and Manager Yi. Manager Yi was shocked. When had his boss become so considerate? He had interviewed so many people, and he was the one who served tea and water. Zhang Shengnan was flattered. She looked at the cup of water that Lin Feng handed her, then looked at his handsome face so close to her, and her heart began to beat wildly. She stretched out her hands in a panic to take it, and her fingertips accidentally touched Lin Feng's fingers. As if she had been electrocuted, Zhang Shengnan suddenly retracted her hand. The warm touch made her brain completely shut down. Ding! Zhang Shengnan's favorability detected +2. Zhang Shengnan's current favorability is 3 points. The host receives a cashback reward of 200,000 yuan. The system prompt sounded again in Lin Feng's mind, and the smile on his lips deepened. He looked at the girl in front of him whose face was flushed and who could hardly hold the cup of water, and he had already made a decision in his heart. Ms. Zhang, he said, placing the water glass firmly on the table in front of her. His voice was gentle but unquestionable. You don't have to wait 3 days. I'm officially informing you now that you're hired. When Manager Yi saw that Lin Feng was about to decide on the person with just one sentence, although he also felt that Zhang Shengnan was the best candidate, he still had to go through the process, so he quickly reminded her. Mr. Lin, there are 3 more interviewees. Would you like to stop looking? Lin Feng was brought back to his senses by his words. Then he remembered this matter and quickly waved his hand. Oh, yes, look, of course I have to look. He said this, but he had other plans in mind. It doesn't matter if you recruit a few more, as long as you can trigger the handsome man system, let alone a gym, even opening another one will be more than enough to support these goddesses. 1 point of favorability will give you a cashback of 100,000. This deal is a sure win. Zhang Shangnan also understood the rules. She nodded politely to Lin Feng and manager Yi, then temporarily left the office and went to the rest area to wait. As soon as she left, Lin Feng felt that the entire office became much emptier and even the air became dull. Next, Lin Feng knocked on the table a little irritably. Soon, the 8th interviewee came in. Lin Feng looked up and saw that the other person had a great figure with curves in all the right places, especially his legs. His muscles were smooth and firm, full of strength. He muttered to himself and activated the superintelligence system. Name, Sun Rue. Age, 24. Major, football. Appearance, 80 points. Seeing the 80-point appearance, Lin Feng instantly lost interest. He didn't even reach the passing line set by the system. No matter how strong his professional skills were or how good his physique was, it was meaningless to him. Ms. Sun, I see on your resume that you majored in football. Why do you want to be a fitness coach? Lin Feng asked in a businesslike manner. Sun Rue was obviously well prepared and answered very clearly, covering everything from sports theory to practical experience, speaking very professionally. Manager Yi nodded repeatedly as he listened, obviously recognizing the professional ability of this person. But Lin Feng's mind was not on this at all. He just listened patiently and then said formally, "Okay, we understand. You can go back and wait for notification." Sun Rue was a little surprised, but still got up and left politely. Next. There was a hint of impatience in Lin Feng's voice. The 9th interviewee quickly pushed the door open, dressed quite fashionably and with a faint scent of perfume on him. Lin Feng didn't even bother to raise his eyelids and directly started the system. Name, Lily. Age, 25. Major, dance nightclub lead dancer. Appearance, 84 points. 84 points. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly raised his head and looked at the other person carefully. Just 1 point. If it's just 1 point higher, the system can be activated, and it will be a walking money printing machine. Unfortunately, 1 point difference can make a world of difference. In Lily's eyes, Lin Feng was just a boss with above-average looks and a somewhat young appearance. She puffed out her chest confidently, threw a coquettish glance at Lin Feng, and said in a voice she thought was charming, "Boss, I'm a good dancer. Do you want me to show you a dance right now?" Lin Feng's mouth twitched. If Zhang Shengnan had spoken to him like this, he would probably have floated into the sky by now. But the person in front of him, he just felt that he was a little noisy. No need. Lin Feng refused calmly, "Your major doesn't quite match the requirements of our gym." Sorry. The smile on Lily's face froze. She didn't expect to be rejected so bluntly. "Boss, please reconsider." Next. Lin Feng interrupted her and shouted to Manager Yi at the door. Manager Yi quickly asked Lily to leave, and he had a new understanding of his young boss's style of doing things. Really, neat and simple. The 10th interviewee was a very quiet-looking woman. Her profile stated that she was a yoga instructor who had switched jobs from the neighboring Power Unlimited gym. Lin Feng still follows the old rule and looks at the appearance first. Appearance, 82 points. Disuse. Lin Feng had completely lost his patience and was too lazy to even ask questions. His mind was now filled with Zhang Shengnan's face that could either be angry or happy, and her long, straight legs. He quickly finished dealing with the last interviewee, and almost jumped up from his chair as the other party stepped out of the office. The interview is over. After Lin Feng finished his announcement, he immediately turned to Manager Yi, his tone as anxious as if he was about to catch a high-speed train. "Manager Yi, hurry up and invite Zhang Shengnan back to me. She's the one. Talk to her about joining right away. Prepare the contract immediately. The salary package will be as stated in the recruitment notice, 30,000 yuan per month, plus a 30% commission on the course fee." He now had only one thought in mind, which was to keep this 91-point goddess in his gym immediately. Chapter 58 Happy Cooperation. Manager Yi was very efficient and handed a blank labor contract to Lin Feng in just a few minutes. Lin Feng took the contract and pushed open the door of the lounge. In the lounge, Zhang Shengnan was sitting alone, her fingertips anxiously swiping across the screen of her mobile phone, her brows slightly furrowed. Hearing the door open, she subconsciously looked up. The moment their eyes met, Zhang Shengnan's breathing stopped for a moment. The man in front of me had a tall and straight figure, with features that were almost unreal and a pair of deep and bright eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Is this the owner of Iron Man Gym? Isn't it too handsome? And he looks about the same age as me. In an instant, she forgot all about her ex-boyfriend Wu Gang and the pain of their breakup. There was only one thought left in my mind: Zhangcheng is the right place to come. Lin Feng was also filled with admiration in his heart. Zhang Shengnan in front of me is indeed top-notch in terms of appearance and figure, and her long legs are simply amazing. Hello, I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the initiative to walk over, sat down opposite her, and put the contract on the table. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Zhang Shengnan. Zhang Shengnan quickly put down her phone and sat up straight, with a hint of restraint in her tone that she herself didn't even notice. Lin Feng smiled and got straight to the point. Manager, you told me about your resume and your performance just now. They are both excellent. So today, on behalf of the Iron Man Club, I would like to formally invite you to join us. His voice was pleasant, steady and magnetic, which calmed Zhang Shengnan's somewhat nervous mood a lot. Thank you, Boss Lin, for your recognition. Lin Feng didn't rush to talk about money. Instead, he tapped his fingers on the table and asked, before we discuss the specific contract, I'd like to ask, what are Ms. Zhang's salary expectations? While asking the question, Lin Feng muttered to himself. System, retrieve Zhang Shengnan's personal information. Ding. Superintelligence system activated. Target person, Zhang Shengnan. Age, 23. Education, Hokuto Sports University fresh graduate. Major, martial arts major, dance minor. Current status, broke up with ex-boyfriend, left Baidu to avoid entanglement, urgently needs a job and a stable residence, is unfamiliar with Jiangcheng, and lacks a sense of security. Salary expectations, monthly salary of more than 15,000 yuan, with high recognition of the commission model. I see. Lin Feng immediately had an idea in his mind. Zhang Shengnan hesitated for a moment. Although she knew that the recruitment notice stated a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, out of respect for the boss, she didn't want others to think she had a big appetite. Zhang Shengnan still spoke tentatively. I hope the base salary can be above 15,000. As for commission, I believe in my professional ability and can follow the gym's rules. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng shook his head after hearing this. Zhang Shengnan's heart suddenly rose to her throat. Could it be that Boss Lin was going to go back on his word? Lin Feng slowly said, 15,000? Miss Shang, you underestimate your own worth, and you also underestimate the sincerity of our Iron Man Club. He pushed the contract in front of Zhang Shengnan. My proposal is a basic monthly salary of 30,000. Boom! It was as if fireworks exploded in Zhang Shengnan's head, and she was completely stunned. The monthly salary is 30,000 yuan, and it turns out that what was written in the recruitment notice is true. Zhang Shengnan was extremely happy. For a newly graduated college student, how could a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan in a city like Zhangcheng mean anything? Boss Lin, thank you for your appreciation. Zhang Shengnan's voice was trembling. Lin Feng said seriously, this is just the basics. In addition, we will give you a 30% commission for all the group and private lessons you are responsible for. He paused and offered a more tempting condition. This is not the upper limit. In the future, as long as members give good feedback on your classes and you can bring enough new members to the gym, this commission rate can continue to increase. Zhang Shengnan was completely speechless and her heart was pounding. A base salary of 30,000 yuan was already a salary she hadn't even dreamed of. Add to that the unlimited commissions, and as long as she worked hard, not to mention a monthly income of 100,000 yuan, even an annual salary of 1 million yuan wouldn't be a dream. What kind of magical job is this? The boss is so handsome that it makes people angry. How about it? Are you satisfied with this condition? Lin Feng looked at her wonderful expression and found it a little funny. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Zhang Shengnan came back to her senses and nodded heavily, as if she was afraid that Lin Feng would go back on his word. Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Of course, a high salary also means high requirements. I only have one condition. You say. Zhang Shengnan immediately sat up straight. Lin Feng leaned forward slightly, lowered his voice, and said with a hint of joking, my condition is. I hope that Coach Zhang, in addition to group classes and private lessons, can exercise and move around in various areas of the gym every day, whether it's strength, aerobics, or equipment. Zhang Shengnan was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses. Isn't it a benefit to let yourself exercise for free? Okay, I agree. Zhang Shengnan replied. Ah, so refreshing. Lin Feng laughed out loud. He liked the personality of this northern girl very much. The reason why Lin Feng proposed this condition was that, after all, if there was a super beautiful goddess exercising in this 3,000 square meter gym, it was conceivable that the number of male members would increase rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining Zhang Xingnan's favorability plus 20. Ding! The accumulated favorability has reached 23 points. Ding! Reward cash rebate of 2 million yuan. A series of system prompts sounded in Lin Feng's mind. 2 million in hand. Lin Feng felt very happy. This beautiful coach can not only help me make money, but also give me money, which is double the happiness. Huge profit. In my mind, the system prompt sounded again, but this time it was no longer that cold mechanical sound. Instead, it carried a hint of celebratory excitement. Ding! Detected that the host has gained 20 points of favorability in a single time, triggering the milestone of the maximum single favorability increase. The system is drawing a random mysterious reward. A rapidly spinning golden roulette seemed to appear in front of Lin Feng's eyes, with countless dazzling rewards flashing across it. God-level fighting skills, immunity to all poisons, wealth doubling card. Each one was enough to make his heart beat faster. Finally, the roulette wheel slowed down and the pointer stopped on a plain grid. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the grand prize, physical fitness increased by 5 points. Lin Feng was stunned at first. Physical fitness? That's it? But the next second, the system's explanation almost made him jump out of his seat. Note, each average adult male's physical fitness is worth 1 point. This reward will comprehensively improve the host's physical functions, including but not limited to speed, strength, agility, endurance, and stamina. Chapter 59, Physical Fitness. As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable warmth suddenly exploded from his heart and instantly swept through his whole body. It felt like a long dry riverbed was filled with a rushing flood, and every cell was greedily absorbing this new energy. He could even hear the subtle crackling sound of his bones, and his muscle fibers were reorganizing and strengthening at an astonishing speed. My body, which was originally a little tired from staying up late to start a business, is now full of energy as if I can kill a cow with one punch. Lin Feng subconsciously clenched his fists, feeling the unprecedented power in his palms that was almost overflowing, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. Damn it! This reward is more real than any other skill. Zhang Shengnan is a top student majoring in martial arts at Baidu Sports University. Before, I might have been just a weak scholar in front of her. But now, what does it mean to have a physical fitness 5 times that of an ordinary person? This means that his current strength and speed are probably no less than those of professionally trained athletes. Lin Feng's breathing became a little heavy. This was simply a stroke of genius. In the future, all aspects of his sports ability will have a qualitative leap, including some special sports that require the integration of waist and horse. He even had a ridiculous idea: if he had the chance to fight with Zhang Shengnan, who majored in martial arts at the Beijing Institute of Physical Education in the future, it was hard to say who would be knocked down. After all, as the owner of a gym, it's only natural that I have excellent physical fitness. I also have god-level fighting skills. Let's see who dares to challenge me in the future. Just as he was immersed in the pleasure of his sudden surge of power, Zhang Shengnan next to him seemed to notice something was wrong with him. What's wrong with you? She glanced over. Why is your face a little red? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Feng came back to his senses, looked at her concerned eyes, and his heart warmed up. He grinned. It's okay, I just suddenly felt full of energy. Soon Lin Feng and Zhang Shengnan finalized the contract details. The contract was written in black and white with clear terms. Lin Feng and Zhang Shengnan signed the last page with their signatures in flamboyant style. 2 copies were made, and the cooperation was thus achieved. Lin Feng pushed one of them to Zhang Shengnan and leaned back in his chair with a relaxed attitude. You can come over tomorrow to complete the onboarding process. You will be our gym's first top group class instructor. Zhang Shengnan held the still warm contract in her hand, feeling relieved, and her eyes were filled with excitement. When you go back, you can first plan your course system. Lin Feng's fingers tapped lightly on the table, his thoughts clearly arranged. Martial arts, classical dance, yoga, Pilates. You can teach anything you are good at and build your own golden signboard. We will launch a membership recruitment announcement soon. He paused and added, for the specific course pricing and the number of students per class, you can discuss it directly with Manager Yi. He has a lot of experience. I only have one principle: To generate as much revenue as possible while ensuring the quality of teaching. After all, you get a higher commission. These words were direct and honest, without any big promises, but instead made Zhang Shengnan feel particularly at ease. She nodded seriously. I understand, Boss Lin. Lin Feng changed the subject and said with a smile, by the way, remember your extra task. Zhang Shengnan immediately sat up straight. Go ahead. When you don't have classes, just move around and exercise more in the various areas of our gym. Lin Feng looked at her with a bit of business acumen in his eyes. Just think of it as livening up the gym's popularity and serving as a living signboard. A 1.75 meter tall beauty from Beijing Sport University with a beauty score of over 90 is sweating in the gym. This is in itself the most beautiful scenery, and her attraction to male members is self-evident. Zhang Shengnan was stunned at first, but then she reacted and was amused by his straightforward metaphor. The cheerfulness of a northern girl suddenly came up. Okay, Boss Lin, do you think of me as the gym's mascot? No problem. I guarantee I'll complete the task. She even jokingly bent her arms to show off her biceps, which were beautiful but not exaggerated. Bite. A crisp prompt sound rang in Lin Feng's mind. Goddess Zhang Shengnan's favorability detected +2. The host's professionalism, trustworthiness, and humor earned the goddess deep approval. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 200,000 yuan in cash. Almost at the same time, the cell phone in Lin Feng's pocket vibrated. He glanced at it calmly and saw that it was a text message about the bank account arrival. 200,000. In just a few words, another 200,000 yuan was obtained. Lin Feng felt relieved, but his expression remained that nonchalant bossy. This handsome man's system was more practical than a money printing machine. Zhang Shengnan had already stood up, full of energy. Boss Lin, I won't bother you any longer. I have to go back and work on the course schedule and syllabus. Go ahead, and be careful on the road. After seeing Zhang Shengnan off, Lin Feng sat alone in his office for a while, locking the contract he had signed today in a drawer. He sent a concise message to manager Yi. We've found the ace coach, Zhang Shengnan, and he'll start tomorrow. Please guide him. After finishing all the work, the lights in the gym went out one by one, and the clock hands were approaching midnight. Lin Feng hailed a taxi while standing on the roadside and directly gave the address of Jin the apartment. The taxi traveled through the night, and the bizarre neon lights outside the window reflected his young face. Today was a great day. Not only did we sign a talented player, but we also earned over $2 million. The future of the gym seemed to be becoming clearer before our eyes. But his thoughts quickly shifted from this relief to tomorrow. Tomorrow, there is another tough battle to fight. The plan he had spent countless efforts on and used his god-level planning skills to complete was about to undergo final acceptance. That wasn't just a small fight at the gym, it was a meeting that truly concerned the flow of hundreds of millions of dollars in capital. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, the top-floor conference room of Jinsheng Company was already full of people. The atmosphere is a bit weird. Executives and core employees from various departments were whispering to each other, glancing from time to time at the young figure in the corner and Qinya beside him. Vice President Wang Kuan sat in the main seat with his arms folded and his chin slightly raised, as if he was ready to watch the show. He heard this guy take on so much responsibility yesterday, and today he wants to see what an intern in the HR department can do. Qinya sat upright with her back straight, but her fingers tightly gripping the water cup still revealed a hint of nervousness. Lin Feng, are you ready? She asked in a low voice. Lin Feng nodded at her, stood up and walked towards the projector. He had nothing in his hand except a small USB flash drive. This action made the discussion in the meeting room louder. What? You didn't even bring the documents? I guess he's just giving up. He won't even understand the PPT later. The sarcasm on Wang Kuan's face became even stronger. Lin Feng inserted the USB drive into the computer, and a title immediately popped up on the screen: Urban Super Brain Integrated Solutions for Smart Cities. Chapter 60: Turning the Tide. He had no opening remarks and no unnecessary pleasantries. Leaders and colleagues, the core of my plan is to build a unified city data hub, which I call the Urban Super Brain. As soon as he opened his mouth, the entire conference room fell silent. The voice is not loud, but the words are clear and the logical chain unfolds instantly. From real-time traffic congestion relief, to Skynet linkage for public safety, to intelligent allocation of hydropower and energy, a grand, rigorous, and imaginative blueprint for a future city was depicted by him in the most plain and precise language. The sarcasm on Wang Kuan's face froze. He had originally prepared more than a dozen questions, intending to refute Lin Feng completely within 3 minutes of him opening his mouth. But now, he couldn't utter a word. Lin Feng's plan not only solved all the problems he could think of, but also preset solutions for potential risks he had not thought of. Unconsciously, Wang Kuan leaned forward, his brows knitted into knots, and his eyes were fixed on the data model on the PPT, trying to find even the slightest flaw. No. Not at all. The logical closed loop of this plan is simply impeccable. Not only him, but all the executives present had a drastic change in expression. From the initial scrutiny, to the surprise in the middle, to this moment, almost everyone picked up their pens, with ecstasy shining in their eyes. How could this proposal save the project? It was a gold mine delivered to Jinxing's doorstep. It was enough to allow Jinxing to overtake its competitors in the smart city race and become an industry leader. And those colleagues who were laughing at Lin Feng in the tea room yesterday now had their mouths open, like ducks with their necks strangled. They looked at the figure on the stage who was talking so eloquently, and felt like they were looking at a monster. A new HR person? A plan made in a few hours? Is this something a human could do? The above is my assumption about the development path for the next 5 years. I have finished my plan. Lin Feng turned off the PPT, turned to face the crowd, and calmly ended his speech. There was deathly silence in the conference room. After more than 10 seconds, Wang Kuan, who had been silent all the time, slammed the table and stood up. The dead silence in the conference room was broken by Wang Kuan's sudden standing up. The chair legs rubbed against the ground, making a sharp sound. His face, which was full of astonishment, was now flushed red, not because of anger, but because of extreme excitement. He rushed to the front of the stage in 2 steps and grabbed Lin Feng's shoulders with such strength that even Lin Feng was a little surprised. Genius! What a genius! Wang Kuan's voice trembled with excitement. He looked around the audience and announced in a booming voice. From now on, this project will be fully led by Lin Feng. Strategic Planning Department, your entire department, obey his orders. Give him the people and resources he needs. Anyone who dares to disobey will be fired. As soon as he finished speaking, the director of the Strategic Planning Department's face turned pale, but looking at Wang Kuan's unquestionable eyes, he could only nod with difficulty. And the expressions of those colleagues who were pointing fingers at Lin Feng and making sarcastic remarks at their workstations yesterday were now more interesting than looking at aliens. The first person to react was a man named Zhao Lei, who had laughed the loudest yesterday. He practically used his hands and feet to push his way through the crowd, a flattering smile plastered on his face. Feng Shen. Are you thirsty? I'll make you a cup of the best Longjing tea. Brother Lin. From now on, you are my real brother. If you need any errands or odd jobs, just tell me. Maple God, what's the structure of your brain? It's like a walking supercomputer. Please take me with you. For a moment, the names of Brother Lin and God Feng were heard one after another, and all kinds of compliments were thrown at Lin Feng as if they were free. Lin Feng just smiled faintly, neither distant nor close, and said only one sentence: "This is all for the company, let's work hard together." This calm and composed look made everyone feel that he was unfathomable. Outside the crowd, Xinya stood quietly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Feng, who was surrounded by everyone. Her heart was beating fast, and her palms were sweating. This man had given her too many surprises. Not only does he possess a charm that she cannot resist, but he also has the talent to subvert the entire company. Pride, admiration, and a hint of possessiveness that she herself had not even noticed intertwined in her heart. Ding! Xinya's favorability detected +5. Current favorability accumulation, 62 points. Reward, 500,000 yuan in cash. Already distributed to the host's account. A series of system prompts sounded in Lin Feng's mind, and then the phone also vibrated slightly. He glanced at it calmly and saw that it was a text message from the bank about the arrival of the money. 500,000, just like that. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 60-point milestone and receiving a chance to enter a random lottery. System random draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the ability to be immune to all poisons. As the name suggests, the host has the ability to automatically become immune to and neutralize any toxic substances, including gases, liquids, and solids. Fuck, what kind of skill is this? It's useless. This system's random rewards are too arbitrary. Lin Feng muttered to himself. On the other side, Wang Kuan couldn't wait to rush back to his office, picked up the encrypted phone, and called directly the company president Wang Jinsheng, who was on a business trip abroad. Mr. Wang, Tianyu's project is saved. No, it's more than saved, we've struck gold. Wang Kuan's tone was as excited as if he had won the lottery. Wang Jinsheng on the other end of the phone said in a steady voice, "Tell me slowly, what's going on?" "It's a new guy. An intern from the Human Resources Department, his name is Lin Feng. The plan he came up with. Mr. Wang, I sent it to your email, take a look. This guy is a genius. We must keep him at all costs." After a brief silence, Wang Jinsheng's voice was filled with a hint of strong interest. An HR intern solved a crisis that the entire strategic planning department couldn't handle? Lin Feng, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Interesting. When I get back, I want to see him in person. Time passes quickly, minute by minute. There are only 24 hours left until Tianyu Group's deadline. After the review meeting, the entire project team was filled with the sounds of keyboard tapping and mouse clicking, and the air was filled with a sense of anxiety. Brother Feng, there are still 3 models left to run for the energy allocation plan for Area B requested by Tianyu Group. I'm afraid. A team member wearing black-framed glasses turned pale and lost his confidence halfway through his words. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng. He is the anchor of this project. Lin Feng's eyes swept across the computer screen quickly. The god-level planning skills in his mind had already sorted out the entire project's context clearly, and any tiny omission would have nowhere to hide. Shaoli, there's no need to run the energy model for Area B. The data is redundant. Just apply the third solution from Area A after optimization. Reduce the peak power consumption by 7%. I've calculated it, and it's completely sufficient. And you, Lao Shang, forget about market risk assessment. Tianyu Group's real goal is to leverage policy and create a city branding effect. Focus on social benefits and media publicity. Lin Feng solved several of the most difficult problems with just a few words. Everyone was stunned at first, then they suddenly realized and immediately started to make revisions. 5 o'clock in the afternoon sharp. When the last character was typed, Lin Feng clicked save. Done. Chapter 61 Fitness Goddess, Zhang Shengnan. He stretched, the sound was not loud, but it sounded like a thunderclap in the office. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him in disbelief. Brother Feng, is this the end? The complete version? All the parts integrated? It's only 5 o'clock. Lin Feng packed up the final version of the plan and sent it to his email. He smiled and said to everyone, "It's done. The final version. Thank you all for your hard work. Let's go home early today and have a good rest so that we can be energetic tomorrow." He paused, then added, "I'll take the plan back tonight, give it a final check, and fix any details. I'll be able to submit it tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, the team members immediately showed expressions of gratitude and admiration on their faces. Brother Feng, you are awesome. You're still thinking about helping us clean up. Brother Feng, you're truly our adopted parent. Brother Feng, you go first, we will help you clean up. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand, signaling them to leave quickly. Overtime? You must be kidding. Thanks to his god-level skills, this plan has become so perfect that not even a single punctuation mark can be faulted. The reason I said this was just to find an excuse so that they could leave work early with peace of mind. He didn't want to waste time in the company because his Ironman club was waiting for him to inspect. More importantly, he didn't know whether the gym goddess Zhang Shengnan was there today. Just as Lin Feng was packing up and preparing to leave, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground came from far away. A beautiful figure appeared at the office door. Shinya was wearing a well-cut black OL suit that wrapped around her exquisite figure. Her straight legs were covered with black stockings as thin as cicada wings, and she wore a pair of 7-centimeter high heels. She exuded the aura of a strong woman who kept strangers away. She is the Human Resources Director of Jinsheng Company and Lin Feng is nominal superior. How's the project progress? Judging from your atmosphere, are you planning to work all night? Shinya's voice was cold, and her eyes swept across the messy office. When the other team members saw her, they were like mice seeing a cat, shrinking their necks and not daring to make a sound. Lin Feng, however, picked up his backpack as if nothing had happened. Director Qin, there's no need to stay up all night. The plan has been completed. Shinya's pretty brows knitted slightly. Finished? Lin Feng, this is not the time to joke around. You should know how important Tianyu Group's project is. In her opinion, this was an impossible task. Lin Feng didn't explain too much, just pointed to his computer screen. Final version, you can check it. Xinya walked to Lin Feng's workstation half-believingly, picked up the mouse, and clicked on the plan titled Smart City Final Edition. After watching for less than a minute, the coldness and suspicion on her face gradually disappeared, replaced by a look of shock that was difficult to conceal. This plan has rigorous logic, detailed data, and is both imaginative and feasible. It even includes several contingency plans for questions that may be raised by the top management of Tianyu Group. This is not just a plan, it is simply an impeccable execution manual. Who is this Lin Feng? Xinya's heart was rippled. When she looked up at Lin Feng again, the face that already scored 99 points in her eyes seemed even more radiant, making her heart skip a beat. Ding! Xinya's favorability +2. Ding! Xinya's current accumulated favorability is 64 points. Congratulations to the host, you received a cashback of 200,000 yuan. The system prompt sounded in his mind, and Lin Feng smiled in his heart. Making money is that simple. The plan is okay. Xinya quickly calmed down and resumed her deputy director's demeanor, though her tone was no longer as cold. But don't be too proud. Check it a few more times before submitting it tomorrow. After saying that, she turned around and left in her high heels, but her back looked like she was running away. Lin Feng shrugged and turned off the computer. I got the 200,000 yuan and I feel good. Next, it's time to go to the Ironman Club to meet his fitness goddess. At 6:30 in the evening, Lin Feng stepped into the Ironman Club on time. As soon as I walked in, a wave of heat washed over me, more than double the noise of usual. The clang of equipment and the low roars of members exercising intertwined into a symphony of power. The atmosphere in the entire gym was hotter than ever before. Lin Feng's eyes swept across the entire venue and quickly found the center of the heat wave. In the treadmill area, a beautiful figure is running at a steady speed following the rhythm of the machine. It was Zhang Shengnan. She changed into a smoky gray yoga outfit, the tight fabric perfectly outlining her amazing body curves. The top is tight, which perfectly highlights her proud upper body. Her flat belly and charming waistline, created by years of exercise, are free of excess fat and full of healthy strength. With a height of 1.75 meters, a pair of long legs wrapped in tight gray shark pants and matched with white sports mid-tube socks, she walks on the treadmill, and every step is full of rhythm. Sweat soaked her temples and neck, slid down her cheeks, and gleamed in the light. She was like a luminous body, attracting the attention of all the male creatures in the gym. Lin Feng noticed that the male members in the equipment area were all like chicken blood. They increased the weight of the bench press, the range of the squat was more standard, and even when doing curls, they had to shout out loud, as if they wanted to use this method to attract the attention of the goddess coach. Several old members were gathered in the rest area, drinking water and talking in low voices. Holy crap, Lao Wang, what medicine did you take today? You can push 100 kilograms without even getting out of breath? Get lost. Didn't you see the new female coach? That figure, that face, wow, I feel like I can do 2 more sets. I'm telling you, I got this annual membership, and today I finally feel like it's worth it. Going to the gym used to be like going to a grave, but now it's like going to court. Listening to these discussions, Lin Feng could no longer hide the smile on his face. This decision of mine is simply a stroke of genius. A beautiful coach directly revitalized the yang energy of the entire gym. He was thinking to himself, this is only the first day. Once Zhang Xingnan's course starts, won't those diving members rush over clamoring for private lessons? By then, the club's cash flow. Lin Feng felt happy and subconsciously activated the system. Target, Zhang Shengnan. Favorability, 28. 28 points? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. He remembered that when he signed the contract, his favorability rating was only 23 points. It was only his first day at work, he hadn't done anything yet, so how could it have increased by 5 points? Ding! Detected that the host has gained 5 points of Zhang Xingnan's favorability. Zhang Xingnan's cumulative favorability is 28 points. Reward cashback of 500,000 yuan has been deposited into the system account. Damn it! 500,000. Just because she came to work? This money is so easy to make. Lin Feng tried hard not to laugh out loud. This was a magical job, not only for Zhang Shengnan, but even more so for him. Just then, Zhang Shengnan finished warming up and walked down from the treadmill.